right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Before we call this meeting to order, we will hear instructions on how the public may access Spanish interpretation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We're offering live interpretation in Spanish during this meeting. If you wish to hear Spanish interpretation, please click the interpretation button at the bottom right corner of your Zoom screen. You will see a globe icon. If you're joining via the Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More. Under the three dots in the bottom right corner of your screen, select Language Interpretation, then choose Spanish and click Done. If you wish to hear only the interpreters and not the original speakers, be sure to click Mute Original Audio. Buenos días, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en vivo en español durante esta reunión. Si desea escuchar la interpretación en español, haga clic en el botón Interpretation, que significa interpretación, en la parte inferior derecha de la pantalla Zoom. Asimismo verá un icono de globo terráqueo. Si se está uniendo a través de la aplicación Zoom para el teléfono inteligente, seleccione su idioma haciendo clic en More, o que significa más, abajo en los tres puntos en la esquina inferior derecha de su pantalla. Seleccione Language Interpretation, interpretación del idioma, después elija Spanish y haga clic en Done, que significa listo. Si desea escuchar solo a los intérpretes y no los oradores originales, asegúrese de hacer clic en Mute Original Audio, silenciar audio original. Thank you, and I pass it back to the council.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to our land acknowledgement.
Recording in progress.
The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and the home of the Washoe Sioux, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place, with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. With that, we will move to the call to order and the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Blankenship, can we have a roll call?
Of course, Councilmember Horgan. Present. Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Here.
Councilmember Robbins.
Here.
Mayor Bass.
Here.
All present.
Great. And Ms. Stroud, any closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had two items on closed session today. First was conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation regarding a liability claim from the Ricomini Family Trust on a potential refund of inclusionary housing ordinance in lieu fee, and there is no reportable action. Second item was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation in the case of South Lake Tahoe Property Owners Group versus City of South Lake Tahoe, and there is no reportable action. I do have a report out from two prior actions taken in closed session at other meetings, from the meeting on October 15th, 2025, regarding existing litigation, Workers' Compensation Appeals Board case numbers ADJ 1787997, ADJ 192-15685, regarding former employee John Miller. That case was settled by compromise and release for the amount of $40,000. And from our meeting on December 9th, 2025, we had a settlement of a claim of Chris Fanini for partial refund of inclusionary housing ordinance in lieu fee in the amount of $50,506.33. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Stroud. With this, we'll move on to the public communication. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. The comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. So with that, I'll open up public comment in the room for anybody that would like to give public comment, something not on the agenda. Mr. Pedigo.
I'll take a swing at it. Larry Pedigo again. First, I just want to mention, based on the VHR language vote, the Vail Court parking vote, Councilwoman Heather Horgan vote, and other votes, the fact is, no matter what you claim, this council does pick winners and losers, okay? So now to continue where I was cut off, we were at It's a Wonderful Life in Bedford Falls in the classic battle between small-town hero George Bailey, who fights to remove normal folk like Bert, Ernie, and Mr. Martinelli or martini into cute little houses versus sick, twisted, demented, rich thief potter trying to keep the rabble in his slums. Home ownership versus renting. And George says, what's wrong with that? Doesn't it make them better citizens? Doesn't it make them better customers? It's a classic social political battle. It's also a bright vision of Bedford Falls from George's view versus the dark vision of Pottersville. But George has help from another hero of the story, his wife, Mary Bailey. Mary saves George in Bedford Falls by thinking fast and using her wits to rally the town around George. All right? Perhaps Heather Horgan can be a hero, a champion for South Lake Tahoe with a wonderful vision of our city that is the opposite of the dark Pottersville vision creeping into our town from the likes of thief Tamara Wallace and the creator of the whole, David Jenkins. My story is a simple one. I left the smog of LA for skiing in South Lake Tahoe in the winter of 75, 76. Back then, there were 3 theaters plus a drive-in on Glenwood Way, 4 or 5 car dealerships, and lots of small businesses in town. My aunt and uncle got me a job working nights at the Lift Shack Steakhouse, which is now Whiskey Dick's. I bust and wash dishes for $2.50 an hour. I could ski during the day. I think a ticket cost $10. Back in '82, I had a nice little 1,200 square foot home I bought with a garage in Sierra Track. I bought for $72,000 or $60 per foot. By 1986, I graduated LTCC with dual degrees in computer science and accounting. I got married, got a real job, started a business, bought a business, worked for Camp Rich, all via my education. And I helped raise 3 kids along the way. Today, Vail Corp charges $305 to ski, $20 to park on weekends and peak, $27 for a burger meal, while paying $20 per hour to the workers. Oh, and that house that I bought in Sierra Track is $600 a foot now. All right. 2028 will mark the 20th anniversary of the whole collapse, and I'm not holding my breath for any changes. And since Mr. Jenkins is back in town on this council, I worry that the old Best West Timber Cove, now owned by millionaires called BLDG from New York City, will create a new hole. I also worry about vacancies at Chevy's, Real Max, Rite Aid, Denny's, Muffler Palace, Ahern's, Lily's Tires, Izzy Burgers, Barton's Attics, Runnels, Swiss Mark, the Barton vacancies by the U-Haul, and more. And the last theater in town is gone. According to the census, our population peaked at 23,609 in 2000, has been dropping ever since. And the 2020 census shows population dropped to 21,330 while aging to 38.1 years of age. Per capita income was $50,098, while California as a whole was $70,058. 13.5% have no health insurance and 12.4% are living in poverty. We also have some 20 massage parlors along Highway 50 with about 10 liquor outlets. So I believe there's something wrong with the current recipe or vision of our city that the out-of-town corporation and VCR millionaires have tried to sell for decades. The loss of El Tahoe Elementary, along with the lost jobs in 2004, then the whole failure in 2008 should have been the Potter Vision warning sign. But the fall of Barton Memorial Hospital may be the final blow if they ever move. Over my 50 years in town, I've also volunteered to clean up a lot of garbage and crap these so-called guests have left behind from State Line to Sierra Tahoe via local functions and organizations. And I have never run into Randy Lane, Larry Ellison, any billionaires, developers, techie, big shots picking up any trash, and I doubt I ever will, since they believe in the Potterville vision. And I think we should have vision up on one of our priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pedigo. Yes, Ms.
Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. To be silent is to be complicit, is to be violent. And every single one of you here, maybe not you because you're new, we'll see how you do, is complicit in what comes next. And we heard it straight from J.D. Vance's mouth last week that he is planning on door-to-door knocks around the country, that these federal agents have qualified or absolute immunity, not qualified, I'm sorry, absolute immunity. I don't believe any of that bullshit. But I don't see any action from our community. Our neighbors have already been kidnapped from this community under spurious charges, spurious warrants, with the help of our local police department. My own husband was profiled walking down the street to work, walking down the fucking sidewalk. We've lived here for 20 years. Everybody knows who he is. And a bus driver thought that it was appropriate to call in a suspicious looking person walking down our sidewalks. If you don't think this is your responsibility, if you don't think you have to take action and speak for our community, they are terrified. We have been coming in here since last February, asking for this council to take a stand, and I haven't heard anything. If any of these right-wing people end up as mayor, we're screwed. We cannot have that. Cody is the only one qualified. That's it, flat out. He's the only one that has any diversity on this crowd. We need to do better. You can roll your eyes all you want, Scott. I don't care. You support Israel, so you're part of the problem.
What?
I don't want to hear any of this stuff from anybody anymore. This is happening in our town, and all of you are complicit. All of you are responsible. I had hope when Tamara was gone because she was an awful MAGA. But we need to do better. People in our town are terrified. They have come in here and asked you. They're trying to organize. They're trying to do anything. They're training themselves in self-defense. Our community members are training them in self-defense themselves because they don't believe that this community can take care of frustrated. We don't believe that this community or this city council, this city can take care of us. We've watched people be kidnapped and murdered in the streets. Murdered, flat out, shot in the face 3 times. Roll your eyes because you guys don't watch the news. You don't know what's happening. You don't hear it. This is a problem that will be coming to our town, and we have to take a stance now before it does. We've seen what happened in the past. You have a responsibility to speak for your community members. I see lots of eye rolling, and that's very disappointing. I appreciate all of you, and I've been here so often calling for all of this stuff. This is fascism. People are being taken off our streets. I watched a 10-year-old boy be taken getting off his bus stop yesterday. He got off the bus, and within minutes in Minnesota, he was surrounded by agents and kidnapped. Could you imagine that happening to your child? Except most of you don't have children, so it's a problem. It's a problem. And it sucks. Because there are some of you on this council that I did have high hopes for, that I did think would take a stand for our community. But it always comes back to the same things. We're focused on vacation rentals. We're focused on holes in the ground. This is immediate. We cannot replace broken families. We cannot bring those people back together. We cannot repair generational trauma. It is your job. You chose to run for city council. You represent immigrants. You represent undocumented people. Those are your constituents, and you need to speak or just get out of the way.
Yeah,
Thank you, Ms.
I'm going
Utterson,
to take the
and-
opportunity to issue a brief response based on that comments. I've never made a comment in support of Israel in my entire time.
Roll your eyes when I talk about
Actually, I have dry eye, literally have eye drops because my eyes are super dry right now. So
Look,
So I'm
look, we're not going to do this. Hey,
fucking
excuse me,
response.
we are not going to do this right now, Mr. Robbins. If you could please hold your comments because there's dialogue between, so if you don't mind, we're not going to have dialogue between the public and
I'm not
the
having a
dais.
dialogue. I'm
Well, you're
issuing a
talking-
response.
Bus driver fired.
If you could
I want
please-
all of our PD to have ACLU training on why
So
no
we,
stop
hey,
is safe.
I'm
Why
going to
we
stop
do
the
not
meeting right
run
now
riots,
if we
why
cannot.
do not
Hey,
stop
Ms.
and
Soderston,
run people's identification
Ms. Soderston, if you could
without
please-
cause. We do not do it.
Ms.
This is
Soderston.
America. There are rights and there is due process.
Ms.
We do
Soderston.
not stop brown people on the streets without due cause. Don't respond to me if you don't want a response.
So, Mr.
Excuse me.
Robbins, please.
So-
I'm actually, Mr. Robbins, I'm going to stop this right now. We're going to stop and we are going to move to the next public comment. Excuse me. That is my authority. Anybody else in the room that would like to give, hey, I'm sorry, I am running this
I
meeting.
was-
Mr. Robbins, I am running this meeting and that is what I'm doing. The next public commenter, if they would please come forward.
No.
That is my
We are
responsibility
allowed,
as the
we are
mayor.
allowed a response.
And I
it's
am
not-
running the
it's
meeting
not-
and I'm
it's
telling
not
you, we are stopping.
discriminatory.
Let's talk about it after.
I was accused of supporting Israel
And you-
and by implication, Judge,
So-
and I will respond to that with a brief response.
All right,
as
you know
I
what?
will.
I'm going to call a break right now. I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
just need one more minute, Mayor.
Okay, no problem. Right. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order, and I'm looking for who would like to give public comment here in the room. Is there anybody else here that would like to give public comment? All right. Oh, yes, Mr. Mosier.
Tough act to follow. Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Just a little reminder here. Some years ago, I don't know, it was in this room, some 7 or 8 years ago at least. Retirees were here and complaining. They all showed, a bunch of them showed up because they were having their health care that they were promised taken away. Because the city was basically bankrupt, couldn't declare it, but was bankrupt. So they didn't get raises, they didn't get promotions, they didn't get people hired to fill positions in police and fire and city staff. And so in lieu of, they were promised down the road their health care would be retained when they retired. And of course, health care costs went up. So anyway, I stood up that day and said that, when you buy into a lie, sooner or later you become the effect of it. Might take 2 minutes, might take 2 weeks, might take 2 years, might take 2 lifetimes, but it's going to get you. You're going to become the effect of it. So you don't buy into lies. And, part of that problem is we get either lies or not the truth from our media, from our newspapers, failure to report, failure to do their job. And they're even supported and paid by the city over the years. So we contribute to their cause. So the thing is, if you want to avoid the problems that we're in, the space the city's in now, and with the Wallaces, you don't buy into the lie to begin with. And Presbyterian Church, reading the article there on South Tahoe now, where they're having a series of forgiveness. Well, I suggest you have a 6-part series of how to tell the truth from the lie, and you don't have to be in a position of having to forgive. So that's where it all begins, is telling the truth from the lie. And, otherwise you're going to end up with becoming the effect of them. And that's all we've done for the 31 years I've been here, and basically since 1965. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on anything not listed on the agenda? No, you're all right. Ms. Blankenship, can we
Yeah,
look
we
for
do
some?
have 2 hands raised. First, we have Miss O'Hare.
Good morning. First, I just wanted to thank Joe Irvin, the outgoing city manager, for all of his service to the city. I think those will be incredibly hard shoes to fill, and wish him well. And second, I just wanted to offer a suggestion. At literally every city council meeting now for a very long time, we've heard people comment on the massage parlors and the blight in town. I'm happy to try to help with this. I've worked with many cities going back to the 1980s in police work with dealing with massage parlor blight. There's a reason there's parking in the back and that the windows are all covered with posters. In order, you can remove the blight. You can have a city ordinance that doesn't allow businesses to cover their windows. Back in the 80s and 90s, it was a simple crime prevention tool. It was also required of liquor stores that they not cover their windows for the same reason. So I'm just going to suggest that it gets brought up at every single meeting. I recently just took a drive down 50 and looked, and almost every single one of those shops are covered up with posters. And I think it would look a lot better if they were required to remove those. I'm happy to help.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have caller with the last 4 digits of your telephone number, 0411.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Fantastic. I thought this was the cell tower meeting, but I guess it's not. I want to talk about ethics. And I think this community needs to move on and get some ethical leaders. First off, let's go straight to Cody Bass. I think the fire marshal needs to be looking at what he calls his property, which I believe might be a public easement. Anyone can go look at it. It's right next to the new Gurney's establishment. He has a barbecue. He did have an Airstream on the sand there, which is illegal, but he has a barbecue right next to 2 500-gallon fuel tanks. Fire marshal, please double check this. In accordance to Joe Irvin, Joe and I sat down for lunch 4 years ago, and I straight out asked him, looked him in the eye about the protection of children. He basically smiled and laughed. He's not protecting or caring about anybody. He's following the money. He told me he was going to be here for his lifetime. He's heading to Malibu. We've got calls into Malibu. There's a lot of people that are going to be looking at him. But Joe, we're hoping as a community that you and Cody can do right, since Tammy, your little cohort, ripped off the church $400,000. Why isn't she in jail? This is just a total disgrace to our community. I feel sorry that I even have to come speak these things. I won't even come down to the community center there where you guys are at. It looks like most of the seats are empty, but I see that your own are turning on you. Miss Soderstrom was not real happy with you guys. And, you know, Cody, you've made millions and millions in weed. You own that big property. Why don't you pay the church off? Make it go away. And like I said, just go smoke your weed and go away. You're a disgrace to this community. I don't think your boyfriend would be happy with the way you're treating or acting, but I know he makes cash from you. But I think the easement there next to your property needs to be looked into. Gurney's attorneys are going to be called to make sure that they see that you have been putting our community in danger, and to make sure that their new owners and their new guests at their resort on Lake Tahoe are protected, especially from the guy who's proclaiming to help everybody and save people. It's all about money. Follow the money. We want to know where the low-income housing work is going. I look over there at the low-income housing buildings. The cars are sitting there with snow on them for a week. How many people go to work? How many people go to work? And we're going to be doing an audit, like you said, door to door, bank account to bank account. You're all going to be looked at. Doge is coming. I think you guys have been very nefarious in your activities. I'm very, very saddened for you, Joe. I thought you were a bigger man. And I hope that this can change and we can clean up our community, because it really is just, it's a sad state of affairs up here in Lake Tahoe. We have a beautiful jewel that's been polluted beyond. What is the collusion between Keep Tahoe Blue, ERPA, the city of South Lake Tahoe, and all the inbreds? I hope you guys aren't in bed together. That gets gross. But I just wanted to give my opinion, and it's just my humble opinion. I've lived here for long enough to sit there and see the corruption within the city council. Everybody remembers Terry Trupp with his big cocaine days, and I think he married his third ex-wife's daughter or something like that. Cell towers, all the money and the corruption, it's just the new cocaine. Enjoy your day and have a wonderful, wonderful 2026. Happy 250 to America. The awakening is here. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Raphael. Raphael?
Hello, hi, good morning, everybody. Thanks for your time. Appreciate, I just want to comment on the buffer zone. You should just let that go by and let us all try to make a little bit of affordable living. And this does help the people that do apply for it. This is a beautiful city with tourists, mainly tourists. So the buffer zone has already address the problems for personnel not being able to respond to complaints. Now they have that addressed. You have a lot of rules in place, fines in place. You have code enforcement that will respond. You have the owner has to respond within an hour if there's any problem. So that's all addressed. And let us go make a living, the ones that do need it. I understand there was a lot of problems before. There was only one person responding. Now you have code enforcement. You have addressed the management was not there. It is now. There's a lot of improvements, suggestions. So let's just get past this buffer zone. I'm affected by it already, and I've been here when this was all in place that we couldn't get permits, and I was not able to get my permit when I first bought. That was in effect. Now this buffer zone, I can't do it again. So let's just do away with the buffer zone. It's dragging our feet, taking a long time, and let this community have a place for people that want to come and see this beautiful city. That's all I'm saying, that it's under control now. Let's see what happens with the new rules, code enforcement, and the cameras for parking, for trash, for the noise level. Everything's addressed, so let us just do what we have to do so we can get by and be able to afford and continue living here ourselves too. We're doing it, most of us are doing it just to get by, not to make a lot of money. So I would like to just avoid the buffer zone, let the code enforcement weed out the problems that we have. I understand some neighborhoods were really bad. They only had one person responding. Now you have code enforcement cruising our neighborhoods, which is great. We love that. Thank you for all the improvements, but I think it's a waste of time with the buffer zone still being voted. Just get rid of it and let everybody do what they got to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no additional public comments, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Ms. Blankenship. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to city commissioner reports, and I'm going to go ahead and start. We've got our high school commissioners, excuse me. Yes, Mr.
Mayor,
Irvin, thank you. I can't remember that.
That's okay.
Yes.
They come and join us every other month over the last 4 years. This is the 4th year of the Dr. Cutler Superintendent Advisory Council. And this year's student representatives assigned to the city are Sebastian Guerrero and Mira Donahue. Ms. Roverud and myself have been meeting with them to design the work that they're going to work on this year. And I'd like to invite them up to make some comments about, introduce themselves and talk about the work that they'll embark on for the next 8 months.
Great, thank you.
Hi, I'm Mira Donahue, and I'm a junior at South Tahoe High School.
And I'm Sebastian Guerrero, and I'm a senior at South Tahoe High School.
I've lived in Tahoe since I can remember with my parents and my 2 younger siblings. And after school, if you don't see me in the library, I'm probably at tennis or track practice.
Outside of school, I really enjoy playing tennis and watching Formula One. And after high school, I will be attending the University of Southern California to study real estate finance and development.
We're both part of the Superintendent Advisory Board, which means monthly meetings with Dr. Cutler to discuss issues affecting students and possible solutions. This has allowed us to serve as student representatives to the City Council.
Last time I was here, I shared our work on the Community Academy, a program focused on building stronger relationships between the city and the community. But this time, Mira and I are here to introduce the Student Entrepreneurship Advisory Panel, a one-day workshop designed to connect high school students with local businesses, city staff, the Chamber of Commerce, to explore entrepreneurship and career opportunities around the Lake Tahoe Basin.
The advisory panel will take place during the school day at South Lake Tahoe High School and include 2 parts: a short business foundation session led by city staff and local business owners, followed by a networking panel where students can meet businesses, learn about interns and jobs, and make real connections with our local community.
And we hope to share further progress with everyone at a future City Council meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your service and for being here and your interest in local government. And it's really great to hear the future that you guys are endeavoring, and it's just great. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Jenkins.
I just want to say to you both that I'm very proud of what you're doing to engage early, be involved, be positive, and pursue your dreams. Persevere, as I've been told in the past, and I say to you, persevere in what you want to do. Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, we live in what is possibly the most dynamic times for the intersection between primary and secondary school education in this nation and local, state, and national politics, certainly since I've been alive. I've never seen more need for student engagement in politics at every level as I have today. The issues between police enforcement, immigration enforcement, funding, and education have never been more serious, more severe, or more in need of public discourse. So the one thing, and I share everyone's congratulations and admiration, but I will leave you with an ask. The one thing I think we need more of from our students is more engagement, not less, is more presence, not less, is more public comments, not less, is more representation, not less. We need students from our schools coming to council, learning how to make public comment, learning how to write op-eds in the local newspaper, telling the public what they see from their perspective, what they need from their perspective, and what the city can do from their perspective to make education and to make the lives of young people in the city better. Far, far too often does government, especially at the local level, represent the interests of those with the time, ability, and money to lobby and show up, and not those who work here, and especially not those who are young here. And I think that's something that has needed to change. It's one of the reasons I got into politics. And I would encourage you to recruit those who will come after you. I think your future plans sound bright and great and impressive. So my one ask is to recruit younger students to come up after you, recruit juniors, recruit sophomores, to come and be engaged, to make a public comment at our evening meetings. Maybe not skip class for our daytime meetings so much, but we hold evening meetings. About half of all of our meetings are in the evening. Hopefully it'll stay that way. But getting young people to come and say that this is what they experience and this is what they need, I think is possibly the most important thing young people in this community can do today. So that's my ask. That's my ask for you guys.
Thank you. That was great. Ms. Horgan, would you like? No? Okay. All right. Mr. Roberts, you good? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I agree with my two fellow council members and just say I'm really impressed with both of you.
Great. All right. Thank you so much for being here, and we will move on. Any other city commissioners? Mr. Gregorich? No? Okay. All right. With that, we are going to go ahead and move on to our next item. This is our first item of the day, and this is going to be the reorganization of the city council to select a mayor and mayor pro tem.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a point of order. I would ask the council, since we have a very busy agenda, to move this selection to after our regular business. Do it today, but have it past our regular business so we can get through the regular business, and then deal with what is an important matter. And I will, whatever you decide is what you decide, but I would suggest we move this item to the end of the agenda rather than the front.
So I'll look to the rest of the council on that.
I don't have a particular objection. I'm indifferent, but I'm just curious why. What will it matter? I'm looking for your input on that. I'm not making an argument in favor or against. I'm just trying to grasp why you want that.
I just would like to get through the business of the meeting, and I don't know how long this will take. I respect whatever your decision all of you make. I just thought it might be, from an order standpoint, it might be better to get the business of the city done and then deal with the issue. That's all. Is
it in case we need to push off rather than push something else off? If we need to push something off, then this is what gets pushed off. Is that the reason?
I think we have some issues. This matter can be addressed later in the agenda. I think it would be for flow. It would be good to get it done and then deal with what is an important issue of selection of our officers. That's all. It's just a request. And
Apparently, the building is falling down in the meantime, so.
Mr. Jenkins, I agree that this could potentially take time, but I also think that we need to start moving agenda items forward more quickly because we have a lot of items before us for consideration. And so I have already stated my decision that I would prefer Mayor Bask to continue in his role, and I would like to see Councilmember Roberts as Mayor Pro Tem, and if there's any agreement for that, we could move forward.
Okay, and so before we do that, we've got to do public, so if we're gonna, well, let's real quickly, we're gonna go ahead and take the item now. So before we do that, we'll go ahead and do questions. If any council members have questions on this item that they would like to ask staff or any other questions. If there's none, then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and open this item up for public comment. So we are opening public comment for the first item, reorganization of the city council. Anybody in the room? And Mr. Perini.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members, city manager, city clerk, and Zachary. My name's Lou Perini. I've been voting here since 1973. On this item, I think it's a good idea to move it to the end of the agenda. You could waste a long time on this, and we got other items on the agenda that need to be addressed that are going to take a long time too, and I think it might get us off to a shaky start if we do this first and create a lot of animosity and things like that. I think it's best to, just like you moved it from last meeting to this meeting, I think it should be moved to the end of the agenda. That's my opinion. Thank you for letting me address it.
Great, thank you, Mr. Perini. Any other members in the, yes?
Hi, John Messina, just speaking for myself. Actually, I think Heather's proposal is what we should do. This is really a simple matter. I don't think there's a lot of debate about it. We should keep Cody as mayor and appoint Keith as Mayor Pro Tem. It's a simple matter. It doesn't need to stretch out for hours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Messina. Anybody else in the room? Mr. Pedigo.
I was going to keep quiet on this issue, but quite frankly, with their support by Jenkins and Mr. Roberts' support for Tamara Wallace in previous elections and et cetera, and endorsements and stuff, to me, that's disqualifying. How can a woman rip off $400,000, okay, and nobody knows about it? I don't buy it. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. Somebody knew, a lot of people knew, and kept their mouths shut. So they're either ignorant or willfully ignorant. So, sorry, that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedigo. Mr. Jenkins.
I think comments like that, when you essentially are accusing people of things that they have nothing to do, I think it's, just a minute, we'll put, I get to talk too.
I'm going to have to stop
I didn't
this.
ask you anything.
Hey, you guys, I'm going to have to call a recess again. There is no dialogue between, hey, you guys.
I don't have a question.
Please follow this procedure for me. Mr. Jenkins, we cannot have dialogue between the public. And
You
we can
can't
make a
have
brief
someone,
statement.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
You can't have someone accuse someone of being a fascist, nor say that they're involved somehow or have knowledge of criminal activity and expect that that person's going to just sit there and be happy about it. It's a darn lie, and if people push it farther, then there are other remedies. Let's just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Hey, please, Mr. Pedigo, we are not going to be dialogue between, thank you. Mrs. Soderston, would you like to please come forward? Thank you.
Try to be less spicy this time. Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I will agree that Cody is the only one that we can have as mayor. He's the only one that understands the procedures clearly. He's the only one that can maintain any level of decorum. Keith, I don't know who you are. I don't know what your personality is. You're too quiet. You don't have a voice of your own. And I know you don't want to hear it, but everybody in the community that didn't vote for you fully believes that you only got elected because that contingent with Tamara and Dwayne pushed for you guys. And everybody fully believes that you are still in their ear, or that they're in your ear, that they're there telling you guys. You hang out, you're very close. It has been decades of this stuff in this town. I don't know how you got elected, David, because there was all of that problem in the past. And Keith, you're getting dragged right into the middle of it. You don't have a voice, and I don't know. Cody needs to be mayor, but I would prefer that Heather be mayor pro tem at this point. I don't know. Scott, I appreciate your voice on a lot of things, Scott, but it just can't happen. It's chaos, and we need to move beyond the chaos and actually get something done, because our country is chaos right now, and we don't have time for stupid, petty, whiny crap anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Otterston. Anybody else in the room? Yes, Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, I myself, although probably won't happen, but I would suggest to make Miss Horgan the mayor. Fresh face, can't hurt. Rewarding. Yeah, I think there's baggage with just about everybody else here, so we're, it's not too much. The choices are pretty slim. I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts, but as was pointed out previously and stuff, you connections with with the Wallaces and your connection with Mr. Kennedy and your restaurants, and from what I understand was she was hired or was paid by her own accounting in excess at least $10,000, probably for business services. And I think, probably be looking into that during the investigation. I don't know what exactly all the particulars there, but I think there's, a stain there. She promoted you for planning commission, police commission. Mr. Jenkins, from long ago, when you were city manager here, you were locked in arm with Dwayne, his chamber, and echoing some lies, like I said, about property rights and stuff. So you've been connected for a long time, and just like I said, we need fresh face, need to move forward with someone that isn't stained or doesn't have any baggage here. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier.
I just appreciate, Mr. Moser, although I don't agree with you necessarily on everything you said, but I appreciate your tone and your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on item number 1? Seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
There's no additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. So we can bring this back. Ms. Horgan, I will open it up with you since you were, yes.
No, I've shared exactly how I feel, and we have a lot of work to do, and so I just urge the council to consider that.
Great, so that's a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Sure.
The city has gone through a long and very difficult phase of being in the public media and being in the press, and we need to get off the front page for criminality. We need to get off the front page for chaos. And that's where we've been for the last 4 or 5 months at this point, between a former mayor who is pending charges for grand theft and a current mayor who already has one criminal conviction and is pending and has currently been indicted for another criminal charge. So having not one but 2 mayors in a row who are either about to be indicted for criminal activity or who have been indicted for criminal activity is not healthy for the city. It's just not healthy to have this kind of chaos where our leadership is in the news for criminal indictments. So I think I agree with some of the commenters that we need different leadership and we need fresh starts. And Cody, I'm afraid that's not you anymore at this point. I don't think you should resign. I have never commented on that. I don't think it's right. I do believe in innocent before guilty, but being mayor is about being the face of the city.
Great.
And I don't think we should have someone who's the face of the city with following on the heels of a mayor who has admitted to criminal activity, to have another mayor with a drug conviction and a current criminal indictment would be unbelievably unwise.
So I'm going to go ahead and, so that we can have the discussion around the motion, I will go ahead and second it so that we're discussing that motion. And so I'll make the second. So we're in now discussion for that motion. And Mr. Jenkins, go right ahead.
First of all, let me say, as I've told the mayor, I said that you're a good businessman. You have made significant improvements to your property. You have been consistently courteous, more courteous than I've seen in this council in the past, and professional with city council, at council meetings with the public, with staff, and with your colleagues. Your positive demeanor, in my view, has been refreshing, and I appreciate it. I don't think convoluting what happened, the terrible things that happened with Ms. Wallace, is any way compares to where we are today in your situation, and I think it's, my opinion, simply unfair to make any kind of correlation because they don't exist. I have no problem with you serving as mayor, but I also think that Councilmember Roberts would be a good mayor. I think he has the disposition. He's a businessman. He's not a boisterous, loud person like some of us sometimes tend to be. I think if we all support whoever is made mayor, that it makes our city stronger. And so I don't quote oppose you, the mayor, but I think Mr. Roberts it would be good if he were to be in that position. And I'll just leave it at that.
Mr. Roberts, or either way I can make, yeah, go right ahead.
I think that we're in a position right now with the council where we need to get the public's trust back. I think there's some challenges. I think overall you're effective and you're businesslike as our current mayor, and I think there's support for your abilities. I'm just not sure if it's the right time to continue forward with that as far as the public eye is concerned.
I'm sorry, Mayor. We need to stop the meeting momentarily. We're not currently live streaming, so we do need to stop and reset the meeting. So
You want to do 10 minutes, or should we just wait? What would you like?
It just depends on how long it takes us to fix the problem. I would say at least 10 minutes
Why
and
don't
maybe
we-
longer.
Okay, so we will come back at 10 o'clock, but it could be longer for
Okay,
anybody that
thank you
knows.
so much, and I do apologize.
No problem.
Thank you for the recess. We can continue.
Right, so let's see, Mr. Irvin, let me wait for Mr. Irvin. He should be here. Give us just a minute and we will call the meeting back. Yes.
All right, we're
All
ready.
right, we are going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are right in the middle of item 1. Let's see, I'm trying to remember, I believe there was a motion, so we were talking about the motion that Ms. Horgan made, and I seconded, and so Ms. Horgan.
And I was just going to share that I actually think that Councilmember Roberts would be a good mayor. I think that it can be misconstrued, his silence, because it's not silence. He's always mindful about what he contributes. It's additive and meaningful, and we have to move these agenda items forward. We're getting bogged down and things need to start moving forward. So I appreciate when we can all edit and we can all share the most urgent and important contributions and keep those things in consideration. I'm just going to echo what I had initially said, which is I'm a brand new member on this council and I value Mayor Bass's experience and history on the council. And so that is clearly just where I'm coming from. I think moving forward without switching the mayor at this stage is wise. And I think that I really appreciate Councilmember Roberts' addition to that team.
Thank you, Ms. Horgan. So yeah, from my perspective, I've been on this council now for 7 years, and I've served here and shown up to every meeting and done all my assignments. And as I understand, the incident that happened back in September may have gotten publicity that was negative towards the city, but I have and still will absolutely maintain my innocence in the situation. And I would really ask the council to have the trust in me that I am innocent and I will prove my innocence. And I will make a commitment to the council that if I were to in any way be proven to be at fault in this situation, that I would immediately resign from my position as mayor. That would be happening here rather quickly, and again, I would make that commitment. But I do think that, basically the last 6 months or even more, I've had to step in to serve as mayor because of our situations. The year that I did serve as mayor, actually, my mayor pro tem was not here for about 6 months of that term. So it would be nice to, in the last year of my second term, to be mayor with a mayor pro tem. I think it serves a good purpose for Mr. Roberts to serve as mayor pro tem with me so that we can go through experience. Maybe I miss a meeting so that he can serve as mayor for a meeting and get some experience. I think that is the process of why I was mayor pro tem, is to become mayor and make another person mayor pro tem that becomes mayor. That is the process that we go through. So that's where I'm at with it. I, again, will make that commitment that if there is any way of me being found to be guilty of any part of that situation, I would absolutely immediately resign, and Mayor Pro Tem Roberts would take over the position.
Mr. Mayor, I think that's a class act comment.
All right, so with that, we have a motion and a second, and we can vote.
Is your motion, let me see if, may I question the motion? Is your motion that you're made mayor and that Mr. Roberts is made mayor pro tem? Is that which?
Yes, that's the motion.
That is the motion
Thank
that I
you. Then
presented.
I understand the motion. Thank you, Ms. City Clerk.
Oh, is it not pulling up? Okay, I will take the votes. Mr. Roberts, Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Mayor Bass.
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins.
No.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes.
Councilmember Horgan.
Yes, thank you.
That motion carries.
Great. All right, we are going to take a 5-minute recess to rearrange the seats, and we will be back at 10:20.
It's Keith dot Roberts
All right, great. So we are going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are moving on to our consent agenda. I'm going to look for any questions from council or anybody that would like to pull an item on the consent.
Item 11, please.
Item 11. All right, we're going to pull item number 11. Any other items that would like to be pulled off of the consent? Seeing none, we will go ahead and open this for public comment besides item number 11. Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment? Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yes, I'd like to comment on number 9 and number 11.
Number 11, you'll be able to come back because that was pulled.
Oh, okay.
So just do number 9.
Okay, so just number 9 then.
Yep.
Okay, which is the grant application to California Office of Traffic Safety for Special Enforcement of Traffic and Alcohol-Related Crimes. Yeah, in this, it states that grant funds will be used to carry out enforcement related to a host of traffic and criminal violations in our community, including but not limited to DUI enforcement, seatbelt violations, that's a criminal violation, motorcycle, bicycle, and pedestrian details. Also be used for in-state travel for related trainings and to purchase supplies and equipment. There's no mention here, which is a bigger problem than seatbelts, I believe, which is e-scooter and e-bike enforcement. Which is pretty much nil. You know, I've stated previously, you know, standing on the street and talking to, because they were ticketing my neighbor, and there was a code enforcement guy and community service officer standing about 12 feet apart, you know, and a couple. Father rides through on an e-scooter coming down the street and with a very young daughter on the front with him. The wife goes by, and then the son comes up, bringing up the rear, and he's like about 11 or 12 years old at most and stuff, and just rides between them, and they don't blink and nothing, you know, and that's it. I've watched for years and talked about it down here. You know, we have a lot of accidents, a lot of kids hurt. We don't even get the reports from, you know, from Barton anymore. You know, of reports of people and kids injured and stuff. So, you know, there is virtually no, and e-bikes are really becoming a more of a problem. We had the young gal killed there more recently and stuff, and that's not the end of it. You know, and a lot of other communities are dealing with it, banning them, kids riding them to school in Marin County and elsewhere in Southern California. And it also irks a lot of tourists, and that's what I see. And where, you know, they want to walk, they do want to walk somewhere, and next thing you know, here's the scooters, or 2 or 3 of them at a time, or e-bikes, you know, flying by them, brushing against them, and with kids even, you know. When I'm on my bike, I stop when I see kids, very young kids. Little kids are like squirrels, and especially on vacation. And, you know, you can't just go flying by them at 15 or 20 or 30 miles an hour. And miss them by a foot or two and stuff. So it really irks people and good people here. You know, go back to bicycle rentals. You know, that's what Lime was here originally, and League to Save Lake Tahoe brought them here, and they give money to League to Save Lake Tahoe. So let's have that.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, any other public comment? Mr. Pettigo.
Before the clock start running, I've got a point of order here. So I'm still confused by, is this is 3 minutes for every agenda item from number 2 all the way down to 10 now? Is that it?
No, what it is you'll get 3 minutes. If you want to speak on 2 items, you'll get a total of 6 minutes, but the max is 6 minutes. So if you want multiple items, you got to use 6 minutes to cover the multiple items. That's
so you guys aren't taking it point by point? You're not going by agenda item by agenda? It's just like throwing it into a big pool?
Only if an item is pulled. So when item 11 has been pulled, you will have another opportunity to give 3 minutes on that item that's pulled. But the total for public comment on the entire consent agenda is 6 minutes, if you would like to speak on 2 different items. Or
all right,
3.
I think I can make
it. It basically maxes at 6 minutes.
Well, I wanted to discuss the vehicle purchases and the law enforcement and the city. And if you're pulling 11, which is the Southwest Gas You're pulling that one, right?
Yeah, so
Then
you
I can
come
skip
back
that.
up. You'll come back up when that.
So I think I can get within, I think I can get in the parameters here, I think. As long as, but is it 3 minutes that I'm going to get the buzzer,
You'll
or
get
is it
6
6?
minutes.
Huh?
You'll get 6
Okay.
if you have 2 items.
Okay. Again, Larry Pettigo here. Fun fact, I'm a retired network engineer as well. As someone that has had 8 to a dozen Dear Larry letters sent to me regarding data loss, this is on the Xylo risk data sharing wildfire risk assessment thing. I get them from AT&T twice, Blue Shield, Change Healthcare, Citibank, RockU, Ticketmaster, United Health, and Yahoo, and others, and I've forgotten about a few others. Whenever I hear the word data sharing, I equate that to just another data breach. With the we're really sorry letter that comes afterwards a year or two later, it says, oh, we'll give you a free credit bureau report from Equifax. And then when you call Equifax, they basically say that they want a credit card on file and all the personal information again, so I hang up. So I'm just a little leery when I hear that data is going to be collected by Xylo Risk for wildfire risk assessment. I just don't want them knowing any more information about me. If there's any kind of surveys or anything like that, I want to be anonymous, okay? Purely anonymous, okay? I just get a bad feeling about this and also about the insurance companies that might try to raise our rates and premiums afterwards. Regarding the vehicle purchases, really quick, I'm not against the vehicle purchases that are on this list, but do we have to purchase the vehicles from Reno, Nevada and support Nevada? Can't we find somebody in the county or on our side of state line that's going to get the commission for the sale? I mean, it's $264,000. So it's just just me personally. I think the again, here's a winner and loser situation. The winner is going to be down in Nevada, and the losers are going to be somebody that potentially selling the vehicles in California or in our own county. Maybe we used to have 4 dealerships in town, or 5. The first car my first wife got was a Honda that was bought down here at the Honda dealership that's gone. Regarding the traffic crimes and law enforcement, I echo the previous gentleman's comments on the e-bikes. Those things are fast. They're faster than I can. I've got a 21 speed. They're faster than me. They outrun me. They pass me like I'm parked. And a lot of times on James Street over on Eloise and whatnot, they're just whizzing around like, it's kind of crazy stuff, especially when you got about Camp Rich. I also want to bring up the noise pollution from the street vibrations. When 50,000 motorcycles come to Reno for the street vibrations and then hundreds of them show up in town, not only are their bikes loud, and believe me, I grew up with motorcycles. My dad worked on motorcycles. We worked on cars. I'm familiar with the noise, but not 50,000 or thousands of these things coming down 89 and 50. I mean, you can't even think straight. And then they start blaring their music that you can't understand what the song is because the bikes are so loud. So it's just a bone of contention. I hope that there's something about noise abatement from these people because they seem to just take over. But there's another thing, though, that the real world is outside. This brings up top. The real world is outside this council office, right? And that world can inflict a lot of hardships on our town. I wasn't here when Frank Sinatra was kidnapped from Harris in '63. I wasn't here when Richard Chartrand was killed by a car bomb in Skyland in '68. I wasn't here when Donna Lass was taken and killed by the Zodiac Killer in 1970. I was here for the bombing at Harvey's in 1980. I was shocked, like many in town, about Herbert Coddington from Reno killing 2 elderly women, Maybelle Martin, and Dorothy Walsh. Then they raped 2 girls in 1987. I was upset to hear about Manpreet Singh, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, getting shot and killed while working at a gas station in 2013. And I'm sorry for the other heinous crimes in town that I've forgotten about.
Mr. Pettigo, only
Yes.
to stop you just because, please, if you could, just try to stay on the item.
Well, this is on this
Okay.
is regarding the law enforcement and stuff.
Okay, all right, this
is law enforcement in the city, right?
Okay, go
Okay,
right
these
ahead.
guys, our PD has had to, I'm just pointing out the things that the PD has had to deal with in the past. Okay, but now, and I'm glad that the Garridos who kidnapped J.C. Dugard are doing time in a state pen where they can't try to file a pardon with the White House like Epstein's sex leader, Ghislaine Maxwell, attempting to do so. What I'm saying here is that I like local enforcement to deal with locals because, we live, breathe, and die here in South Lake Tahoe, right? So, now the GMAX is filling out a attempted pardon, and she's getting a therapy puppy and special food and beverages while she's in Club Fed in Texas. To me, that's egregious. Okay, so I'm for the improvements for the local city force because dozens of the January 6 rioters got pardons too, and they're out on the loose, and they're doing sexual crimes, sexual assault, possessing child porn, and kidnapping, and that's like three or four dozen of those clowns. And the ex-president of Honduras, Juan Hernandez, was pardoned by Trump for selling 800,000 pounds of cocaine in the country, in our country. And he's back out on the streets probably looking for the coke and junk to sell, along with getting his AK-47s, machine guns, and grenade launchers back that were taken from Juan and his gang when they arrested. So I do hope that Bearcat vehicle that we're purchasing can withstand a grenade launch from Juan if he ever comes to our town, because he's free, he's on the loose. Okay, so that's just why I just want to make those points. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pedigo. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? Ms. Soderston.
Yes, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I'd like to talk on 3, 4, and 5. Again, these are funds going out of our city into the hands of county and state agencies. Every recent study and all of our empirical evidence has proven time and time again that these fuel reduction projects are not working. We are losing our home insurance because we cannot get defensible space work done. Our neighbors are not able to afford defensible space work. It's not happening. I don't have any problem with funds being done or given towards defensible space, but it's not. It's happening out on county properties. It's happening, on these big acreages. It's not protecting our community in any way. Until we have defensible space, none of this is going to be safe. So if we took these funds and shifted them into actually protecting our community-wide home hardening and infrastructure improvements, our water needs improvements, all of these things need to be done, and yet we constantly just siphon funds into these other agencies that are making a ton of money with huge salaries, and we're not getting anything effective done. We're not seeing our communities be protected. We're not any safer than we were before the Caldor fire. And if anything, we're less safe because they've dried out significant portions of our forest. We really need all of these funds to be dedicated to the community. These AI-based programs that are assessing risk, like Xylo, are using outdated and inaccurate data sets. They're not using the most current data. They are only prioritizing fuel reduction. They do not take into account anything like home hardening. It is just to perpetuate what is a huge industry at this point. And we really need Tahoe funds, our tax dollars, to be kept in our city limits. They need to be provided to community members that cannot get this work done on their own, or we're never going to have community-wide home and infrastructure hardening. We're never going to be protected from wildfire. We saw it in Los Angeles, we saw it in Lahaina, we saw it in Caldor, we saw it in Texas, we've seen it across the United States time and time again. And I'm not saying that there isn't thinning that needs to be done, but it needs to be done within that 5 feet of our homes first. And if we're not doing that 5 feet out from the buildings, we're not doing anything. And I don't know, stop giving our money away, please.
Thank you, Ms. Soderston. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Spiel.
Hello, my name is Nick Spiel. I'm here to comment on items number 7 and number 8 regarding the purchase of more gas-powered vehicles for our city staff. I think this is the 3rd or 4th time in just the past several months where we've purchased more gas-powered vehicles for one department or another. And I wanted to point out that our adopted climate action plan includes item EV2, adopt a sustainable fleet policy and strive to achieve electrification of 50% of municipal vehicles by the year 2025. It's now the year 2026. I don't believe we've hit that target, but it's not too late to try and work towards that. I do think that electric vehicles are available and useful for some of the routine driving around town that a lot of our city staff are doing in the corporate fleet. And so where possible, at least hybrid vehicles, or just buying one EV and one gas-powered car, but we're just buying pickup truck after pickup truck. And I do think that this is an opportunity to move towards these adopted goals. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Spiel. Anybody else in the room that would like to give? Yes, Mr. Messina.
Hello, John Messina speaking for himself. I wasn't aware that they were going to change our time limits on speaking on items on the agenda. I was offended that the county did that. I was very disappointed that our only county representative, Brooke Lane, actually supported gagging the people in Placerville at the county board meetings. I don't think 3 minutes for everything on the consent agenda is always going to be sufficient.
Just to clarify for you, Mr. Messina, you do get 6 minutes if you have two.
I'm going on, but we had a lot of discussion about the fire fuel reduction program. And I've multiple times said we need a program to assist seniors in reducing fuel issues around their homes. And I'm just bringing it up. I think we need to have something done on that. I am trying to work with the high school to get volunteers to help. But I think the city actually needs to make a concerted effort to help the seniors make their homes fire safe. And the other issue would be they're buying Chevy Silverados. I bought one a couple years ago. We were moving a 250-pound snowmobile with it when the front CVC joint exploded. They actually called it grenaded because it shot bearings all over the place. It was actually a hazardous failure. I don't like Chevys. I don't think we should be wasting our money on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
We have one hand raised. Mr. Miller.
Good morning. Alan Miller, Civil and Environmental Engineer. I sent in a 2-page comment letter yesterday on item 10. The item was to dedicate $58,000 towards preliminary planning on a bridge abutment for the bike bridge across the Upper Truckee River that the city owns to fix an abutment that is failing. And I don't think anybody read my comment letter, or this item wouldn't be on the consent agenda, or shouldn't be, and I would request that it be removed from the consent agenda, because I oppose approval because the reason that the abutment has failed or is failing has been going on for decades. I've been watching it. It's the result of Caltrans replacing the bridge across Highway 50, which totally eroded the downstream environment around the bridge. And it looks like the city has hired a new public works director, and I welcome him, Mr. Qureshi, or Dr. Qureshi, excuse me. And it looks like he's the right guy to conduct a full engineering investigation before any money's spent here. And that's what I have recommended, because the city's starting down a path that's just going to result in a lot of costs to the city taxpayers. And it's not the city's fault that the bridge is failing. There's plenty of evidence of that, and it needs to be investigated. And Caltrans needs to be brought into the picture here and made responsible for the damage they have caused. And they need to pay, at least in part, for the bridge abutment that is failing. It's not the city's problem. The city needs to make it Caltrans' problem. And I suggest that if they can't do it by agreement and cordially, that the city ought to sue, because it's ridiculous. Caltrans has just walked away from this. Their riprap that they placed for the bridge failed right after the project was built during the flood of '97. And it's been that way, damaged with boulders sitting in the channel ever since that time. My letter goes into a little bit of detail, but due to the time allowed for commenting, had to limit my comments. But like I said, it doesn't look like anybody bothered to read them anyway. And if you guys vote on this, I'm going to be a little bit upset. That's all I have to say.
Thank Mr. Miller, I can let you know, Mr. Miller, that the public comment at cityofslt.us did not get your public comment, nor was it sent to the city clerk's office. So if you would like, please forward me your public comment and I'll make sure to distribute it to council after the meeting and to make it part of the administrative record. No,
Okay, I apologize. I did not understand that. I didn't get a confirmation.
Okay, yeah, you can just send it to me after the meeting. There's no additional public comments.
Great. All right, so we'll go ahead and bring this back to council, and we can have discussion. I know there was quite a few different comments that folks may want to discuss, so I will open it up.
A quick process question. I clicked the issues in the past. I clicked the request to speak. Is it showing up for you? In the past, it hasn't, but I'm in a new seat now, so who knows?
You gotta make sure you're on the right item.
Consent agenda.
Okay, and you.
Active.
And it's not. showing
Item
up.
details.
I'm not
I
seeing it.
clicked the request to speak. Oh, now it's gone, so. Here, I'll click it
So-
again. Request to speak.
Our clickers aren't working.
I see Scott Robbins and Keith Roberts. Do you see us on the speakers? Sorry, I'll get to the actual comment in a
Sorry
minute
about
before
that.
we deal with the meta nonsense.
Oh, here we go. Now you should be able to, Mayor.
Okay.
Because this hasn't been working for a little while. It'd be nice. I just want to know if it's still not working.
I'm not seeing it.
All right. We'll circle back knowing that this is a non-working
If you
thing.
guys just put up your thumb, I
I just
will.
wanted to know if it was
Great,
working or not.
thank you.
Clicking and waiting. So I just wanted to follow up. I don't feel a need to pull the issue, but I want to split up my questions on the two vehicle purchases into two separate sets of questions because I think they're two different types of purchases. For the first one is the fire department vehicles. This is the second time this has come to our agenda, but I just want to clarify and verify with staff my understanding that this is not a purchase of, because we had this item of purchase of two fire department pickup trucks a few meetings ago. This is not more pickup trucks. This was the item that we approved last time. The purchase agreement fell apart because the vendor just stopped being responsive. So this is the same purchase request as last time. It's just that when we went to actually do the buying, they just stopped answering our calls or something. Can you clarify that?
It's my understanding.
Mr. Robbins, you have it backwards. The CSO trucks is exactly what you're
Oh,
describing.
I'm sorry, this is the CSO truck one, okay.
That's correct.
So we're not purchasing two more CSO trucks from a few meetings ago. This is the same CSO vehicles as the last time. There was a snafu with the purchase. That happens sometimes. It's just the process. This isn't new vehicle. This isn't more new vehicles.
You're correct.
All right, so let me circle back to this. Let me ask about the CSO vehicles then. Was there a consideration of making those vehicles electric or hybrid in the bidding process for those vehicles?
I'll jump in. First of all, we don't have any electric charging vehicle infrastructure currently where those CSO vehicles would need to be, deployed from. We are in the process of installing some electric vehicle charging infrastructure through the Wildan project that was approved. That includes infrastructure at D Street. We're looking at some at the police station. I imagine future build of a fire station will include some. There is some application that is worthy of electric vehicle charging infrastructure and usage for light duty vehicles in the city. And we're building that infrastructure as we speak.
Well, we have electric vehicles now for local municipal usage.
We
right?
have one. We have
Yeah.
a Tesla that is charged at the D Street.
And there's a reason we can't put in a basic, 240 volt charger that people put in their garage. Is there a reason we can't use a basic level charger like that for a CSO vehicle?
It
So
comes
it can
to
charge
site
overnight?
planning, additional cost regarding the trenching of the electric utility materials. And what we've done is take a holistic approach of it and build it into a consolidated project such as the Wildan project. So we're gaining better in energy economies of scale with our electrical engineering work that's being done. So that's why what's happening at D Street is happening simultaneously with the police department. Solar panels and some charging stations over there as well.
Where, just for clarification, where is it that the CSO vehicles park again? Where is it that they park that they would need a charger?
They meet at the police station and deploy from there for their duty and their shift from the police station off of Johnson. During the day, they sometimes do park in the parking garage.
Yeah. And there's a reason they can't be on a slow charger, is that they can't charge overnight, or they use 24/7 basically, or is there a reason they can't be on an overnight slow charger like a regular person does in their garage?
Again, it comes down to the site planning. There's not really any appropriate location where that's designed or built into right now.
Okay. All right. And then for the fire department vehicles, I wanted to ask because in my time on search and rescue, I've been with emergency vehicles, and it's been common that those vehicles, when they deploy to an event, the engines are running on idle for hours and hours to run radios, to run things like that. Is that this kind of usage, or what is this vehicle? What is the use case for the fire department vehicles? Is it that type of usage or something else?
In answer to your question, no, they don't typically run that way. The concern for us for not going with electric this time was there were several components. One, I don't have the infrastructure at any of the fire stations to manage that yet. However, the new station should have that. The more important component is the fact that these vehicles will be available for strike team use for our strike team leaders when they go out of county. Currently, there is no mechanism out when you're spiked out on camp to maintain those electric vehicles. So short of driving along with a Honda generator to then recharge your vehicle overnight, when they're out on a 2-week deployment, there's no built-in maintenance for that.
That's a frustrating situation for the emergency vehicles, but a little more understandable. I'm a little less amenable to the explanation for the CSO vehicle. That seems more like a failure of us to plan to put in a simple, even a basic charger in the parking lot. That seems like something we should have been able to do with this. For the CSO vehicles, for the emergency vehicles, I'm willing to give a fair bit more leeway for that. Okay. But the CSO vehicles are used internally. They're used here. I'm underwhelmed by the excuse there for not making those electric.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins.
I just wanted to comment on some of the comments that were made. I too have had concerns with what is voiced with e-bikes and the coexistence of vehicles, pedestrians, and e-bikes and the management of that. I'm very concerned with safety issues. It only takes one injury or one death to really, and we have to do everything we can. So I am concerned about that. I also agree that in the budget process, it would be appropriate to look at fuel reduction projects in neighborhoods to help seniors mitigate and harden their property from fire. I also agree that to the extent that we can feasibly, that we do local purchases of vehicles. If they're not available, I understand that. The state also has a cooperative purchasing program that we can avail ourselves to, but I agree that we need to take care of the folks home first if we can. And with Mr. Miller raised the issue of a Caltrans issue about the bridge safety and the need to get Caltrans to do their job and fix what they created, and I agree 100% on that, so I just wanted to say that. If there's any way that we can get them to do that part, and maybe they can fix the roads too, that would be kind of nice. Those are, I wanted to comment, and I appreciate the comments that were made. I thought very constructive in regarding these items.
I just want to echo Councilmember Robbins on the vehicles and just ask further why were hybrid vehicles not considered?
Our fleet department really likes the cohesiveness of all the same operating platforms as well for when they're doing all our maintenance. And we have a couple of Silverados already for CSOs and same for patrol. And so that's why A, they're Chevy, and B,
again, our facilities have said that we can't add a toaster to our electrical infrastructure at the PD, let alone any EV chargers. So we're kind of strapped on the infrastructure of our electrical capabilities prior to adding any sort of plug-in EV hybrid stuff.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I also want to echo Councilmember Jenkins on helping seniors become fire safe on their properties and fuel reductions. I think that's important that something like that exists. And being someone who walks on that bridge daily with my dog, I would love to see that bridge repaired. And I think that if there is something that we need to consider in terms of the Caltrans Route 50 bridge and how that's causing downstream damage, we should consider that seriously before we put in a repair.
Thank you. Ms. Horgan. Mr. Roberts? Nothing. Okay. Sure.
As part of,
yes.
As part of Councilmember Horgan's comments on the bridge, would it be appropriate to send a letter to the district director of Caltrans District 3 and say, we have a bridge here that we need your help to repair it, since maybe you say it in a little more diplomatic language, but that we have a bridge that needs repair. We're asking you to come to the table and put the money up to make the repairs, and maybe make it some formal action that we can take to further moving this on.
And I've got some comments to it as well. We may, if we go there, need to pull that item if we're going to get into substantial, but I also agree with that. So, and then I will make a couple comments on the vehicles. 100% agree with the emergency vehicles. The fire department obviously needs gas until that type of infrastructure is created, no doubt. I do have, the one thing about buying in Nevada, I guess I would ask a question. Is that just because when we're procuring them, they're coming in cheaper from Champion than they are from, let's say, Thompson's in Placerville?
Yeah, our procurement policy requires a go to formal bid. It goes out to like 35, 40 vendors, dealerships, and we're required to take the lowest bid. Right. Champion, over the course of time, tends to come in at the lowest bid. Therefore, we're required to go with that vendor.
Right, okay. And I guess we could look at a future item, looking at our procurement process and saying that it must be from the state of California. That would possibly be a resolution.
No, that's not something we are able to do. We do have a local purchasing ordinance already that does give I think a 5% preference to local bids, but that would be within the city of South Lake Tahoe, not in the state of California.
Understood.
And can I just add that I did recognize that with Champion, it wasn't only that they came underpriced, but they were able to produce the deliverables. And the other bids didn't have stock adequate to our request.
Great, good stuff. And then with as far as the CSO, I also agree with Mr. Spiel. We set these goals, we're past them. I would like us to be making progress in that direction. And so, looking at the CSO vehicles, we just put charging infrastructure into the garage at, our parking garage at the gondola. And I'm wondering, I'm trying to remember that contract. Can we use that for our own vehicles overnight? So if we had, let's say, these two CSOs that we're moving into electric that they charge and park at the garage, that's where they're stored at night. And I'm thinking about our I think we have two parking ambassador trucks. So I don't know if maybe the parking ambassadors take on these new EVs and those trucks move into CSOs. Just a thought.
Was planning on getting 2 more parking ambassador vehicles next fiscal year, and I can for sure look at good EV options for that, because that would be most appropriate, would be the parking ambassadors, because they operate out of the garage and there's that charging infrastructure there. CSOs, it's a little more difficult because they're a whole lot more mobile. They'll get stuck on traffic collisions. They'll be up at Heavenly area during the winter and the cold, and so there's a lot more dynamic that goes into electrification for the CSOs. Then it's more simple and feasible for parking ambassadors.
Makes sense for sure. Okay. Yeah. I know you need these vehicles too, so I don't want to try to have to go back out for procurement and all that. That would take quite a while. Where would you? I would just ask your opinion. If we decided to do that, would that slow things down for you? Where would that put you guys?
Yeah, that'd probably kind of put us in a damper because we're fully staffed in CSOs right now with the additional that you authorized for the VHR enforcement. So we have 8 CSOs and 2 supervisors with not vehicles for them to drive.
All right, well, thank you. And so if there aren't any other questions, I think we've pretty much covered that. I will go ahead and look for a motion on everything besides item number 11.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Great, we got a motion and a second, and we can
I'm going to
vote.
vote no specifically on item
Well,
8. So
okay.
well, it needs to be recorded that I'm not voting yes on the whole item.
Sure, I know, but sure, go ahead. I just said, I was going to say you could say it when you vote no, but.
I'm saying it
All
as
right, you're
before
saying
we're
it
about to
before.
vote.
All right.
So I vote no. I vote yes on everything on the consent with the exception of item 8, and I'm just making sure that is the community service vehicle one, correct?
Okay. Great.
Thank you. So please record a no vote on that and a yes vote on everything else.
All right, so I think we're still doing roll call because, are you gonna?
If your buttons are working, I see that 2
Mine-
people are
mine aren't.
able to vote.
Mine aren't.
You know what I noticed? If you go out and then rejoin the meeting, I think
Oh,
when we
maybe it
had our
something to do with me restarting.
disruption.
But
yeah.
for right now, let me just go ahead and Mayor Bass
Yes.
and Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Then that unanimously carries with the exception of
Item 8.
Councilmember Robbins voting no on number 8.
Great. All right, so we are going to now move into item number 11. This is the reimbursement agreement with Southwest Gas, and this will be Mr. Stephen Anderjack. If there's questions, Councilmember Jenkins, you pulled this item, so I'll go ahead and
Yes.
start with you.
Yeah, I did meet with the city manager, city attorney, and the assistant city manager. We had a conversation about this. I want to emphasize something that, and regarding this. When money is collected for a specific purpose, that is, there's undergrounding in a neighborhood, this council has heard concerns that that money, rather than going to the repaving of that undergrounding system, it is going into a general pool that goes elsewhere. And I understand that there, I'm told that there's sometimes reasons for that. But I just wanted to make the point, and maybe you can help clarify as I had done at the meeting, that to the extent possible, that money collected to repair in neighborhoods, that those neighborhoods get the repair made, not into some general fund that goes somewhere else. Is that possible?
So the department does consider using funds from the utilities in the areas where they did the work. However, it is not an efficient practice to only use those funds in the area where the work was done, since the area may not be the area of highest priority or need. We select these areas to pave based on need in conjunction with future utility work so as to minimize tearing up newly replaced pavement. We also prioritize having continuous pavement segments because we benefit from economies of scale and are able to be more cost effective. Oftentimes, the utility projects are not contiguous. In addition, utility companies pay only $5 a square foot in lieu of paving a 2-inch overlay on the existing roadways. Unfortunately, most of our roadways require more than a 2-inch overlay in order to correctly rebuild the roadway and ensure pavement failures do not reappear quickly. Our typical paving section includes the installation of an aggregate-based subgrade that will support vehicular loading required. This approach prolongs the life of our pavement. However, the city pays $12.82 a square foot for the full-depth reconstruction. Due to this, if the city repaved the areas where utilities trenched, the city would be subsidizing the paving of these areas by approximately $7.82 per square foot. We do not have the annual budget to subsidize all of the utility projects on an annual basis, and we would also not be able to fund our annual road rehab project, which is where the city's priority roadway segments are repaved.
Do you think that the pavement reimbursement that we charge utilities for chopping up our streets is adequate? What I hear you saying is that it is not, and maybe we ought to take a look at what we charge utilities to butcher our streets, and that's a strong term, isn't it? To improve their utilities in our streets, I think that was part of the conversation we had with the city manager. But to the extent possible, we have people coming up and saying they're cutting up our streets or leaving them a mess, And I think, are there not techniques, do we have to rebuild every street in some cities, what they do is if the cut is too serious, the utility has to pave half street. We don't have that requirement, but maybe that's something that the department, Dr. Q and y'all can look at as a remedy to leaving neighborhoods with cuts that aren't repaired. That was just, is that fair?
So the utilities are required to restore the roads that they trench per our standards. We have a trench repair standard, and we also have a 2-inch overlay standard. If the utility trenches over 250 feet on one road segment, they are required the 2-inch overlay, which I mentioned. However, our roads, a lot of our roads, when they were originally constructed, were not constructed with an aggregate base section. A lot of times we have one layer of asphalt on the soil. So a 2-inch overlay is not a sufficient restoration for these because the roads were not constructed correctly originally. If the roads were constructed with a full pavement section when they were originally built, then a 2-inch overlay would be practical. But because we have so many roads that were not constructed correctly, it's not always practical to do that.
If I may, it's kind of this is leading into another conversation related. When we don't patch cracks in the street, when we don't repair holes in the street, irrespective of the base, is it not true that the base then becomes deteriorated, which means then we have to go to a full reconstruction, which is extremely costly. And maybe we could look at, and there's through the Public Works Association of America, whatever it's called, I'm trying to remember what it's called, they have remedies that they suggest in snow environments to prolong the life, even if street doesn't have the adequate base. And I'm sure the good doctor knows about those. And but if there's a way to preserve the life of the street by filling the cracks that exist everywhere, maybe that's something that the department, our fine people could look into as a remedy on the shorter term to prolong the life of a street structure. Is that fair?
So crack sealing is an important preventative maintenance measure that our streets maintenance division does perform on an annual basis. However, the roadway segments that I mentioned that do not have an aggregate base subgrade, there is no aggregate base to protect. So they need to be rebuilt correctly. And then in the future, we can maintain them with this crack sealing. We do crack seal on the roads that don't have an aggregate base, but we need the aggregate base there to protect.
With respect, because I have a high regard for the Public Works Department, there's a lot of streets with cracks that need to be sealed. And before winter, before the snow gets in and it ices and it degrades the base, that's just an opinion. But I trust that that'll be something that the department will look at.
Mayor, if I may, really quick, just want to thank Mr. Anderjack for his work that he provides to our street rehab programs and maintenance. One thing that we have talked about as we've onboarded Dr. Q is the need to really reevaluate the public infrastructure and engineering standards, our PIs, not the ones you eat, but the ones you ask utility providers to comply with. So that should be a top priority, I think, for Public Works in the forthcoming year and some time. But collaboration with the utility providers on that to make sure we get full compliance and the continued partnership to collaborate on timing for underground infrastructure as well as surface repaving. So, thank you.
Great. All right, any questions? Yes.
What is the perimeter what is the perimeter for city requirements of legal requirements for the city for reimbursement for pavement? What sets the rate for pavement reimbursement to, in this case, $5 per square foot or some other number?
This is negotiated with the utilities. So in other
So is there
words, they are voluntarily entering into these agreements instead of being required to comply with our PI standards, which would leave the road patched but not fully repaved.
And how much per square foot is the cost of them not agreeing to this?
They would just be required to repave per pies, which would be an additional cost to them.
Of how many dollars per square foot?
It depends on the contractor they hire, their contract. There's a lot of variables with that.
So how do we know that $5 a square foot is a good deal if we don't know how many dollars per square foot it would cost them? In other words, if it would cost them just throwing a number out there arbitrarily, if it would cost them $20 a square foot to do it themselves, then this deal is an awfully good subsidy for them. If it would cost us $7, you were saying it was $7 a square foot. What was the number again? Or 12?
So they pay, the agreement is typically $5 a square foot that we are reimbursed for 2 inches of asphalt.
Yeah.
We are paying $12.82 for 4 inches of asphalt with 8 inches of aggregate base. So our section is much thicker than what they are paying for.
But then, so if they're just doing a repair, they're doing a repair to the 2-inch overlay requirement?
Correct. Whereas sometimes there's roadway segments where we don't even have 2 inches of asphalt.
And that 2 inches, you said, costs how many to us to do? If we were to just do 2 inches,
we
which I'm
can
saying
do
we
that
wouldn't
for $5 a square foot, which is why that's what the price is.
I see. So the price is set because that's the cost it would cost us to do the de minimis that they would be required if they didn't do a reimbursement.
Correct.
That's what I'm driving
But
at.
then we put the money in the pool and it doesn't necessarily go there.
All right. Are
Well,
there
it goes
any-
to whatever streets we want
Any
it
other
to go to.
questions from council on this item? All right. Thank
Mr.
you,
Mayor, if I
Anderjack.
may interject a little
Yes,
bit.
absolutely. Mr. Q.
I think I want to point out one thing. I understand the point of view of reserving money for a specific area based on where the utility work was done. There's a challenge with that approach for us as a city. The challenge is that you're going to have small pots of money sitting around that can't do anything for a long period of time because there's nothing to build them up. What we have done, and it is a choice that we've made, is to use those funds on an annual basis to help where it's most needed. What that means is that even though we may be getting this in terms of this specific agreement, recall that they've had an agreement with us for 5 years. So every year we've been getting money from them for work they do throughout the city. What that allows us to do is to focus on neighborhoods one at a time to try and improve those specific neighborhoods. You will hear later in the afternoon about Johnson Boulevard and Eloise, and we'll have that discussion a little bit more. But keep in mind that by allowing the use of this money for what we need, we are able to do that. The other thing that we as a department are specifically doing is we are rotating throughout the city on those neighborhoods that have the highest need. So while I understand the perspective, I would humbly argue that from a effectiveness point of view and an efficiency point of view, utilizing those funds where they're most needed helps the city overall to improve our pavement throughout. Yes, I agree that a neighborhood that has trenching forecast for any time in the next couple of years will have to wait until that work is done, and we'll come back and choose that neighborhood later. But by that time, somebody else's contributions will be available to help them as well. And so it is what we are doing to use that money as effectively as we can, rather than have it sit and wait for an opportunity.
What I think I hear you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that really to do maintenance on a more comprehensive maintenance, not reconstruction, maintenance, that we need more money in the budget for maintenance purposes. And maybe we need more personnel, and maybe we need more money allocated, although we're doing more, but there's more to be done. And that's something as a budget issue that we might want to look at during the budget.
Yes, and I would also caution perspective on that, which is that there is nowhere in the state of California that has enough money to fix all their pavement the way they want. No one has that kind of money.
Yeah, but some do.
Malibu does.
You know, and so we all do the best we can with what we have available to us, and try to be as strategic in our use of those funds.
I believe that, and I am very proud of the Public Works Department and the staff and snow removal. I'm just saying sometimes I think you might need more resources, that's all.
We would not disagree with you on that statement, sir.
Great, thank you. Any other questions on this item? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Anderjack. We're going to go ahead and open up public comment on item number 11. Anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment? Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yes, Mr. Jenkins, a point I was going to raise. Basically, because in my neighborhood, there, Park Avenue, right off of Highway 50 there by Tahoe Tom's, they did work, a couple years ago now. a year or two ago, and they do a real nice job. You know, that Arizona Pipeline, they're pavers, we should hire them. You know, they do an excellent job. Seams are tight and still holding up. So, I mean, I would almost rather than take the $5 a square foot, let them do the paving, you know, and say, sure, because it is in really bad shape, and you're probably 10 years off at least from doing the complete streets there on Park Avenue when it should have been done 30 years ago. You know, and it's a whole nother story. We should be getting money from the TBID for that to help and contribute. But yeah, especially, you know, what priorities are, that is your tourist core, and to use the monies, and Mr. Koresh's, you know, statements is correct in that, you know, you can't have just this small pots of money sitting around all over town doing nothing, waiting for $2 million to drop into it to do a street and a block. But a matter of priorities. Going up Heavenly Village Way there, what used to be Park Avenue, going up there, when they put that in, paved that in during redevelopment, it ended up 2 years later, it was all alligator cracks, 5-6 inches cracks, 40, 50-foot sections, just all separated. And it wasn't even fat. So look at also the work done by the contractors and also our asphalt plant. Get it together. And, you know, I suggested even using and trying an experimental thing with ash, with volcanic ash that they use in Arizona and stuff, because of conditions of hot days, cold nights, and then winters and plowing and all that, to where it reduces expansion and contraction. And so you obviously have a problem with that here. So it's just getting your materials preparation straight and also priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else here? Yes, Mr. Pedigo.
Yeah, just to kind of wrap this up, it sounds like, okay, so we got two problems. The degrading streets, the highways, and then also, I'll just pick on Highway 89 heading out towards Camp Rich. It seems like somebody came out this past summer and they bored some holes, they dug some square holes, and they tore them up, then they filled them in. And then they came back and they tore them up again. So, and I don't know what the status is on, but you know, it's like, why are they doing the surgery twice on the same holes that are like every 50 yards or 100 yards along 89, you know, to try to tear up the roads? But we all know what causes the damage to our roads to begin with. And that's, you know, the semis that come over the summit, they're chained up, they're carrying heavy loads, they're tearing up the asphalt. We've got people from out of town that are coming, they're chaining up, they're tearing up the asphalt. And no offense to the people that drive the big blue trucks with the plows and stuff. I love those guys. We cheer them on when they show up in our neighborhood, you know, hey, yeah, right on. But it's a heavy piece of equipment with chains, and when they're pushing that load, you can see that it's slipping, and it's already, and so it's cutting into the asphalt right there, just in our neighborhoods. And then, like Mr. Jenkins said, the next thing you know, you got cracks at the corners and everything else. So it sounds like this is like welcome to mountain living is one of them. But the other thing is the money element. And I brought this up before at a previous meeting, is that we've got those parking meters sitting in a warehouse someplace that were abandoned because we got conned into pulling our parking meters away while Nevada filled up with parking meters, and Heavenly's got parking. I've been up to Heavenly now 3 times. You can see the damage that's going up towards Heavenly on the roads there too. Why don't we just say, hey, we're going to put those parking meters back into place, and that money, all that money, every dime that comes through those meters goes directly to street improvement, all of it. Just say, okay, folks, this is the way it's going to be. And if they want to park down on Ski Run and then get a shuttle and take it up to Heavenly's parking lot, so be it. You know, I don't know. It just seems like there's the money element that we need some more revenue, and then also just some common sense. I mean, you know, we're up here and people are chaining up and it's just tearing up our roads. I mean, it's everywhere in the mountains. But I don't know what they do in Switzerland. I've never been to Europe and stuff like that and been on the Autobahns, but I would hope that maybe they've got solutions. Who knows? Anyway, my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Pedigo. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give comment on item 11? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
There are no public commenters on Zoom, Mayor.
All right, bringing it back, looking for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve item 11, which is a reimbursement agreement with Southwest Gas.
And I'll second.
Great, all right, we have a motion and a second, and we can vote. And still no voting here, Ms. Blankenship, so if you can roll call us.
And Councilmember Jenkins, how do you vote?
Yes, please.
And Mayor Bass.
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. And before we move on off of the consent agenda, and this might get a little strange, we did talk about 10, and I kind of forgot about that. Ms. Stroud, even though we passed that, is there a way that we could bring 10?
If you want to direct staff to do something different, I'd suggest at the end of the meeting, bring it up to have staff bring it back later.
Yeah, because it was I did want to talk about that, and it's my apologies, I forgot, but I think we can talk about bringing back at the end of the meeting, as Ms. Stroud recommended, if that's okay with everybody? Because I do want to see Caltrans, and I'm curious if Mr. Q thinks that looking into this further to decide if we want to go to a consultant, I think that's a good idea. So I don't know, is that better? Knowing that that's where we're coming from, do you think we should bring it back and pull it, or?
I'd have to defer to Dr. Q, but I would suspect we probably need the design agreement to get started anyway, because we have almost an emergency situation with the bridge getting undermined, and then he probably would need to look into whether he agrees with the allegations about Caltrans.
What Heather said. We do need to move forward and be prepared to fix that when the waters recede and allow us to do that later in the year. So this is, again, just for us to study a solution to the problem.
Great.
So I would suggest that you allow us to move forward, and we will take into consideration the comments about Caltrans and try to determine if that can actually be pinned on them, if I can put it that way, before we try to do more. But at the moment, if we don't do something to replace or repair that bridge, the risk we run is having to shut it down due to safety concerns, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
Great, thank you, Dr. Q. Mr. Jenkins.
Yeah, it just seems to me that if you see that there's an urgent situation, that I would expect, as part of the authority given to the city manager and his staff, that be addressed. As far as communication with Caltrans, it seems that administratively that's a function. They don't need direction from us. If Caltrans is found to be helpful in this or responsible for this, that the appropriate letter go from the city manager or public works director to Caltrans saying, we need your help, and if they don't, then they can bring it back to us.
Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I agree, but the staff report pointed out that it seems to be pretty urgent, that maybe the next runoff this spring is enough to close it down. And so I think we should proceed with getting it repaired, but also at the same time pursue, Caltrans doing their repairs on the bridge as well.
Question on that.
Mr. Roberts, sure, Mr. Robbins.
With what periodicity do we monitor the foundations of that bridge?
I have to let Steve answer that one. 2 weeks on the job.
Fair enough.
Doesn't give me the answer to that.
I want to know how many times you've been to that bridge in the last 2 weeks. I'm looking at you.
So the question was, how often do we monitor the foundations of the bridge?
With what frequency, yes.
With what frequency? So we were notified, I don't remember the month, it was late summer, maybe early fall. The CTC notified us that the Upper Truckee River riverbank was scouring towards the bridge piers foundation on the western side. When we received that notification, we started an investigation to see how to stop the scouring of the Upper Truckee River.
When did you
in that location?
So the first time you were made aware of this issue for this bridge was this past summer? Is that your testimony?
Yeah, I don't want to give you a specific month, but it was late summer, early fall.
Okay. Why does the staff report say that the scouring of the riverbank has been ongoing since 2019 if the first time we heard about it was this summer, approximately this summer?
Only reason I'm going to stop you, Mr. Robbins, we haven't pulled this item, and we've agreed that we're not going to. We're going to we've passed the consent agenda, so if we pulled the item, we could go into the staff report and stuff, but we haven't. And so unless we've already passed it, and so I just want to move on from it. I don't think we need, because again, if we had pulled it and we were deliberating on whether we were going to vote on it, that'd be one thing, but we voted on it, it's passed, it's pretty much. But if we want to bring things back, as Ms. Stroud said, at the end of the meeting, we could have, if you want to bring something back. But I'm gonna stop it at that. We're going to move on to a regular unfinished business. Before we do, if we can take a little 2-minute technical break to see if we can get these computers working. Great. 5 minutes. All right, so, great, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are moving on to regular unfinished business. Oh, excuse me. And Mr. Robbins, we are going to call this meeting back to order. Moving on to item number 12, amended and restated purchase and sale agreement with NDC Lake Tahoe LP for affordable housing project at 3900 and 3908 Lake Tahoe Boulevard. And this will be Mrs. Jessica Wackenhut. Excuse me.
O'Malley. Yes, we're talking to O'Malley.
Excuse me.
That's okay. Good morning, Jessica Wackenhut, Lomeli, Housing Manager with the City for the Record. Today I'll be presenting on the amended and restated purchase and sale agreement with NDC Lake Tahoe LP for the affordable housing project at 3900 and 3908 Lake Tahoe Boulevard. On June 3rd, 2022, the South Lake Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency released a low and moderate income housing notice of availability, or NOA. This was to sell or lease the surplus property located at this address. 3 offers were submitted, and the proposal submitted by Novin Development and SMR Development was determined to be the most consistent with the criteria outlined in the NOA. On November 7th, 2023, the successor agency, City and Novin Development Corporation, the predecessor of NDC Lake Tahoe LP, entered into an agreement for the purchase and sale and initial escrow instructions for the property that included the project details, financing details, and development timelines. The successor agency sold the property to the city, and the city will in turn be selling the property to NDC Lake Tahoe LP. This item was originally to consider 2 options. However, based on the information that we received yesterday afternoon from the developer, they are in an evolving discussion, sorry, tongue twister, about potential funding with HCD. Because of this new information, the developer is requesting option 2 to allow a time extension to continue negotiations with HCD. There is no additional risk or obligation to the city with this option. The item will be brought to council at a future date once additional information is available pending these negotiations. I'm happy to answer any questions, and representatives from NDC Lake Tahoe LP are also on the line to answer any of the questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Ms. Lomeli. Council, are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
What, I now understand this is an excellent project. Is there anything that we can do as a city to assist the developer with assist in a positive way, the developer with their conversations with HCD in your view?
Thank you, council member, for the question. I think at this time it's between the developer and HCD and some of their program directors.
Okay. Great. Any other, yes, Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that, my biggest concern here that I want to make sure we're clear on is that we don't potentially wind up with another hole in the ground if funding dries up mid-project, since what's happening in this first phase and this first funded section of construction is not the complete building. I've reviewed the materials and the illustration. The illustration seems fine. The illustration is not referenced anywhere in the contract materials. It's just an addition. So I want to make sure that and I want to clarify that the contract here, and I believe it's in, was it section E, I think, that we are only doing grading and other above-ground work, but we're not doing excavation on this parcel. Is that correct?
I'm going to interject really quick. So based on the conversation that we had yesterday with the developer, we're not going to be pursuing the phased approach right now. So we're just
that's news.
suggesting
Okay.
extending the purchase and sale agreement for additional year because it's ending, and those are the negotiations that are currently happening with HCD. So since the staff report and all the documents were published, there's been a change as of yesterday afternoon.
So I'm sorry, so I need to get clear on this then. So we're extending the sale, but wasn't there a grant that they needed to expend before a certain deadline, and that's why we were doing this initial grading construction phase before doing anything else? What has changed with regards to that grant? Good question.
Yes, that's correct. So it's part of the negotiation with HCD. The city is not part of that grant that the developer received for this particular project, so I can't speak further to that.
They're on the line. Can they speak to that?
Yeah, I believe that Amon is on the line, or someone from NDC, if you can see him, Sue.
If they could just raise their hand so I can, okay, there we go.
Okay, great.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Novin. Oh, we cannot hear you. Could you turn up your mic?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Oh, wonderful. Good afternoon, Mayor Bass and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address. It's an ongoing discussion with HCD about the timing and availability of funding. And, we want to make sure, like the concern that you brought up about not starting the grading before having other funding committed. And so we're continuing to talk with HCD about those schedules. There's new funding available through the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Act. And we're taking a closer look at that funding as a potential alternative that would give us both more money and more time, and includes like transit improvements, sidewalk improvements. And so that's part of the reason why we're shifting and just focusing on more time so we can have those prudent conversations and analysis with HCD.
Could I, thank you for your, Mr. Mayor. In a year, there will be a new administration in Sacramento of some kind. What I'm concerned about is that somehow this project could get lost if it takes a year to get it worked out with HCD, which is why it seems like that we could be advocates in a positive way to help move this project forward. If there is an appropriate time for us to do so, and that is my, I guess, put a question mark. Does that sound reasonable to you?
We always welcome city support letters. I think we do a lot of work with HCD, and we want to also just be mindful of the best funding approach for each project. There are multiple programs, each have different timelines. And so I think that's just part of the due diligence that we're doing as affordable housing developers. But yeah, we always welcome city support. This is a partnership, and a support letter is something that we would appreciate.
Great. Any other questions, Ms. Horgan? No? All right. And no other questions? When we come back for discussion?
I just had a follow-up question, but I'll go after anyone else first.
If it's questions, you can go ahead. If not,
So I just wasn't clear. So you're continuing to, sorry, I'm speaking out to like the voice from the ceiling here. I'm having a little existential moment. The motion before us then, though, is still to approve this agreement that's in the packet, which authorizes grading work and above-ground work, but you were saying that the plan is now not to do the grading above-ground work, or is there a different contract motion somewhere else that we're going to approve? So I want to clarify, like, what is it that we're voting on? Because if the circumstances have changed, is this contract OBE? Please clarify what we're doing, what we're being asked, what staff is requesting of us.
Yeah, so if you look at the two motions that are
It's option
provided, the
two.
first is all the different pieces around the phased approach and amendments made to the purchase and sale agreement and a few of the other documents. There is a second option in there to only extend the purchase and sale agreement for additional year because that is expiring. And so that's what we're suggesting today is that second option to extend the purchase and sale
So the
agreement for
developers,
another year.
and so the developers themselves, the voice from the ceiling, as it were, is requesting option two as well, due to a change of circumstances in their grant negotiations with the state. Am I summarizing that accurately?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Well, let's come back for
I'll come back
discussion.
for comments then, but I just wanted to make sure that we're all on board with the,
Great.
with what we're being asked to do then.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lomeli. We're going to go ahead and take this item to public comment. Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on item 12? Yes, Mr. Perini is, beat you to it, Mr. Mosier.
Hi, Lou Perini, South Lake Tahoe. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city manager, city attorney, I forgot about you, city clerk, and Mr. Thomas. I've talked to Mr. Thomas about this agenda item yesterday, and he sent me very prompt in responding to some questions I had. I've talked to Jessica a little bit. Where's she at? There she is. Anyway, she played soccer with my daughter, so I've known her for 25 years. Maybe not that long. But anyway, I have a lot of issues with this project, and too many to go into at this point. So at this point, I'll just like to give you some historical perspective on what the city has done previously when they get involved in projects like this. And as you know, I was in business on the highway here for over 40 years. And I was involved in an eminent domain proceeding the city filed against me in 1989 at the corner of Ski Run and Highway 50. And at that time, we had a developer, Richard Hodge, came to the city with these grand plans. The city said, okay, let's go. So the city went out, and I'm condensing a lot of this, but went out and condemned and took possession of enough land to complete the project. And it was about $19 million and affected 43 businesses. Well, subsequent to them gaining fee title to the land, they transferred the fee title to Richard Hodge for this development. Private development now, and we're not talking about sort of apples and oranges here, but what does he do with his fee title now land? He goes out and encumbers it for $16.5 million and then promptly files bankruptcy. So we have a hole in the ground at Ski Run and Highway 50 for the next 7 years. We're out 19 million. The guy walks with 16.5, and the city's left holding the bag. And I see a lot of the same things, you know, that could happen to this project. If you look at Glassdoor, which is a website, or you Google this company, they don't have a lot of favorable comments about themselves. All you got to do is Google it or go to Glassdoor. I'm not sure on the time here, but go to Glassdoor and they'll give you an opinion of their feedback of what the performance of this company has been. It's not the greatest by any means. The St. Joseph's Land Trust is a reputable company, and I would look again at maybe getting them as being the developer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jenkins, if you'd like to make a brief statement.
Is there some way, based, if in fact, and I have a lot of regard for and respect for Mr. Perini, if the concerns that he has, is there some way in our agreements with them to protect the city from practices that we wouldn't want to see? Can the agreements, maybe the agreement does that, but is that a fair question?
The current purchase and sale agreement, which the city entered into in 2023 with the successor agency and Novin Development Corporation, gives them a deadline to get all the funding put together for the project and to close on purchasing the property. So they would have to have all the funding before closing as the agreement currently stands, and that's why they've asked for the extension for 1 year, and under that current agreement, we are also authorized to do another 1 year extension after that if needed. So that's not considering the amendments. Right.
Great. All right. Not because it goes against our protocol. Sorry, Mr. Perini. Anybody else in the room? Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, this is on August 23rd, 2022, City Council meeting. They approved a letter of intent with Novin and SMR Development. So here we are 3.5 years later, there's no shovel in the ground. And I was at that meeting, and St. Joseph Land Trust, they had, renditions of project they wanted to do. I think it was 14 units or something. Separate units, and they've vast experience working here and building here and getting things done. But if I remember correctly, at the time, it was awarded to Novin and SMR because they were ready to roll with the project more. St. Joseph's Land Trust, how to apply for grants and things too, and whatever, but they've managed to get things done and a little bit more on time. So ready to roll is, here we are 3.5 years later and no shovel in the ground. We're looking at a year or two down the road here and possibly not getting a shovel in the ground yet. So, I would look at, seriously look at reconsidering this. The project I'm not that crazy about. First of all, I wouldn't want to be living there. It's one of the worst spots in town to have to live. You're right at the corner. You have one side of you have Highway 50, and then Pioneer Trail on the other. And you have 7-Eleven right behind you. It's on an energy level. It's not the most conducive place to live and to work from to begin with, but that's what you have to work with. But so I would try and make it as nice as possible, a living space, and what the Land Trust, St. Joseph Land Trust proposed, I thought was excellent for the area. But anyway, if the million, I believe Heather Mistraud said that if this is going to be, if you're going to vote to approve for the $1 million for the sale, for them to buy it from the city, that's held basically in escrow and not until the funding is all in place, and then you can actually close, and the $1 million is taken from the city and given to them to pay the city for the land. So if that's the process, okay, but I would look at even reconsidering the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else in the room? Yes, Amelia comes forward. Ms. Richmond.
Good morning, Council. I just wanted to commend staff for all of their work on this project, for choosing a reputable developer that has a lot of experience in this space, and for persevering during challenging funding conditions. As the staff report, I think, well notes, this is a particularly competitive time for funding in the affordable housing space, and to allow for the extra time to help this project to come to fruition responsibly, I think is in the community's best benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richmond. Anybody else? Yes, Ms. Sauterson.
So I mean, I don't know what to say about this stuff anymore. It's like we've done this before multiple times. We don't have groundbreaking ready. Like it's not there. And the location, I get what you mean, that it is supposed to be great for the people that work in our casino corridor and stuff, but there is no way that traffic flow is going to work through there. There's no way that it's going to pencil out to be actually affordable for our service workers. We have so many degraded lots already that have been developed, that are sitting there, that need to be torn down, that these rights have already been, they're already there. And we really need housing, and we really have to think outside the box to do that. And when we keep spending money and we keep penciling out these projects, when we keep giving money, like, they're going to purchase this land, but how much is this going to cost the city to get it done in the long run? Because we know these agencies are not going to do well. They are development agencies. They are not actually providing housing for people. They are making money. They are profiting. It is just another corporation. And the city really has to consider that we need to just provide safe shelter for our community members. And we're not doing that. We condemned 2 apartment buildings, and this is our solution, is to continuously develop. We know that in this economy, these projects are never going to pencil out to be affordable for people. They're just not. They're not. And we really have to do better, and we really have to prioritize our money going to where they're most needed. That middle income is not where we're suffering most. It's not. It is our lowest income people, and we have not provided a single unit of housing for those lowest income people. We just haven't.
Thank you, Ms. Otterson. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Deepak Sharma. So, I just had a couple of questions. I don't know if the council can answer it or it can come from the developer. Just wanted to know how much actual money has been spent so far, real money, not subsidized by city, the true market value of the land, and the true market cost to bring the project to this stage. And second, how much funding is the developer looking to actually build it? Okay, and then whether the state subsidizes it or the city subsidizes it, it's a different thing, but the actual cost, funding needed to build it. Thank you.
Any other public comments in the room? Seeing no, oh, yes, Mr. Gonzalez.
I asked for 30 seconds off the record last time, one time. I took 5. I have 3 seconds. Los Angeles County comparative evidence. You're welcome.
Mr. Gonzalez. Any other public comment? And seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to Zoom.
Now we see one hand raised. Mr. Miller.
Hi, Alan Miller, civil and environmental engineer. I commented extensively on this project and filed a formal appeal with the city last May over the project because of the city's illegal approval of a TRPA permit under an illegal MOU that breaks all kinds of laws. And I spoke to this council about that, and nonetheless, City Council joined right in and illegally denied my appeal before the City Council. They failed to follow their own ethics policy, and everybody's just gung-ho on approving this stupid-ass project, which is like the worst location in the whole damn town. And I've already indicated my intent to litigate over this whole damn thing because it's so ridiculous. So if one spade of dirt ever gets turned, I'll be poking my head up, and maybe before that, because this is just ridiculous. Bunch of lawbreakers that can't follow the law, don't follow the law, don't care, wasting city money, wasting efforts that are better spent on other things. This is not going to provide any low-income housing, as Ms. Soderstein said. It's the worst location. It's an evacuation nightmare for the whole damn city, as well as Douglas County. And the city council just pretends like it can do whatever the hell it wants, regardless of the law. And so I'm here to stand up and say that isn't going to fly. You keep trying it, it's going to jump up and bite you. And this is one damn project that's going to be followed up on because it's a piece of crap. The legal approvals right on down the line, TRPA and their MOU, you're just so thick in it. It's disgusting to me. Bunch of lawbreakers. Get with it and follow the law.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Don't approve this damn project and don't approve this funding. Boondoggle.
Are you done, Mr. Miller?
I am done.
All right, thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. We will go ahead and bring this item back to public, or to the council for any deliberation, comments, or a motion.
Question.
Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
I actually agree that an appeal to the city council should have been allowed, but I'm not speaking as the lawyer. I'm just saying that has been my opinion. I voiced the opinion before. There's for other reasons it was not, so just for the record. And I want to be sure, as I understood this deal, is we're giving them $1 million, but they're giving it back. As I understand, based on my conversations with staff Monday, is they're giving us $1 million, but we're giving the money back. And so the money, because I don't want to see any money spent, of our money spent, without a guarantees that whatever it is proposed is built, if in fact anything's going to be built. And is that a fair statement?
That's correct. 0 city general funds have been spent to date. Grant monies have been utilized in partnership with the developer, and the transfer of the property is really an accounting tool to transfer the land to them.
Thank you.
Just a clarification to that, Councilmember Jenkins. So in option 1, which we had drawn up the agreements for, that would have been where we have the $1 million transferring, but we're talking about option 2 now, which doesn't involve any transfer of money. It's just a simple time extension.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, this is a project I've been strongly in support of since the beginning. My intention was coming in was to support option 1 and to review the sales contract to ensure that staff had done the proper diligence in ensuring the city's interests were protected in the event of failure. And my review of the materials were that they had. So it was, but it's nonetheless the right thing to do to verify that in public. But I just want to clarify that my digging into that was in support was in support of making sure that something I support is done right, not that we don't do it. So I think we should do it. That being said, the fact that the developer has asked us instead to do option 2 is disappointing. I would have preferred to be moving forward with option 1 with the developer behind this, and so that we could get moving forward with at least an initial groundbreaking on grading, given the protections that appeared to have been correctly written, which I would have spent more time right now going over. But given that the developer has instead asked us to do this sort of just wait and delay option, I'll go with that and support that. But I do want to address a few of the public comments directly and or indirectly. One of them was about whether or not this was a good deal for the city financially, and whether or not we would have gotten more money if we sold this at fair market value. My read of the situation is that from a financial standpoint and a strictly revenue standpoint, it's absolutely not a good deal for the city. The city would have made a lot more money if we turned it into yet another hotel or Airbnb condo development. But you know what? Sometimes, maybe just sometimes, we should do what's best for the people and not what's best for someone else's bottom line. And so building affordable housing, desperately needed the way it is and wildly insufficient our efforts to date have been, is the right thing to do, even if it's not the most profitable thing to do. This is one of the things we see people coming to say, that government should work like a business. No, it shouldn't. And this is an example of how we shouldn't run like a business. This is an unprofitable endeavor. And that's why this is taking so much time and effort to get done, because you can't get private equity, profit-seeking real estate development backing for projects like this, because they'll have little, if any, profit in them compared to serving tourists. And if maybe, just maybe, we want to serve residents, we shouldn't put profits before people. And so yes, I agree with the assessment that this is not a profitable thing to do with the land. Good. As to another comment that I got that I think is particularly deserving of some engagement, we're not allowed to have back and forth, but in this context, I want to respond to that. There are an enormous number of unused and degraded lots in the city. Maybe not enormous. There are a significant number of degraded and unused lots in the city, and that is an issue of enormous concern. The problem is that almost none of them are owned by the city. Probably the biggest recent item of degraded property which was an opportunity that has sailed us by, was the Motel 6 property. That was a huge multi-acre site, but we didn't own it. The CTC owned it, and the CTC didn't want to turn it into affordable housing. This wasn't a decision in which the city had a veto. So again, yes, there are other lots, but not really that many lots that have the ability for the city to develop. There's a lot of privately owned lots that don't have development rights or that are privately owned that we can't do much with. So we should do that with the lots that we can.
Great.
And
Thank
this
you,
is
Mr.
one of them.
Robbins. Yes, Mrs. Horgan.
Can I make the motion?
Sure, we can make a motion, and if there's still discussion, we can have it
does
after the
anybody else
motion.
have discussion
but if-
before we go for a
Mr.
motion?
Roberts did have his.
Oh, you
So
did?
we finally got our computers working, so Mr. Roberts, go ahead. And then,
I think Councilman Robbins makes a lot of good points, although this is the only consideration is the consideration of number 2, passing the extension. I think that makes a lot of sense because there's also a couple horror stories out there that I think there's definitely some concerns that we need to, in the meantime, fine tune and make sure that they don't come true and make sure that we have this. I know you're confident with the way it sits right now, but I think there were some definite concerns raised, and I think we should spend some more time to get it right. But I think we should approve of the extension.
That's what they're asking for anyway.
and before you make the motion, I just had a quick question. Where it's at right now, we currently own the parcel. The city is still the owner.
Correct. The city owns the property.
Right, and so in the event that something were to go not the way that we're planning, we're still in ownership of it and still have the ability to move to St. Joseph's or somebody else if we chose to.
Yeah, we would have to go through the Surplus Lands Act process to put out a request for proposals essentially, and it would go to affordable housing developers first before other types of development. But as part of the current agreement that we entered into in 2023, we did also give pre-development loans to the developer, and if somehow this project doesn't come to fruition with the current developer, we will then own the architectural and engineering plans, so we'll take that with us.
Great. All right, thank you.
If I can just add for clarity, that those pre-development loans were funded through grants. So you're welcome. And the other thing that was brought up was that this affordable housing project is designed and will likely be 80 to 60% area median income and below. So there's questions about who's it's going to serve. And when we dip that deep into the area median income levels, it does require a greater level of subsidy, which is why it's important for the developer to be able to talk with HCD right now.
And just to clarify, that's in the deed restriction. That's not a promise of some kind. That's in the actual
That's
deed
in the
restriction.
deed, yes.
Okay.
These will basically have the same structure as Sugar Pine Village, which
Very nice.
is being built, so.
With the exception that there is a local preference, and the preference will be for existing residents and seniors. Unlike the first Sugar Pine project, the first phase that escaped that somehow, that this will be for locals. Existing.
City's new policy on local preference would be applied.
Awesome. All right, Ms. Horgan, would you like to make a motion?
I move to pass a motion granting a 1-year extension on the closing deadline under the current purchase and sale agreement to January 18th, 2027.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and we can vote. I think we have working computers this time, so.
I still am not up.
Is it not popping up?
It might be me, not the system. It doesn't, I don't see where it's.
Councilmember Jenkins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Unanimously carries.
Great. I was going to ask council if we could move and go ahead and move on item 14 and then bring 13 after, only because we have a couple people here. And then after we get through item 14, we'll take lunch. but we got two great executives here that I know probably need to get back to their offices.
sorry,
So
say
if
that-
that's okay
say
with
that one
everyone.
more time. You said that really fast, and I couldn't follow it
We're
all.
just going to take item 14 right now, the JPA item, and then we'll bring 13 because we have some folks in the audience, and we'll take a lunch break after this item 14. It's the JPA item. That way, Mr. Marino,
So you want to
and
do,
Mr.
you
Proctor
want to do
did
the
14. Take-
JPA before
take it.
the,
13.
the live violence?
Yeah, we'll
the-
take it
the-
right now, and then we'll take lunch after. Is that okay with everybody?
Are the live violence street people not waiting
Oh.
for the same, or are they?
Well, we have the council saying that we're going to do that, so we're going to go ahead and move on to item 14. Thank you. And we will come back to item 13 after lunch. So item 14 is a reimbursement agreement with the South Tahoe Transit Joint Powers Authority, and this is going to be Mr. Overrood.
Thank you, Mayor Bass and members of the council. I'm Hillary Roverwood, Assistant City Manager. The last time the council discussed the South Tahoe Transit JPA was at your budget workshop back in August. At that time, the council had decided that they would like to see the Transit JPA remain active, but with a reduced work plan from what had been previously proposed and, again, unfunded, and for the city to continue supporting the Transit JPA's vision. The council also wanted to ensure that we continued to advocate for El Dorado County to fund their portion of the Transit JPA as well. The council at that time had expressed a desire to be able to fund the Transit JPA, to continue with that smaller scope of work, with funding up to $150,000. However, that was not allocated in the budget, and so we are back before you to request funding for the Transit JPA. The JPA board met in October 2025 and adopted their fiscal year 25-26 budget, which would be October 1, 2025 to September 30, 2026. The budget included city staff providing administration for 4 board meetings and finance services, also a contract for outside legal counsel, and the cost of securing a financial security bond. The Transit JPA included a resolution requesting that the city cover 2/3 of that budget and that El Dorado County cover 1/3, which reflects the representation of the voting members on the Transit JPA board. Last Tuesday, on January 6th, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors considered the Transit JPA request for $25,775 to fund their portion of the budget, and they denied that request. The,
Unanimous vote?
I'm sorry, what?
Was that a unanimous vote
It
of the
was
board?
not a unanimous vote. In order to provide that, allocate that funding, it needed a 4/5 vote, and there were 3 affirmative votes and 2 opposed.
Thank you.
So with that scenario where the El Dorado County has chosen not to fund the Transit JPA, we were presenting this item to you with several different options. One option is for the city council to allocate the city's portion of the Transit JPA budget, which would be $51,551. The Transit JPA would then need to work under an even more reduced scope for this fiscal year, if that was all the funding that they received. The second option before you is for the city to cover El Dorado County's portion of the Transit JPA budget and allocate $77,326. If the city council chooses either of those options that would provide funding to the Transit JPA, then it would be necessary to enter into a reimbursement agreement with the Transit JPA, which their board did approve in October as well. And this would be where the city would be able to receive reimbursement for the managing agency or the staffing expenses towards the transit JPA. We did include in the potential motions for you to also consider terminating the JPA agreement, issuing the 120-day notice to no longer move forward with the transit JPA. A fifth option is a no-action option by the City Council. If the transit JPA is not funded, but the agreement is not terminated, then that entity would stay in existence. It just would not be active until there was funding available for them. If you have any questions, I'm here to help.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Overroot. I don't see anybody on here, but Mr. Jenkins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Overroot. A fine presentation and of discussion the other day on this matter. When the board voted, there were 3 votes in favor of moving forward with their contribution and 2 opposed, but it took a 4/5 vote to allocate funds. Is that what you were told?
Yes, that's correct.
That's bizarre to me, but I thought a majority could make that decision. Who were the negative votes? Do you remember?
Supervisor Veerkamp and Supervisor Turnbull.
Oh.
And I believe the 4/5 comes from their charter.
Oh, it's because they're the charter county. Yeah, the wonders of charters when they're bad. Okay, I'm fine. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions from council? No, Mr. Robbins.
Is there if we were to, and I'm not saying I support this, but I just want to game out a hypothetical from my understanding. If we were to allocate the money, our portion of the funding, or potentially, which again, not supporting this, just want to understand the context. If we were to allocate all of the office level, the administrative funding for the JPA, is there a plausible process by which the JPA, even under those circumstances, could become the recipient of the TDA and SB 125, I was about to say TVA, but the acronym soup here, the state and federal transit money, I'll just say it that way, that JPA could become a recipient of that money and begin operating buses without ongoing administrative support from the county. Even if we were to take up their slack, again, not what I'm supporting, I just want to understand the context.
I think that is a possibility in the future. We've been having conversations with the MPO staff and, understanding how those funds are allocated. I think that is a possibility. I think there's a lot of work that the Transit JPA would need to do in order to achieve that goal. I would foresee that there would need to be several years of administrative funding to the Transit JPA before they could receive those other funds.
Could you provide a guess, recognizing that that would be a pretty broad guess as to how much money that would be? Like how many zeros would that be?
You mean which side of the decimal point?
Yes.
Are you asking what the administrative costs would be or what the outside funding, the federal funding?
No, how much, if the city were to take on what would the administrative costs be in total? Broad, just rough order of magnitude estimate for the JPA to become the recipient. How many dollars would that actually cost? Because I'm trying to get a sense of what the liability here for getting the JPA on board and spun up actually is, of which obviously there's a portion that would be the city, and we're hoping that the county would kick in. But I'm trying to figure out what that actual liability would be to become the recipient of those funds. You're saying it would take several years of continuous funding. Roughly how many zeros worth would that be?
I don't know that I'm comfortable really giving a rough answer at this point, but I think what the budget that the JPA put together for this year is the absolute minimum for them to be active and effective in participating in the discussions. So if you wanted to take that, $77,000 and multiply it by 3 or 4 years, I think that would be the minimum, absolute minimum.
So it's under $1 million then. Reasonably under $1 million, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I do
pretty
think
soon it adds up to real money. I get it, but
I
I'm
do
just trying to
think
get
it will require more than that,
Yeah.
but that's the minimum, the best I can give.
I'm not trying to be glib. I was being glib there. I admit.
No, you're fine.
But I'm just trying to get a handle on the liability at hand, of which we're talking about what is the city's component, whether or not we support that. But I'm just trying to get a handle on the total liability for operating for the JPA's administrative overhead.
Like I said, I do think it would be more than that, but that's a minimum baseline that you could use for your thought process.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
It seems unfortunate to me that an agency would enter into a joint powers agreement with the city and then choose not to fund their fair share, which I would argue maybe is even, we're giving them more than their fair share. And what is unfortunate that when this matter came before the board, that our supervisor, who I like personally, she's part of the reason I'm here, whether that's good or not, is that they didn't mobilize people to go before the board and encourage them to do their part. I'm sick and tired of this city doing its part, whether it's affordable housing or transit or whatever, that others parties who should be involved aren't. And somehow we have to stand up. And you know, they could also use SB 325 or Transit Development Act monies.
Mr. Jenkins, just a point of order, we got to do public comment.
Is
before
that?
we go
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I was
No
kind
worries.
of getting.
Yeah, you're getting
I was
into
kind
it.
of getting going there.
All
Yeah.
right, so let's, unless there's other questions, thank you so much, Ms. Rover. We're going to go ahead and open this item up for public comment. Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, Mr. Messina.
Hello. I was supporting the joint powers agreement with the county for our bus service between here and Placerville, and I believe that's what you're talking about when they just decided not to contribute their agreed upon funding. And I had Eric read a letter a few meetings ago. The problem we have is that we can't get people to go to their meetings because right now they're having their meeting. I can't be down there advocating for funds for the joint powers agreement and be here working on city issues. And that we brought this up at the calendaring thing. It's a major problem. Everybody seems to think South Lake Tahoe exists in a bubble. It don't. We're part of the county. And they don't care about what's going on over the hill, frankly. They've been very lack of support, and one reason they can get away with it is we can't get people to participate in their meetings or to lobby for items like this on our behalf. And we really need to work something out so that the people can schedule to be represented at both types of meetings. It's really denying us our right to participate in their meeting if we have to come here and vice versa. We need to move the date somehow. And I'm sorry, I know it's inconvenient, but this is what's happening. We're over the hill. They don't care, and we can't be there to say anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Yes, Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Problem I have is, which other people have agreed with, is the county doing their fair share. You know, problem is we're, with a city that's, somewhat physically, financially stable, but we don't have the, the 150 million to do our roads, of course, but, and the county's even worse shape. Broke. So, they're not going to throw money at us if they don't have to, unless you grab them by the throat. So, one thing I would like to address is, the participation here, like Lake Link doesn't even go into the county, and doesn't even come to here, which is in the city, barely, let alone into the county and into Myers. But also, a couple of years ago or so back, the city did a grant, and in order to get the grant, they included in it 2 buses for El Dorado Transit there, which is basically running the bus up from the train station there from Amtrak and up to here. The thing is it leaves here at like 2:40 in the afternoon or something, and you get to Sacramento at 5 or after 5, or depending on the weather and avalanches and whatever. It's useless. By the time you get the corridor train into the Bay Area, it's later at night, and you can't do anything in Sacramento. So I would suggest using one of those buses, or else you can use the same bus and present this to the county of leaving here at South Lake Tahoe at like 7 a.m., gets to Sacramento. They can still do their 10 o'clock trip, leaving from the train station Amtrak at 10 o'clock to come up here, gets up here, leaves here at 2:40, 2:30, and goes back down to Sacramento, and then leaves Sacramento at 6:30 or so to come back up here. So this way people can go down. There are people here that need to go to UC Davis Medical Center, veterans and other people, and also and into Sacramento and to do business and stuff. So, I would look at doing that as long as we helped get the buses for them and really getting nothing more out of it. And there's, 2 buses and making 1 run a day. So, you can do this with the same bus, actually. There are probably 2 drivers, but the same bus, and accomplish that and make it a lot easier for people. Don't have to drive down the hill. People coming up to ski and coming up here to recreate for the day or so, also would help. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment on item 14? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to
No
Zoom.
additional public comments, Mayor.
Great, we will bring it back. I'll actually go ahead and start this off because the JPA is something that I've been working on for years, and it is without a doubt unfortunate and really, in my opinion, not right that the county made a commitment that they are now not sticking to. However, I think that with knowing that we had 3 folks on the Board of Supervisors supporting, I think we could continue to work with one of the 2 to try to get this 4th vote. From what I heard, and I did not watch the item, but I was told, is that those 2 folks are really stuck on the reports they're getting that the FTA funds, the federal funding for transit, is going to dry up. And with our current administration in Washington, that is the information that every transit agency across the nation is getting. However, really, when we brought the JPA and what a lot of this comes out of is our TDA funds, which is California gas tax funds that won't be drying up regardless of federal policy. This is California policy. That funding is guaranteed to be coming in. And the issue has been that Nevada does not have a mechanism of transit operation dollars coming out of the state budget into Tahoe. They don't have a gas tax similar to California. Therefore, we have had, let's just call it $2 million a year of state funds coming in for transit operation dollars, while we have not had $1 from the state of Nevada coming in to support transit operations. And what has been happening for over a decade, if not more, is that our California dollars are used in Nevada to grant match rural routes, to provide some funding for East Shore Express. And I have tried my best and gone in front of the oversight of the Nevada legislature to say, hey, come up with a third of transit operation dollars so that you're matching our 2/3, and then we can have a regional system. We can have regional buy-in, but you can't have a regional system if you don't have regional funding. It doesn't come with just one part of the region funding the operations as the other side isn't. So anyways, that is where really this idea that we needed to get control of our TDA funds, and if that was going to be the case, look at how we get the carve out of our FTA funds. I am so happy to report that Mr. Marino has come into the TTD, has absolutely made a major change. And I have personally a lot more faith in what TTD is able to deliver as transit operators. And I think that we're working in that direction. However, I don't believe in any way that we should dissolve this JPA. I think that it can keep up the initiative to get Nevada to come up with these transit operation dollars. And we also need to look at the future in the case that FTA did dry up and California still has TDA. In that sense, this JPA could become very useful. We also should look at the future of things like Emerald Bay service, where the county and the city really are who would be needing to come together to provide that. Obviously, one access point for Emerald Bay or the park and ride would be here in the city. El Dorado County has some potential in Tahoma to make a park and ride for that solution of Emerald Bay. The JPA could potentially be that operator. So for me, my opinion is that because we don't have the funding, we basically, the option to do nothing but not dissolve the JPA is the right way. I think all of us should potentially work with those 2 supervisors in Placerville to explain to them. I don't know that they fully They obviously don't understand all of Tahoe dynamics, but I think a couple of us trying to sit down with them could possibly get us that fourth vote down in Placerville. So that's my take, is let's basically shelf this, keep it open so that we can use it in the future if we need to. And with that, I'll go to Mr. Roberts. And use you guys as buttons because they're working now. You're second.
Yeah, Mayor Bass, those are all great comments, and I agree with all of them, and, with a couple exceptions. I think we need to look at option number one, pass a resolution with the city's portion. As you said, the TTD, under Mr. Marino's guidance, has stepped up and done great things. This amount of money is just to keep the JPA active and in an advocacy role only. But at that same time, we could be pursuing a lot of those options that you were talking about, future in advancement. And I think we continue to grow a great relationship with TTD, and I think doing nothing means that it would be idle for now, which would be my second option. But I think we should put the city funds into keeping it active on a reduced role.
Great, thank you, Mr. Roberts. This will be Mr. Robbins.
I actually have a follow-up question that I didn't get a chance to ask during questions. Did, in the vote, at the county vote, when they had that item come up to the county, was there an option before them at the time to dissolve the JPA as well? Or did they voted not to fund it, but they also, as I understand it, didn't vote to dissolve it. Was that option presented to them? Or was it just to fund or not to fund?
The only
That is the question.
item on the agenda was related to the funding. There were some comments about, well, if we're not going to fund this, maybe we should bring it back. But there wasn't a affirmative that they're planning on dissolving the JPA.
Because one option, long-term, right, would be for the city directly, if the county doesn't want to get involved at all, rather than having a JPA with the county, if they've chosen to abandon the issue, is for the city to become directly the recipient to have a powers agreement rather than a joint powers agreement, as it were, namely just us. And that, most cities in the United States operate their own transit systems, either directly or indirectly, but they're operated under the aegis of city government. The situation we have in the basin with the TTD, or the situation we were proposing with a JPA, is the oddity, not the norm anyway. So one option that's not on the list here is to consider, if we dissolve, if the county wanted out of the JPA entirely, to just have the city become the recipient directly and just say, if the county's not going to fund it, then they don't need to be a part of it in any way whatsoever. Why would they continue to be a JPA if they're not going to put in? The city can take on that role directly. The whole idea of the JPA was to do this jointly with the county and share the cost while also sharing the benefits of transit into, I was about to say transit into the county, but somehow the county always forgets that the city and the people who live in it are in the county too.
That's for sure.
And that's a common thing. So that wasn't even something they considered, but they did comment on it. So it was considered in the discussions, but not in their motion options.
Correct.
Okay. I'm fine with leaving the JPA in essentially a dormant state for the time being. I share Mayor Bass's concerns, having taken up his role, his former position at the TTD. Of particular frustration is the fact that California state transit money is used to fund the matching grant component of a bus that runs between Carson and Minden, two cities which are most notably not in California. And the fact that our state funding that comes from our tax dollars is going to fund so exclusively a service in Nevada with no matching Nevada component. The city of Carson could vote to allocate funding from the Carson city budget to do that grant matching, and they have consistently not done that. And that's on them to do that. And I recognize that there's not the votes on the board to keep doing that, but it is a notable fact that that is a decision that the staff of the TTD continues to do that. The staff could say this isn't a right thing to do. We're suggesting to eliminate that, and at no point has the staff of the TTD done that. And in some sense, their interest is in the holistic issue, and our interest is in the parochial issue, as it should be. So I don't like the current situation. That being said, I will also acknowledge the fact that a lot has gotten better at the TTD in the last year-ish. I forget the exact number of months, but roughly the last year since Mr. Marino came on board, especially, and I want to recognize that because I don't want this to be a dump on the TTD fest. I'm recognizing my frustrations, but I also want to recognize the things that have done right in terms of responsiveness, particularly in terms of responsiveness to operational improvement. The fact that the TTD reviewed, accepted, and the board voted on the spiel plan for buses. Yeah, I'm going to embarrass you, but that's an example of triaging the resources we have sensibly and responsibly in a way that the previous TTD leadership just refused to do and just didn't do, and that was perpetually frustrating because they just didn't seem to care about running transit. I will continue to disagree and advocate for Cal dollars to stay local, but I do also want to recognize that in the last year, the TTD, which is the alternative to the JPA, has done better about wanting to operate a transit system effectively, which is not something that could be said about the TTD a year plus ago. So my recommendation is with frustration, acknowledging the frustration of it all, and the fact that this is yet another example of the county crapping on the city, is to vote to essentially shelve the TTD, not dissolve it, but to not fund it either. And I don't know if that means you can or cannot have a meeting or two. Do you need $10 to have a meeting, or I don't know how that works, but to functionally shelve it, whether or not you need a smaller amount of money just to hold intermittent meetings and to get into advocacy. I'd be on board if it was, a motion to pass $10,000 or whatever to have a few meetings, some token amount of money just to do advocacy and keep the JPA alive, but to otherwise, wait until the county comes around, or the city should affirmatively decide, and that's an agenda item of its own, to have a discussion to decide, do we want the city alone to become the recipient of transit money and to operate a bus system without it being a JPA? Because I'm not keen on having the county continue to have one vote if they're going to have $0.
Right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Horgan.
I appreciate both of the ideas, the dormant and then also Councilmember Roberts' suggestion that we put some money towards this. I just want to share a personal experience that just yesterday I couldn't get my kids to Tube Tahoe, which is over by Holiday Market, without putting them in an Uber because there's no way to get them there. And they're through a charter school, and the teacher said, oh, just put them in the Lake Link. So people don't understand, it's already been said, that I can't request a Lake Link to get my kids into the county. And I personally also have had trainings and meetings in Placerville, and because we have 3 adults, 4 working members in my family, and 2 vehicles, I would have taken public transportation to Placerville if that were an option and leave a car on the hill for people that need it. I have, Ed Moser's comments, I've taken, and so have many members of my family, taken Amtrak to Sacramento and to the Bay Area. These are valuable assets to my family, things that we use very frequently and lean on frequently. So we should definitely not dissolve the JPA. It's really important to me that that doesn't happen. In terms of whether we go dormant or we fund some monies, I think if those monies can be used to bring people to the table, if that was one of the tools in the toolbox of rallying support, bringing people to the table, showing face that this is important and that we're going to put some money behind it and we're going to encourage action, then I guess I would move for the first option, but those are my thoughts.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Horgan. So, yeah, I largely agree with a lot of the comments. Oh, Mr. Jenkins, did you have, I didn't see it up. Is your thing?
Yeah,
Okay, go.
Son. Yeah, I do have a request to speak. Thanks to the city clerk who keeps training me over and over. I favor keeping the JPA. So I don't want to see it dissolved because it's an opportunity for collaboration. I also favor Mr. Mayor Bass engaging other board members on the reasons that we see it to their advantage and our advantage. But I always say collaboration is fine as long as you're getting to the end that you want. And if you're not, then you have to look at other ways to achieve the objective. I'm curious from the staff, does the county provide transit assistance to any other part of the county that they are not providing to us? And I think the city attorney might appreciate that you can't, from the old civil rights laws in the 50s, you can't underserve an area that you're providing other services, whether they be recreation or others. So I would just be curious if they are providing transit services to other portions. The other thing, the other part of this is in most cities in California, of course, we're not in the bubble here as someone has described us. The TDA funds are our funds. They're city funds. But they're allocated by the legislature to transit agencies. But most cities in California have some control, and we need to have some control of that. And this has come up, just keeps coming back up, but we don't engage the issue. We need to engage the issue. I am very proud of what the mayor and has done in his advocacy, but maybe we need to move it a step farther. I am very proud of Mr. Marino and the work that he's doing with TTD. He's a breath of fresh air in the 20-some years that I've been here. And I would also think that I think we might have a friend in Carson City, and that it would be good to engage them to have that conversation before we look at other options. So I'm in favor of the JPA. Let's keep it operating, but all the parties have to do their part. It's not South Lake Tahoe that needs to do everything for everybody. They need to do their part, and we need to persuade, urge, or compel them to do their part. That's where I'm coming from.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. All right, so again, I think I've made most of the points. I think one point I will make, the reason excuse me, Mr. Oh,
If I may.
yes, please do.
Ms. Roverud, I'm sorry to bring you back up again. Can you tell us how many meetings annually that city portion would allocate for on that budget? I know it was supposed to be a reduced amount, but what was that target?
It'd be a conversation with the Transit JPA board on kind of modifying their projected expenses. But I think what I would recommend is rather than having, 3 more meetings in the rest of this fiscal year, that it be reduced to 2, and work with the chair on kind of what schedule that looks like.
To follow up on Mr. Roberts, if the county, it is the city and the county that are on this JPA,
City and El Dorado County, yes.
and so we're going to have a meeting with people who don't want to fund it. So is the purpose of the meeting to try to persuade our representative? Who is our representative from the county? Who's on the JPA from the county?
It's Ms. Lane, District 5 Supervisor.
Okay, and she supports the county allocating their share for our transit. Good.
Correct.
Thank you, Brooke. Well, maybe then that conversation is worthwhile and then she has to cue us in on when we need to become more directly involved in the advocacy at the board, I think. And that's something that I know that our former mayor and now chair of the board, I'm sure she would be interested in doing that. And let us deal with other board members that maybe we have some relations with to talk about fairness and equity and so on. Does that sound reasonable? You can tell me it's.
If I can jump on that, I think it's, the question was raised by Councilmember Jenkins on the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. Or like what other activities in transportation is El Dorado County? I know the mayor is the ex officio representative from the city that sits on that. But it's my understanding that board is made up of the El Dorado County supervisors as well as City of Placerville city council members. And their focus is to manage TDA funds, coordination between transportation and land use practices. So I think there is some precedent set on the West Slope that they will engage in transportation initiatives, and so we should continue to push for that here.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I didn't ask this question. When I happened back in the dark ages, when some people were babies, we used to get about 700, there were about 750,000 in TDA dollars. How many dollars is that today? About how much do we get in TDA? Do we know?
1.9.
1.9. Wow. Wow, that's a good chunk of change.
Yep. All right. Okay, just a last comment for me on this is the main reason of a JPA, also the TDA funds, if we were to split with the county, we would then have to figure out how to make a split of those TDA funds. The split is happening in the TDA funds from Placer to El Dorado, which is already made up. It's called like a UZA. So I think that we never want to try to have to create that split between the county and the city because it would get very messy. So that's the point of the JPA. But I think that going back to Mr. Roberts' recommendation, I think that looking at some funding that can keep the momentum going is not a bad thing. I completely don't disagree with you. I also, though, wonder if we're better to do that after we try to go talk to these two others that voted no, just to keep a little bit of, hey, we really need this, and instead of we funded it for you, if you follow what I'm saying. And then maybe if we can't talk them into it, then we come back and look at it. I just throwing that out as a possibility.
Now, to this point about the TDA funds, my understanding, as old as that may be, that the city itself, that when TDA funds are allocated, that the amount is determined. It goes to maybe a transit planning agency currently, but that those funds are identical. They're not merged with, per se, by the state to El Dorado County. We have a share just as the city of Placerville has a share. Am I correct in that? That's my understanding.
Go ahead. Go for it. So I can explain this. The difference is that we're in two different MPOs. So SACOG is the MPO for El Dorado County in that area. We are under TRPA, which acts as our MPO. The funding for this actually comes into the MPO, and they distribute it between the different members of the MPO. It is, but what I'm saying is that the way that those splits have happened under TRPA are for Placer County, which operates TART, and then everything else has been under TTD. And so there's basically two splits of this money. If we were to go into a JPA and get through the process of us becoming the recipients as the JPA, a third split would then happen at the MPO, which would give Douglas County its portion of FTA funds and a part of Washoe, or they would have to then join Douglas into the second part of that split, which would be TART and Placer County. It would most likely make a decision have to be made at the MPO, at TRPA, of this third split that we're now under two, if that makes sense. Because we're under a little, well, and as you brought in the discussion around, are we being equitable in the region, our region is different than Placerville's region, so you can't compare the two. They would just analyze, is the MPO TRPA territory, are we equitably serving that region? It wouldn't be compared against SACOG because it's two different MPOs.
Yeah, well, actually, the deal under SACOG, I've worked under SACOG, and I think the deal would be a lot better because I think they understand the law and how it operates. But again, I just don't want to see us funding things with, I would argue, our money without them paying their share. And all I'm urging you to continue your fine work, Mayor, to work to try and persuade these people to be reasonable and do their part. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Great. All right. Does somebody, or Mr. Roberts, what do you think about the idea that we, or yeah, let me hear from you because you had a great idea and I just, yeah.
Well, I'm kind of making the assumption that if we did fund it now, And we did pursue those other avenues, those sources, as you said, and we were able to secure that funding. I think we could, the 51,000 would only be utilized as needed. So we could make adjustments at that time going forward. So I think I would hate to not fund it now and see it just drop through the cracks. And actually, how would we proceed in going after that extra funding? Because we're no longer functioning.
But what would it mean if we funded all of the JPA's administrative costs, and then the county still gets to benefit from all of the money, right? This is another example of the county not doing their part and getting away with it. And, frankly, broadly, the right answer here is that Myers needs to be annexed into the city because the county is not respecting the people who live in the Tahoe part of their county, but that is a much bigger issue for another conversation.
Good luck with
But
that.
this is an example of that, right? Which is that if the county is going to continue to treat the basin writ large, especially the fact that people who live in the city also live in the county. How many county parks are there in the city of South Lake Tahoe? 0, right? The county does not deliver services to the people who live in the city. We are treated like a redheaded stepchild. I say that as a redhead, but not a stepchild, I guess. So I've been told.
Am I colorblind?
Or a no-haired stepchild, even worse. There you go. So it is crap treatment from the county that continuously disrespects the people. This is not an isolated incident, is the point I'm getting at. This is part of a relentless pattern that the county does not treat their residents in the basin like people who live in the county. They don't pave or plow the roads, even in Myers, and so.
I agree with you,
and so
Mr.
this
Robbins,
is part of
but
that.
I couldn't agree more, but let's stay on the item and let's see.
Doug, David, to your point, we need to get the other agencies to play their part. There's 2 examples of that have come up in this discussion. One is the county funding their share. And this is, by the way, this is in a county with a $1 billion budget.
Well, Mr. Robbins,
they
let's
couldn't
just-
come up with 20 grand.
Let's keep it moving.
And hang on, and the city of Carson can't come up with the money to not spend California's money to fund their own buses. So maybe the answer is, we should put in a request, a statement from the city and respond to that, right? We've had this ongoing element of saying we should engage in lobbying regional agencies.
Yep.
Well, one thing we can do here is write back to the county and say, as a whole, as a council, and say, look, you guys voted for this. This is unreasonable. Please reconsider. And to write to make a statement as the city to the city of Carson saying, hey, you want your bus connecting Carson and Minden. We think that's great. Stop spending California's monies to do it, but phrase it politely.
Sure.
So that could be 2 actions, 2 motions that we could come out of this to say that, that's something we could affirmatively do. And then they can respond to that or not.
Sure, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I sometimes wonder, Mr. Roberts saying, let's fund it so we keep that advocacy happening. It would probably come more appropriate from the JPA board to send that to Carson, as well as also to El Dorado County. But let me talk about something. So what if we funded our portion of the money and not included the county's portion so that we can keep that, hey, you still haven't funded and we are still short and this was your commitment, right? So, and then that keeps, and then we're going to have to come back to a JPA meeting to kind of reorganize our budget at the JPA with what we have, if you follow what I mean?
I would agree. That
Okay.
was my intention.
Okay. Do you want to make that motion?
Yes, I would like to.
Great.
Yes, I would like to make a motion, pass a resolution authorizing budget appropriations in the amount of $51,551 from general fund undesignated excess reserves for the South Tahoe Transit JPA fiscal year 2025-2026 budget.
Question.
I'll second.
Great. And question.
Question on the motion. Does the staff feel they have the authority to initiate this conversation with our friends, I say in quotes, our friends in the county about paying their fair share, and with the city of Carson City, my great-grandfather's hometown, about paying paying their fair share. I would think that that is a matter that our executive leadership in the staff level could do. And if that is the case and you agree, then I certainly would agree with the motion.
I would like to, yeah, can the motion include, I know we're going to have a vote on the motion, but can we include, I'm asking if this is a thing we can do. Can we include direction, because Cody and David, you two are, if I recall correctly.
I'm not on it.
Oh, I thought it was you. Okay, it's the two of you that are our reps on the JPA. And so, and that's a controlling vote on the JPA incidentally. So can that motion include sort of direction to our reps to say, this is what we would like you to do? I guess if you vote yes, then you're clearly on board with it.
Yeah, I don't know that, I mean, it
that's
could
what I
be
want.
part of
And
the
then-
motion, but I think we can take direction being that we've heard
Yeah,
that.
take
you know?
direction to push that forward. And then the other thing I would say is, if they're going to come out with a statement from the JPA to the county and to Carson City, I think the city council as another entity should sign on to that in addition.
Right.
Not necessarily not in lieu of, but in addition to.
Yeah, we can bring it and put it on consent after it comes out of the JPA, just to
Once
have
it comes, yeah, so include a line when you do it in the JPA for the city to sign on for it, and then that staff can then bring that back to
Sounds good.
the council to vote to add our name to it.
And we can take that as direction. We don't need to amend the motion. So we got a motion and a second and we can vote.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stroud, did we also need to pass item 2, the resolution?
I'll defer to Ms. Roberud on that.
Yeah, I think with the motion on the table to provide some funding to the JPA, that you will also need to approve the reimbursement agreement.
A reimbursement to the city?
That's correct. For the city functioning as the managing agency of the JPA.
In the amount of 55,000, was it, is that what, or the 55 something, whatever. it comes up.
51.
Is this one of these things where we have to transfer the money from the left pocket to the right pocket before we give it to someone else?
Back pocket.
To the back pocket, yeah.
Essentially.
that's
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
That's right.
So,
Do I need to
the
amend
things we
that
choose to
motion?
care about.
Yeah, you can amend that.
I would suggest you could do it in 2 different motions. That's fine. If you don't want to amend the current motion.
Okay, I would like to amend that motion to include passing a resolution to authorize and direct the mayor to execute the reimbursement agreement for managing agency services with South Tahoe Transit Joint Powers Authority.
Second.
That was Miss
Organ.
Organ?
Yeah, because it was amended.
She amended
motion,
her second.
'cause she
Oh,
already
sorry,
did it.
sorry.
That's
All
okay.
right, great. We got a motion and a second. We can vote.
Let's see. Vote, it says
And
vote.
Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, I'm getting there slowly.
Okay. Oh, that motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
All right, so we are now at lunch. It is 12:45. I'm going to call it a 27-minute lunch. I think we can all do that. Yeah, 1:15. See you guys back at 1:15.
Where can you have this much fun?
Hey, Michelle, can I go ahead and restart the meeting in the city council chambers?
Ms. Blankenship? Yes.
Yeah, we're ready to get going, Mayor.
It is 1:18. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are moving back, I should say, to item number 13. This is the Shelter Pass Program, and this is going to be Mr. Corelli. Oh, no, Ms. Wackenhut Lamelli. Sorry, excuse me.
That's okay. All right, good afternoon. Jessica Wackenhut Lomelli, Housing Manager with the City for the record. Today I'll be presenting on the Shelter Pass program. The City of South Lake Tahoe is a partner and works closely with El Dorado County, as well as the El Dorado Opportunity Knox, or EDOC, Continuum of Care, the COC, to create a systematic approach to address homelessness. At the September 9th, 2025 City Council meeting, staff presented on emergency shelter and warm room discussion. At that meeting, City Council passed a motion directing staff to pursue establishment of a motel voucher program in partnership with local and regional stakeholders. On Monday, October 27, 2025, staff were notified that the COC was requesting letters of interest for winter shelter in South Lake Tahoe for this winter season, in an amount not to exceed $80,000. The letters of interest for the funding were due on Halloween on October 31st, 2025. Due to that short timeline, staff submitted a letter of interest for the funding available on that date. An emergency COC board meeting was held on November 7th to vote on the recipient for winter shelter in South Lake Tahoe. The city was selected for an award of $80,000. The funding provided through the COC is allocated from the state through the California Department of Housing and Community Development, and it's from the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention, or HHAP grant program. El Dorado County serves as the administrative entity supporting COC grants, contracts, and reporting to the state and federal government for the funding they receive. The Shelter Pass program will be a joint effort between the city's housing division, the police department, and Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. City staff will provide the initial intake and provide motel vouchers and will notify TCH staff to initiate contact for a full intake process, entry into the Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS, and development of a housing plan. A portion of the funding from this grant will also go directly to TCH to provide 4 shelter beds at one of their properties to high needs and more vulnerable clients. The $80,000 will fund through the winter until April 30th, 2026. The program guidelines for the Shelter Pass program are included as attachment 4 in your packet. And today, staff recommends that the City Council, 1, adopt a resolution approving the program guidelines, directing staff to establish the Shelter Pass program, and approving the budget appropriation of $80,000 from El Dorado Opportunity Knox Continuum of Care, and $15,000 from general fund undesignated excess reserves. 2, pass a resolution ratifying the grant application for and authorizing the mayor to enter into agreement with El Dorado County for this funding and for the receipt of grant funding through El Dorado County. And 3, pass a motion authorizing and directing the mayor to execute the subrecipient agreement with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Lomelli. Questions? I don't see anybody up here. Is anybody with questions? Yes, Ms. Horgan.
I have 2 questions. Sorry, I have 2 questions. The $15,000 is to cover the insurance and any damages to the hotels, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that a fee that's paid one time, and whether there are damages or not, it's given to a certain entity?
Yeah, great question, council member. So with that funding for the $15,000, that money will likely be returned to us, whatever is not used. So part of it could be used for a security deposit at the motels when we have our card down at these places as people go into the motel stays. And it's also, the motel owners can submit liability claims up to $500. If there are any damages, we'll require all the normal stuff through the liability process. And so whatever's not spent will remain.
And then along that same question, the $28,125 for the motel vouchers nightly rate, is that also returned if there are not enough needs to deplete those funds?
Yeah, that's correct. So we'll only pay the motels for people that are actually staying in the motels during those nights. And so whatever is spent down is spent down. And of course, the rates are variable depending on the time, the day of the week, the weekend. We saw that President's Day tends to have higher hotel rates. So all those variables are sort of factored in. That's how we estimated that rate.
And that money is from a grant. So how does that work if we don't manage to use all of the funding from that grant?
Yeah, so if we don't manage to spend all the funds down from that grant, it will be returned back to the COC and it can be reallocated to a different use through the COC.
That's great. And then just one question under the priority population categories in the Shelter Pass program guidelines. Number 8 is individuals experiencing literal street homelessness. And I couldn't find anything anywhere else very specifically in this population, because I thought we would already be serving those populations with our Tahoe Homeless Coalition. So I'm guessing that these would be people who are suddenly, unexpectedly, literally homeless?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct. And
okay.
so we know that most people that are living in Tahoe that have that are literally unsheltered populations, they're connected in some way to Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless through the coordinated entry system. So they do a full intake process with those individuals. And so a lot of them already have some sort of access. And so the reason why we have the priority is because we know what groups are not being, there's not a lot of funding for those groups. Like individuals can go to the navigation shelter that's located in Placerville, a family cannot. And so that's the reason for why you see it listed that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Robbins.
I'm sorry, I just want to return to a comment. I didn't quite catch you said that the program extends until what month? I didn't catch the month, I'm sorry.
Yeah, April 30th of this year.
April 30th. Okay, I have an item I want to bring back for discussion. Just as a heads up, I want to ask about metrics, but I'll wait for when that comes back to discussion, just giving you a heads up about that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. All right, seeing no more, thank you so much, Ms. Lomelli, for this great work. Very much appreciated. Public comment on this item, Mr. Proctor.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and staff. Chris Proctor, Barton Health for the record. I just wanted to build off of what Jessica had said. I'm also on the COC with her and done some work with Officer Hazlett in the STACS program. And so just the fact that we are addressing probably the most vulnerable portions of our community with an opportunity like this, it works on so many levels. So on the first level, you're keeping someone that might otherwise have a really adverse outcome from being in really pretty difficult weather situations. A few winters ago, when I was out in the field with Hazlett, we had some experiences where people living in the meadows, we had someone pass away. And it's that type of case that really not only affects our community, it affects all of our medical providers. When Jessica and Crystal and I met with Barton staff yesterday, we heard stories about, and I just want to take you on this quick journey, but imagine a situation where you have a patient in the hospital, whether they're in the emergency room or up on the inpatient floor, and it's time for them to go home. That you can't really keep them past a certain point. You have limitations. And so everyone gets together and works on a transition of care, and then it's usually determined at some point that home may not be a house. It may be outdoors. And you can maybe just empathize with what the staff feels like. So we heard a lot about how tough it is on staff when someone is ready to be discharged from the hospital and they know they're discharging them out to the environment. What we do right now and what we struggle with is sometimes they sleep in our waiting room, and that's not ideal either, because, there's safety factors. Our security forces have to kind of look all over the whole campus, all the outpatient areas, and so you've got someone in-house that you may not have a good sense of what's going on. So an opportunity like this for the cost that's before you to be considered really puts a great solution in place for that. It allows the hospital staff to do the right thing as they always do, but now they have a great destination for these vulnerable individuals. So I just encourage you to consider and support this initiative. I think it's going to be really helpful, not just for our underserved, but also for our entire hospital staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Question for
Mr.
staff.
Proctor.
Given that this motion has to do with an outcome that will affect the hospital, I want to ask if I can
We're
call
in
them up
public
for a
comment, though,
question
so you've
after
got to
public
wait.
comments.
Yeah, just come back after we finish public comment. Thank you. Mrs. Otterston.
Mr. Proctor, if you could stick around, then I just want a follow-up question.
So, Melissa Sotterston, South Lake Tahoe. I do support this as a stopgap to fill some need, but it's still not serving the most vulnerable of our population that are unhoused and are completely uncomfortable or unable to access care through Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. It precludes people that have drug issues. It precludes people that have. We need a shelter. We need a year-round shelter here in Tahoe. It needs to happen because the people that are unhoused in our community that are not being served right now are people that live here. They're not people that are traveling here. They're not outsiders that need to move somewhere else. These are members of our community that have been here for their lifetime. And rent is not affordable. These affordable housing projects are not affordable for that section of our community. And at the end of the day, it's great to say that we need to get people into the system and provide them with long-term housing. But when it's freezing outside and people are dying in the meadow, we just need a place for them to go at night. And we don't need to put any kind of limits on getting people into a safe place. And just simply by forcing it to go through this process, forcing them to get into the system with Tahoe Coalition, we're still preventing the most vulnerable people in our community from being sheltered. So we have this recreation center, and from the start, I've always said it never should have been a recreation center. It should have been a community center, because a community center provides spaces for shelters for their unhoused community members. It provides, places for events and stuff, and a recreation center is just another thing for white people to enjoy. So we really need to do better and provide some shelter for our people. It just needs to be there. And yeah, this is a great option. Vote for it, but please do more.
Thank you, Ms. Otterston. Mr. Messina.
This is one of those times I hadn't planned on speaking, but this shouts out that it needs a comment on behalf of the Lake Tahoe Taxpayers Association. These numbers don't make sense. They're statistics. Now, I know I was here when they opened the first warm room and they had 8 occupants for that winter. Afterwards, their count rose to over 100 homeless people in our city. Down to in 2020, it was down to 20 homeless people. They're not solving the solution, solving the problem, they're perpetuating it. I think the coalition's approach to this is all wrong. We need to find a different approach. I'm not against giving them the money, but I think we need to find a new direction. This is not solving the problem, it's increasing it. And it's, I think, through mismanagement, and I think a lot of these people have vested interests in perpetuating it and their jobs and their incomes and their political power through this program. I think we need a major change in how we address homelessness in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
Yeah, we do have one hand raised. Ms. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Chelsea Thomas, and I serve as the Executive Director of Vista Rise Collective, formerly Live Violence Free. I'm here to express strong support for the Shelter Pass program and to thank staff for advancing a solution that really reflects the real on-the-ground complexity of housing insecurity in our community. For survivors of violence and abuse, homelessness is rarely linear. Safety concerns, trauma histories, family composition, and timing all matter. A one-size-fits-all shelter model does not meet the nuanced needs we see every day. This program introduces flexibility and dignity through emergency motel vouchers paired with coordinated intake, housing planning, and case management that is essential for survivor safety and stabilization. As a referral partner for this program, we would work closely with the city and other partners to identify survivors for whom this option is the safest and most appropriate intervention. This program would be incredibly impactful for our agency and, more importantly, for the survivors we serve. It helps meet the unique needs of the population we work with particularly in situations where our services are at capacity, existing funding streams are limited, or where traditional shelter options are not safe or appropriate. Access to short-term motel placements can mean the difference between someone returning to an unsafe situation or having the breathing room to engage in services, plan, and begin to heal. This approach also aligns with trauma-informed practices and strengthens coordination across partners, including Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless and the city's housing division. I appreciate that this program builds on prior council direction, leverages regional funding, and focuses on immediate pragmatic solutions during the winter months. From our perspective, this is exactly the kind of targeted, collaborative approach that works, and we would welcome the opportunity to support implementation and coordination as this moves forward. Thank you for your leadership and for considering this important program. Thank you.
Thank you. No additional hands raised, Mayor.
Great, thank you. We will bring this back to council, looking for a motion or if there's any discussion.
I have some discussion too.
Okay.
Can I just go ahead?
Yep, go right
It's
ahead. Excuse
just
me.
quickly, I want to respond to the comments. Thank you, Mr. Proctor, your comments about Barton, and yes, I was night supervisor for 6 years. If we couldn't allow people to stay in their emergency bed overnight, we would use our waiting room because the nurses felt strongly that they didn't want to discharge anyone to the street in the cold. And we did lean on our security partnership in order to make sure that that was safe for anyone that was visiting the hospital during that time. But I also want to add to that, that the cold injuries, of course, having someone's life lost is horrible, but the number of cold injuries that we see at Barton, including fingers, feet, from frostbite and losing their, it's literally limbs on some occasions when you continually remove what's been damaged and you end up with a significant loss. And cold injuries are prevalent in our area and something to consider. And then to Ms. Soderstund's comment, I feel very proud of a city that is looking at a multifaceted approach to this, and I think the Shelter Pass program adds another layer, so I really feel very proud of that. And then I very carefully reviewed the program guidelines because California does take a stance of housing first, and there's nothing in here suggesting that somebody with a drug or alcohol problem would not be included in this program. I just want to make sure that there's clarity with that because I was looking at it to make sure that we were offering that, which is in alignment with our state. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Robbins.
David, were you next?
Well, you guys gotta start using your
whatever.
requests so I can see it, 'cause
All right.
They are being used. Sorry, do you not see them? I'm talking to the mayor. Go.
Sorry. My question for Mr. Proctor from Barton, sorry, I had a follow-up to your comment. And since the medical system is one of the various entry points into the shelter system that can come from presentation in emergency or urgent care, it can come from presentation to law enforcement, it can be someone presenting themselves. The hospital here is one of those places. Do you have data, let me rephrase it, can you provide data on the number of boarders that have come through Barton in the last year that have not been able to be discharged due to concerns about a lack of stable shelter upon discharge? What is the number of that, of those people?
Chris Proctor, Barton Health, for the record. We can provide some data because the hard part is when we're documenting, let's say a physician is documenting an encounter from the beginning, sometimes we're not capturing that socioeconomic back history at the time. So it's not like we can go into our electronic medical record and run a query for, discharge delay due to, housing insecurity. I wish we could. So it's not as good of data as we would hope. We know we have anecdotal data from just clinicians reporting. I think Ms. Horgan probably has some examples in her own, but I'm all for, as you know, Mr. Robbins, I'm all for a data-driven decision. It's just when we get into the medical record, the privacy issues, and just the challenge of truly documenting all the extenuating circumstances before a patient is actually treated, It's not like a searchable format, if that makes sense.
Generally aggregated data that is depersonalized, how many of, this type of socioeconomic person came through, so long as there's enough people, that's generally something that can be released, in terms of, without it being a HIPAA issue. I recognize, obviously, there's privacy issues, certainly for individualized records, but what I'm talking about is aggregate numbers, because you can't manage something which you can't count. And, and one of the things to do here that I want to get at in this comment section, while I waited for comments rather than questions, is I want to look at how do we know how we're doing with the money we're spending? How do we know what impact we've been having? And one of the sources of data would be very valuable is how many people have arrived with cold weather injuries that are likely caused by a lack of housing? How many people have not been able to be discharged due to a lack of housing? And then a second concurrent issue, but second from the data question that I wanted to ask you about is I want to make sure that there's appropriate connections between the medical first response and the housing intake structure, so that when paramedics or when emergency room people meet someone who they suspect or believe might be housing unstable or homeless, that they can connect them with those resources, including the Shelter Pass program, so that the resources that we're allocating are used as maximally as possible, that aren't just being, siloed, where this pass is available, but only if you go to this door during these hours. So I want to make sure that all of the points of contact know how to refer people correctly.
Yep. So a couple things. I think, and maybe you were going to comment too, Ms. Horgan, but and this is just a little bit of an insight to healthcare. Healthcare is all based on codes, right? Codes are documenting why we go to receive healthcare. So you can imagine somebody that came into the ER with a diagnosis of a wrist injury. Yep. There's several ICD-10 codes that would be used for that. Unfortunately, there's not always an ICD-10 code for what we're talking about. If there was a way to say the primary diagnosis is wrist fracture, secondary diagnosis is homelessness, then I could get you that report in a minute. The problem is all that's captured, but it's captured in maybe the subjective part of the note. So it might say, patient presents today complaining of wrist pain, and they also relay that they do not have a safe home situation, right? Like, that's not a number that we can equate to. And that's really, and I know it sounds hard sometimes to say, why can't you just run a report? If we have the ability to query the number, the code, et cetera, we can do all kinds of great reports. That's a limitation, though, right now. And it's not just privacy, like you said. It's more of a logistical problem.
But the ICD is really primarily about billing for insurance. I mean, that's ultimately what it's there for, as well as records tracking. Can you add a field for Barton to track
I can
that
speak to
yourself?
this. So one of the other things that I was going to add is we do discharge disposition as a code, and the code for going to the street, unfortunately, is home, because that is indeed where you're not discharging them to a skilled nursing, you're not discharging them to another hospital, you're discharging them home, which is the street. So there's no way to capture that. I suggest that there is a way to capture social determinants of health, because we do track smoking, financial instability, and homelessness, but under privacy, there would be no way to capture that. That being said, I think if this is something that was desired to be collected in terms of a measurement of a program status, it could be something forward-looking. I'm just suggesting there's not going to be anything in
I
reverse.
understand that it might be difficult or infeasible
It would have to be
query in the
captured
past.
without any data about the individual, and it could be something that a case manager fills out.
But then let's talk about it, and fair enough, if that data hasn't been captured in the past, is there a way we can use the systems in place to functionally capture that data forward? For example, instead of writing home, say discharged unhoused or discharged possibly unhoused, so that a record query could be run a year from now.
Yeah, I mean, if we could turn the cameras off, if anybody from Barton's listening, I'd love to say that there's lots of ways that we can capture data. It really, honestly, Mr. Robbins, it comes down to, you're talking about, again, the environment of care is an emergency room or a first floor of a hospital where people are staying overnight. I always come into meetings and ask that question, right, within the hospital. I say, well, I know we can't capture it in our electronic medical record. Can't we just go back to the good old days and just have a tick sheet there where every time somebody says, housing instability, we just mark it, that's de-identified, it doesn't say who it is, the staff just wants to kill me when that happens, because it's just another thing for them to do. And I really am sympathetic to this. I honestly I'll commit right here to working within the hospital system to see what we can track going forward. I'll give you that. I just don't know what it is, because again, in the environment of care, there's a lot going on, and a lot of these types of data recordings, I mean, we don't even sometimes chart it because it's so chaotic. So it's difficult. I'll do what I can to get the data that you would like. I also think on your other point, I mean, I think Jessica and I can work together. I mean, as part of, the continuum of care, working with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless, I think we are committed to making sure we have all those points of contact completely up to speed, and they know, exactly, what to do, how to refer. I love that we're using dispatch and we're using the watch commander, because I think, again, they're going to have a tab on all the different resources out there in the community. So I feel like we have a really good, like for a pilot program to get this off the ground and provide the things that you're concerned about.
Would you be willing to come back in a month or two with some ideas as to how we might be able to capture that data going forward?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can
as long as
staff?
Jessica lets me.
Sure. Can staff capture that?
I was just going to say, Ms. Wackenhut-Lamelli, is this something that does get captured on intake?
Yes. So this is part of why, so under our grant requirements, it's part of the COC. So it has to go into HMIS, the Homeless Management Information System, and also into the coordinated entry. And that's where we can pull all that data about how many users, where people are coming from, where they were staying before, where they're going into it. So all of that is helpful data, because Barton is not the only provider that's going to be utilizing this program. So we have several other referral agencies. So like Chris said, we met with Barton staff yesterday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. We're going to be meeting with the school district, Family Resource Center, Vista Rise Collective, Family Resource Center. And so they're all able to provide these referral networks to us, because we know in our community, a lot of the people that need to utilize this are families and already contacting our housing hotline or through these various other agencies. So while Barton is one of the partners that has a lot of individuals that go through the emergency department, that's by no means the only group of people we'll be serving with this program.
So I noticed not on that list, but I would presume, but you didn't mention them, is that our own law enforcement should certainly be part of that, because Stacks would be another point of entry, and that's our left hand talking to our right hand in this case. So we want to make sure that that's, I just mentioned it because it wasn't on your list there, that they need to, the Stacks officers, as well as law enforcement first responders in general, need to be aware of this. And what about county EMS, because that's not run by the city?
It's not. So we work very closely. We co-developed the program with the PD. And so that's why we developed it. Yeah. And so that's why Officer Hazlett, Chief Robertson, Lieutenant Crivelli, and I, we've always been talking about all these different pieces and how we're going to navigate through this as well.
And county EMS, what discussions have there been with them about coordinating for this program and all the other resources as well, so that they're aware?
They usually work with the Health and Human Services Agency, which works directly with us on this program because they're part of the COC. So we don't directly work with EMS, yeah.
So, all right.
Interesting. All right, then the one, I'll wait for people to do it around, but I had one more item that I wanted to bring up, but I'm happy to wait for a round of other comments.
Okay, I don't know that there are any other comments. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Jenkins, go right ahead, excuse me.
First, I understand that there are sometimes people on the streets who have conditions other than just homelessness. They have mental health, they may have severe drug addiction, and that they need the kind of help that's greater than what we can provide. And I had understood in the past that we even in California passed legislation to provide that type of assistance, whether it's yeah, thank you for your comments, but let me finish mine. That they provide, what I'm trying to say is I believe the state's not doing its part in providing services that might otherwise be available to help people who have habitual health problems that cannot be addressed by a simple night or stay, although however important that is. That's just one comment. And the other thing, I want to thank you. I want to thank Mr. Zach. I know I'm supposed to use formal names, but Zach's easier. That when a senior citizen was evicted from Senior Plaza and had no place to go, that our staff worked to find shelter for that individual because they had no place. They would have been out on the street, and that there was a second example of that. And to me, that shows our staff has a lot of heart, and that means so much in an impersonal, sometimes government, that you have people like you all, who have heart. And so thank you. I just wanted to say that. And by the way, I do support the program.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Jenkins. Any other comments?
Yeah.
No? Okay, Mr.
But
Robbins.
I'll wait for anyone else because I've talked for a lot.
If you can, please try to wrap it up because we got a lot of
the
business
couple
to
things
do.
in the motion that I think are mission that I'd like to suggest we add to the motion. One is that there's no inclusion in the motion for a report on utilization of the program at the end of the program. And that's just not in the motion. So I would like to to propose an amended motion to go forward with the program, but then require that either after April or when the money is exhausted, whichever comes first, that there be a report brought back to council on the outcomes of the program. So that, one, we know that if the money gets spent too quickly, because it's, well, successful would be the wrong word in this context, but it's too needed, that we are alerted to that right away. Or if the money lasts all the way through April, that after the program concludes in April, that we receive a report on utilization with metrics and data. It's just not in the motion and it's not in the materials, and I think as a good government's matter, that should be added to the motion. That's what I wanted to suggest.
Can
So with that,
I
I'm ready
just,
to make a motion
I'll
if
ask a
someone else.
question related to that, because I believe that would be an expectation of the grant as well, to have the information.
Yeah, that's an expectation of the grant, but I would suggest that we could also add it to the quarterly affordable housing wait list report that's turned into our data report. So we could add it in there as well.
Yeah.
And we can just do that as direction, I would assume, so we don't have to, so we keep the motion clean. I think the direction is sufficient, Mr. Irvin, is that all right? Yeah. Okay.
Or if the money is exhausted sooner, though, that's the other thing. In the event that the money is exhausted sooner, I want this to snap back to the council. Does council need a motion for that, or can staff do that without having a specific motion?
We understand we're going to add this report in April, or if the money's spent sooner.
Very good, thank you.
All right, anybody like to make a motion?
Yeah. I move to pass a resolution approving the program guidelines directing staff to establish the Shelter Pass program and approving budget appropriation of $80,000 from El Dorado County Opportunity Knox Continuum of Care and $15,000 from General Fund Undesignated Excess Reserve.
Second.
We need two, we don't need 2 and 3, right?
We can third it.
Third.
Great, we have a motion and a second, and we can vote.
Came up, oh, just a minute, I'm finding it. Here it is.
Thank you. That motion unanimously carries.
Do we need to additionally do 2 and 3 as well, or does one cover 2 and 3?
Yes, you need to do 2 and 3 also.
Can I do them together?
Yes, you can.
Oh, then never mind. I'll keep reading then. I move to pass a resolution ratifying the grant application and authorizing the city manager to enter into agreement with the California Department of Housing and Community Development, Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention for receipt of grant funding through El Dorado County, and pass a motion authorizing and directing the mayor to execute the subrecipient agreement with the Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, we can vote.
Thank you. That motion unanimously carries.
Great, all right, we are going to be moving on to item 15. This is the 2026 City Council meeting schedule, and Ms. Blankenship.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So on your November 18th meeting, on your December 9th meeting, Mayor Bass and Jenkins seconded, requesting that we bring back the regular meeting calendar to consider any changes. No changes were considered at that time, but happy to make any changes that council directs.
Great, all right, bringing it back for questions. Before we go to public comment, just questions. Mr. Jenkins.
I understand we have one meeting scheduled in April. 0 meetings in July and 1 meeting in October. And the mayor assures me that if there's important city business to transact, that the special meeting of the council would be called. And with that, then I'm fine with the schedule as it is.
All right, great. Thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up public comment in the room for anybody that would like to give public comment on this item. Mr. Messina.
I know this is getting redundant kind of, but as I said earlier, we can schedule around. If we'd had this meeting next week instead of this week, I would have been able to go to the Board of Supervisors meeting. Both today and the one after that week. And almost every month, we have alternatives. And it's seems to be that we want the second and third Tuesday of every month. And I think we need to look at changing that. If we even changed half of them to days that the county doesn't have their meetings, it's still a Tuesday. It still can be planned a year in advance, and we'd be able to lobby in Placerville. They were amazed when I showed up with like 10 seniors at one of their meetings. They had never had that many people show up, you know. So give us a chance to help you make things work, but we have to have the ability to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else in the room for public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
No members on Zoom, Mayor.
Great. All right, we'll bring it back to council. Sure, go ahead. I know.
I think Mr. Messina raises an interesting question. Distance does not make the heart grow fonder, apparently, in our county. And it might be good where we know of issues that we then ask them to have a joint meeting with us where we can discuss those common interests. And at least once a year, for the reasons that Mr. Messina raises. And that could be a special meeting, I guess, because we all like those special meetings. But I think you raise an important point, Mr. Messina, and maybe there's some way that if we could conglomerate all of those city-county issues, that we could have a joint meeting and look them eye to eye and have a conversation like a family to work things out.
Good comments there. So I'll go ahead and kick this off. Me and Mr. Roberts wanted to bring this back, and really my real intention in bringing this back was because I actually, when I joined the council 7 years ago, one of the first changes we did was to introduce night meetings. And the idea of that was to really allow for people that work during the daytime to be able to attend a night meeting. And I still think that's a good thing when, especially, we have a second reading. Somebody can't make the first, they can at least make the second. However, we've continuously run into, and we'll be talking about city council protocols, our meetings are taking an unbelievable amount of time. We have over and over and over had to extend past 10 o'clock. We have had to push items off over and over and over. And with the way that our council is operating, I truly, well, and I can speak from my own, having to be on TRPA on the third Wednesday of every month, and the third Tuesday is the night meeting. I'm leaving here at 11 a.m. and I'm back at TRPA at 8:30 a.m. And then another 5 or 6 hour meeting. And then I think about our staff, who's also being put in this situation. And when we think about efficiency and operation of the city, for our department heads to have to be here till 10 or 11 and then to come back to work, or maybe they need to wait until noon so that there's actually, or whatever those dynamics are. I think of it as efficiency. I also think we can meet the public transparency and the public participation by holding every quarter like a workshop potentially. And we can do this through the meeting with the mayor that's already happening, where it's allowing those people during these time frames where they're off work to still have the interaction with us. And I think we can accomplish, again, the city's business in a way that we're getting things done and we're not holding all of us here for, till 10, 11 o'clock at night. I just, so Ms. Soderston, we're definitely in dialogue. You've had your public comment, and if you could please. So
This is why public comment should be after the discussion period, because we need to know what you're thinking.
Ms. Soderston, we are trying to have a public meeting, and we are deliberating on the issue, but, so my point, and again, this is up to the council, I just do believe that our city business, regular scheduled meetings serve us better in the morning than they do at night, and that in no way doesn't mean that we can't still organize things to have public participation. So I'll put it there and see what the rest of the council has to say.
No, I think we should keep the night meetings as it is. I think the whole schedule is fine. I think staff needs a break a couple times a year. I know I need a break a couple times a year, but keep the night meetings for the reasons of the, different variety of people that are available to come to the meetings. I know, I understand Mr. Messina's comments, and he brought it up before, and at that time, I went home and I looked it up, and I believe in the last 12 months, there was only 4 times that our meetings were at the same time as the Board of Supervisors meeting was. So, I mean, I don't know if that's enough to make complete changes or whatnot to our schedule.
Great, thank you, Mr. Roberts. Ms. Horgan?
I appreciate Ms. Soderston's thoughts on this, and also agree that it is nice to have an evening meeting for people who can't join. That being said, if there are conflicts in schedules, we could consider moving individual night meetings to days, if that's something that you'd like to discuss that seems reasonable. But I think getting rid of night meetings does unfairly remove options for people to join us.
Great. And Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I am completely supportive of our current split between day and night meetings and keeping that as is.
Great.
I don't support reducing or limiting the numbers. I will concede that, and I want to, as a point of making a fairness to the question of conflicts, the conflicts in meeting schedules with the county are real, and they're not. I don't want to dismiss them, but we also have the TRPA, the TTD, the Tahoe, Clean Tahoe, the CTC. There are so many agencies in this basin that is just extremely difficult to schedule around everyone, and not have conflicts somewhere. That being said, I would support staff taking another look at this for next year's schedule, because I just don't think I want to deal with this again this year, to the point of we keep having too much little stuff come up, and we have a lot of important things to do. So for the next schedule, a year from now, let's see if we can look at improving some deconfliction with the county without it being like if we switch first and third to first and second and third to first and second or something like that for some months, just to see if there's some options to improve deconfliction. But I don't want that to be something that we have to come back to and rehash again this year when we've got other things we need to talk about.
Great. All right, Mr. Jenkins?
I'm in favor of the current schedule, with the understanding that if there's a need to change a meeting or have a special meeting, that the mayor or 3 members of the council have the authority to call such a meeting to deal with issues that are pressing. But I want to leave the availability to working people to be able to come to meetings and be heard too also. And I appreciate what the mayor's bringing up, but I think I'd like to keep the schedule. And maybe what we do too, when they're prescient, is that a word? There are pressing issues that if we know about things coming up, we empower our executive and we empower our staff to speak on our behalf at these meetings to the extent that they're available, and we're not crushing them with other business, that they can speak up for us if we know what our policy is. If they know where we're coming from, they can speak for us. And I have full confidence in our staff in doing that.
Also, sorry, I forgot there's another thing I wanted to agree with you about before we move, which is I think we should be a little more forward than we have been since I've been on council about scheduling a special meeting if we need to catch up on work. If there's items that have been pushed off, I think we should be more, it's not a question of changing the schedule, but I think we should be more willing, and it doesn't have to be because of some emergency. It can simply be because we have a lot on our plate because this is a challenging time and we need to play catch up. That's fine. if we need to schedule an extra meeting, to schedule a special meeting, we should just be more willing to do that than we have in the past. That's an option open to us in our existing protocols. We should make use of it when it would be of benefit.
Yeah, and
I just think that's another thing we should be considering.
I don't
And
think
I
we've
do
had a
want to share that
position-
I thank staff for the many late nights. I do recognize that that can be a frustration thing, and that is part of the burden of public service sometime.
Sure, okay. And again, the majority of council is there.
Cody, can I ask you one question?
Yes, sure.
Is there any particular night meeting on the calendar that you can identify that you would like to?
As the TRPA rep, the third meeting of the month is always going to be at 5:30 at night. The TRPA meetings meet the third Wednesday of every month, so that's going to happen every single month, basically. That happens to me every single month. I leave here and I show up to TRPA at 8:30 in the morning, and it's not, and then you're kind of fatigued by the end of the TRPA meeting of 7 hours because you're back to back. So it's not, and again, I'm actually, it hasn't really affected me too much. I honestly thought about it more in the staff. And another thought here, if there's a way that we possibly, and this may not work because we do want the public access, but maybe we started a little bit earlier and we held another public comment session at 5:30. And that way, because it seems like we are not getting through what we need to get through every other meeting. So maybe we start at 3:30.
Start at 5 at least.
Well, that's only a half hour.
That's
But if we started at 3:30 and then we held a public comment again at 5:30 so that we had both, I don't know.
I mean, what if you then go with 4:30? Most people
4:20? No, just
are
kidding.
done it.
Had to, he left me open.
I did leave you
I
open
think
with
this is
that
a
one.
good conversation for the next round of this. I do think we should avail ourselves of the special meeting and add a
Special
meeting here
meeting's
and there if
available
we think we need
anytime.
to.
We can do that at any time that
Correct.
we need to. That's not a problem at all.
Right, but that's a way to solve this problem that we've been having, is to schedule an extra
Well,
meeting
I
here and
want
there.
to try to, anyways, if we could talk about doing it at a different time or starting a little earlier, it's really up to the prerogative of the council. I don't know yeah.
I know for me as well, I work my 4 shifts before I come here, and it will be late for me as well at 10 if we're extending. I think reasonable 4 p.m. I think 3:30 is too early, to be honest.
What do you guys think about 4 p.m.?
I have no problem with whatever you agree.
Okay. nice.
I'm one of the non-working.
Oh, thanks.
I think we
give
should,
us-
my motion is to accept the meeting schedule as printed and with a inclusory recommendation to staff and the mayor to feel more empowered to schedule a special meeting
all right.
if necessary. That would be my suggestion.
It's up to you, Mr. Roberts. Would you like to see us move the
Second
meeting
one,
to
second
4
one.
or start at 5:30?
Okay.
I second what Councilman Roberts just motioned.
Okay. I don't know that we need a motion for that, honestly. There's no changes to it.
I move that we just move on.
There we are. So we're moving on. We are moving on to item number 16. This is going to be our city council assignments to boards and commissions. And this is also Mrs. Susan Blankenship.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. We bring this item forward every year so you can discuss who wants to sit on the various boards and commissions for the rest of the year. This is also the time that you can eliminate or establish new subcommittees. It has been talked about adding an ad hoc regional housing policy subcommittee and an ad hoc sign ordinance subcommittee, so you can create those today if you'd like. There are also 2 positions that are up for renewal, and these are positions that council can make citizen appointments to. We did solicit applications for these 2 commissions. One is the El Dorado County Community Action Council and the El Dorado County Commission on Aging. We received one late application from Robert Gonzalez for the El Dorado Community Action Council, and we received 1 application from John Messina, who is our current incumbent on the El Dorado County Commission on Aging. So you may fill those positions from the people who have applied. Consider the late application of Robert Gonzalez, or you may also fill the position within council. You don't have to appoint a citizen. I know before Ms. Horgan was assigned to the position that she was interested in sitting on the El Dorado County Community Action Council. So that is completely up to council. I will note that in speaking with the city manager and knowing that he's going to be leaving us, we did move around some of the staff the staff support people on each of these commissions will be updated once you choose who will be on each of the boards and commissions. So I will leave it up to you to decide who's going to do what.
Great, thank you so much, Ms.
If I
Blankenship.
may, one
Yes.
thing to add, sorry, Ms. Blankenship.
No, it's
Yes.
okay.
Thank you for mentioning the staff support will be modified after this.
Yep.
But there is one, just so everybody's aware, the Community Playfield Consortium, JPA, lists me as the voting member. The council took that
Oh, I'm
action, so
sorry.
that'll have to be
Ooh.
something we need to have, council can say, city manager or one of you may want it. So I'm just putting it out there.
Great.
Can you go to assistant city manager as well, presumably?
We could, but we could
Yeah, I
also
could say
consider.
city manager.
That's allowed, is what I'm getting at.
And we've also had mayor or council members serve in that role in the past, so we could go either or. Okay, so let's see, are there any questions about this? Actually, you said it, Ms. Blankenship, but who were the two ad hoc committees that we could choose to add? So
Oh, okay. These are just ones that council had discussed in the past and interested in, and we said, oh, well, when we bring it back in December, you can add them. And it's part of the requested action. It's just included there. You could add an ad hoc regional housing policy subcommittee and an ad hoc sign ordinance subcommittee.
all right, great. And yes, Mr.
Housing
Jenkins.
policy- what was it?
If there were a regional housing subcommittee that I assume would engage with other agencies in the basin on housing, affordable housing, who would a council committee, is it anticipated that they would be meeting with? They would be meeting with electeds from, who would they meet? Because, and I'm trying to say this nicely, trying to be nice, is we've been talking a long time about some of these issues. We need our agencies in the region to do their part and to quit talking and act. They need to rock and roll. And even though that's an old, term. And I don't want to waste our time with more deliberation that leads to nothing. If there's things that we need to look at what we need to do to get them to do their part, or decide then what we are going to do. And this issue is that's where, if we're dealing with policy, if they're dealing with policymakers, that's fine. But staff to staff is good, except if it doesn't change up at the policy level, nothing changes. So that's my question, I guess. Are we dealing with policymakers, or are we dealing with people who are telling us that we can't do things when they don't have the authority really to tell us anything that we can't do?
If I may, Councilmember Jenkins.
Yeah.
These two suggested and potential ad hoc committees that were added to this for council to consider. This one, the Regional Housing Policy Subcommittee, came up during a presentation when the TRPA came here to talk about the land use commodity system. And
Was that John Hester?
yes, it was that presentation.
John Hester.
And we talked about the transportation VMT and then also the commodities. So this is a carryover from that item. I think from my viewpoint, I would see this council ad hoc committee meeting with our Director of Development Services. The city manager would be a part of that conversation, and they would probably formulate policy recommendations that this two-member ad hoc would do, that would come back potentially to the council to consider saying, yes, send that to the TRPA, or yes, send that to the state of California. And that's how I would envision that would be.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Great. Any other questions on this item? Yes, Mr. Roberts. Oh,
Not really a question, but to bring forward right now is a Clean Tahoe program. They've come to me twice mentioning that they don't feel they need to have two council members on their board. And although I would like to stay on there, it wouldn't be necessary for Councilman Robbins to stay on. They thought maybe their continued suggestion was that maybe Sarah Letton would be a nice choice to add, so a staff member to replace the second council person
makes a lot of sense.
as we go forward.
Great, thank you.
Unless
That's-
Mr. Robbins wants to stay on there.
Okay. All right, I think unless we have other questions, we'll go ahead and open this item for public comment. This is item 16, City Council assignments to boards and commissions. Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
No hands raised, Mayor.
All right. Let's go ahead and take up these two boards that ad hocs that we may add, because if we are going to add those, we're going to also need to appoint to them. Let's go with the housing one first. As Mr. Irvin said, that came out of the TRPA discussion. Mr. Jenkins already kind of asked what would be the functionality essentially of the board and what is its kind of end goal, right? Is that? And I would ask the same question in a way. But I don't know, that's, I think, for all of us to deliberate and answer.
Well, it's on the agenda.
Well, yeah.
You're referring to when the TRPA came to have their presentation on housing, right? So one of the things that, for lack of a better word, I'd just be blunt, we kind of missed at that meeting was providing input and recommendation as a council as a whole on that issue. And I believe that's still something that's supposed to be pending, that we're supposed to have an issue coming back to say, this is the council's recommendation on your housing policy for the TRPA.
It's on the agenda planning calendar
Correct.
to come back to council.
So it is.
So to that point, if the council wants to just say that's where the policy will be formed and make sure that happens on that item, this ad hoc may not be needed.
That's what I was, sorry, yes, that's, I wanted to verify that fact before saying that I think that's where we can go with that, rather than having an ad hoc
committee.
to formulate a response. I don't know that it's necessary, because being at that meeting, there was pretty broad agreement that with what the TRPA was proposing for the most part, and I don't think it would be so difficult that we need an offline subcommittee to formulate a city policy input response to that,
Great.
which I think we should have.
Yeah.
But I think
we
it can be
do
just
at that
done
item.
at that agenda item.
Right. So is everybody in agreement with that? All right, well, great. We'll move on to the second one, which was a
By the way, when
sign
is that on the
ordinance.
agenda for, by the way?
I know, he's looking for me.
Yeah, I know. Just for context, I just want to know when that's planning to come up.
Is this a time we've asked if there are assignments we would like to have?
Bear with me, I'm finding
Would
it.
this be the time
Understood.
to do that? If
We're
there are
bearing.
assignments that we would like, is this what you're, yeah?
I mean, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, if there are things that we'd like to serve on because
Oh,
there's.
yeah, when we come back from public comment.
Oh,
We gotta
okay,
do
good.
public
Okay,
comment.
thanks, Mr.
Solid waste.
All right. Or did we get that answered yet, or no?
It was on there.
Yeah, so I want to make sure it's actually on there.
Oh, it's the, yes, it is. It's right now listed under May 5th,
That's right.
9 a.m. meeting, the Tahoe Living Housing and Mobility Fees.
Okay.
That was what that item was. And so at that meeting, the council kind of took in the information and did not give a policy direction. So I think that's the item.
That's over 4 months from now. Do we want to request that the TRPA aspect of that get moved up to something sooner? Because they're going to have their votes on the policy. When is that scheduled?
We
for them to start?
already passed phase 2 housing amendments.
Yeah.
They're already done, and there will be, each area plan amendment kind of comes through for each county, and as we bring something through, we'll have to comply with those, but there's also, we can make changes that fit for our county, but they have to fit within the phase 2 housing amendments that we passed, right?
Mayor, yeah, and I'll also add that we're going to be kicking off our housing element update that the council just authorized. So that's also going to be an opportunity for the council to provide, really documented housing policy recommendations and desires that the city council wants to kind of memorialize. So that's also an opportunity. Now, it's not a direct communication to TRPA that we're talking about, but there is currently housing policy in the current housing element that discusses this very matter, basically saying that the city should advocate for housing policy to the TRPA. So, I just wanted to highlight that that's also an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
If I could, Mr. Thomas raises an important question that under California law, which, and sometimes we really are under it, and I don't always know when we are, but if you want to do something, they tell you, put it in the general plan, the city's general plan that's adopted, because it's the, quote, constitution for all development. That's the theory in California. And if you don't want something, put it in the general plan. So in relationship to housing, If there's things that we want done, we put it in there, and that's going to give us a little more, it's going to give us the staff direction, it's going to give our council direction about where they go, and maybe they don't have to come back and keep asking us questions. They'll say it's in the policy that we do A, B, and C. So I thank you, Mr. Thomas, for that clarification, how important the housing element is part of the city's general plan. It's not the region's general plan, it's our general plan.
Ms. Morgan? No, you just had your light on, sorry.
Oh.
No, that's all. All right, well, so let's move on now to the ad hoc committee for the sign ordinance. When we brought the sign ordinance issue back as an agenda item, it is a very complex issue. The ad hoc committee is basically 2 council members, plus we could get some of the people that own sign companies around town that obviously want to have major input to the ordinance. Along with, so I think this, to me at least, is an appropriate ad hoc committee. Ad hoc means that it's only going to live for the time it's creating the ordinance, and then it'll go away. So I think that this is one, because of the input that we need from sign shops and potential commercial property owners and those kind of things. To me, this is an appropriate committee.
Business, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Business owners and operators are frustrated with existing policies that relates to signs, and you've heard some of that frustration. I hear it at the gym, of all places, but few people want to express publicly because they're worried, not that we would do this, but they're worried about retaliation. And I've heard that expressed. But I think this is a good opportunity to bring in the business community and say, does this make sense or not? And then if to the extent that we need other approvals, we tell people what we want, not ask permission to do what we're doing. We tell them what we want, and we ask for their help, cooperation, sitting around the table, having a meal, breaking bread, all that nice stuff. But in the end, we have to say what we want, and the business community is important to have that voice in that process of developing what our rules should be.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. So is everybody in agreement with the ad hoc on a noise ordinance, on a sign ordinance?
I'm fine with having an ad hoc, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I agree with that as well, specifically to Councilmember Jenkins' comments that there should be other stakeholders at the table.
Great. So with that, since we're on this one, why don't we start with who we are going to go ahead and appoint to this committee? And Ms. Blankenship, do we need to outline who we would like you to solicit to join the committee, or will you just do that as a public solicitation? Like, do we need to outline?
I think you need to appoint who's going to be there, and then the subcommittee can state who they would like,
Okay.
because the subcommittee can make that decision.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. So I will say I actually have interest to serve. We need 2 council members to serve on this committee, so I definitely have interest. And
I've
Mr.
actually
Roberts?
received citations and fines over the sign ordinance, so I have an interest in how this goes.
Would you be recused from being?
No, because the business isn't existing anymore.
All right. So Mr. Roberts, so I think we have 3 of us now. So if we have 3 of
Keith,
us.
I think maybe you and me would be good.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I own a business in town. I've had to deal with the sound ordinance multiple times in my dealings, and so I think I'm pretty familiar with it.
I manage 6 businesses in town.
Right, so I don't know. When we get into this issue, it actually can become the council votes to who to appoint.
Maybe if you show up, you can schedule it as a regular meeting, because there'll be a third person. Then
Then we have to do schedule.
I'm fine, if Mr. Roberts wants it, maybe.
I'm fine also giving it to
Maybe
you.
some of my staff might be some of the people you would invite.
Could be. For me, this is a question of balancing the way the city looks with the need to allow businesses to advertise in a reasonable way. And I have a foot on both sides of that, having had a business that has actually received a sign citation at this point. So I know the nuisance of it.
Right.
But at the same time, we don't want to look like an interchange on the highway, and that would be pretty gross for the city. So we need to do we need to find a fair balance, and I think that's what we can do.
To be fair here, and just so you guys know, there's a huge amount of code at the TRPA level that we have to comply with first. And so this is a very complex, not easy issue
Mr. Mayor,
for us to deal with.
I think we need to decide what we want to do, and then we go to the TRPA and we ask them, how can you help us achieve what we want to do? This is, again, our community. We live here. We're a city in California, 482 cities. Let's decide what we want, and let's ask them to help us in their kindness and wisdom to do because we are special. We are special in the basin. We're the only city incorporated.
I totally agree with you that we're special, but our state did join a bi-state compact, and it gave the TRPA this
Let's
authority.
tell them what we want and then
I hear
ask
you.
them to cooperate.
I hear your process. I'm just saying, I just wanted to point out that it's going to be a complex ordinance. Are you sure or do you want to go to a vote? We can go to a vote, or if you want to, it's up to you, Mr. Roberts.
I mean, I don't mind a vote. I mean, if that makes more sense with the council.
It's really up to you. If you
nominate
stand down, then
myself
we have
and
two, and if you don't,
I'm okay with you and Scott. I think that would be fine.
all right,
But I hope you would pursue some of my team
I will,
too,
100%.
because they're all in the village, and, that's certainly key to the whole ordinance.
100%. I will absolutely do that. And I would also give it to you if you really want it, because I have a lot going on. So I'm not also kind of indifferent.
said that he and Keith could serve too.
If you want to do that,
He's okay deferring to Cody.
I could go either way. I'm not like,
I'm okay with you guys.
you sure? Okay. All right. Well, then
This is going
that's.
to be a thriller, man. This is going to be like a super exciting subcommittee. We're going to miss you. We're going to have so many parties. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah. All right, so, great. We have now got through those, and Ms. Blankenship, you've got that. We're going to go ahead and I'll go ahead and move through our committees that are listed on the staff report. It's not a staff report, it was just in our
table in the
packet,
staff
table.
report.
So we'll start with the California Tahoe Conservancy. Right now, we have a vacancy, and
I would like to be on that.
Scott Robbins is the alternate.
Actually, do we need to do the finance subcommittee as well? I think that has a vacant seat on it before we move on
Well,
to assignments.
it's at the bottom
Board
of my
assignments.
sheet, so I'll just do it at the bottom.
We just did the one that we were just newly creating, and now we're
Exactly.
going back to the
Oh,
top.
okay, we'll come back to it then.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. I thought we were doing all the subcommittees
you're good.
first, whatever.
So for the CTC, California Tahoe Conservancy, we have one vacancy. Mr. Roberts would like to serve in that position,
I was also interested in that.
and you're also positioned, okay. So, we have,
Stay as
Vacant.
right now, there's Mr. Robbins is the alternate. And so, when we get into these type of positions, basically, we have two people that would like to serve. We can go to a vote of the council. Is one way we can do it, or,
It's one appointment and one alternate, right?
that's right.
So who are the two people that will, I'm fine with being an alternate.
Ms. Horgan and Mr. Roberts would
Oh,
like to
okay, I didn't
serve.
hear. I'm sorry, my
Yes.
apologies.
So, yes,
This is an error on our list. CTC does not have an alternate.
it's two, that's what I thought. It's two.
They don't have two either. They
Just one? Oh, I
no
apologize.
one, yep.
It's one and no alter, okay. Interesting.
So if
That's-
one person is absent, no one may substitute for them?
Correct. That's what's happened, and that's what it was. Remember, we had I think, in the past, Scott tried to show up, or you were asked, and they didn't allow an alternate to come.
I apologize for that. I did not
I
have
remember
that
that.
on-
I can't remember.
I remember
LTVA
two
was the
people
same.
serving on this at one time, but
Sorry, I'm glad we
Yeah.
caught it
No,
now.
that's, my apologies. It's been on there for quite a while, so I must have missed that.
So it is just a vacant opening. That's it.
okay, so we have one vacant opening. We have Ms. Horgan and Mr. Roberts
not
that
being
both
the
would like to
alternate. I can
serve.
live.
It's fine. I can yield that to Councilmember Roberts.
Are you sure? Okay, well, thank you for making the process simpler. Mr. Roberts will then take the vacant position at the California Tahoe Conservancy. The next one that we'll move to is the City Selection Committee. By default, this has been the mayor. I don't even remember this ever really meeting, so I think we can just
Oh,
keep this.
well, you will have a meeting on Thursday at 9 o'clock.
All right, great. Add something.
So the City Selection Committee actually meets to appoint the people to LAFCO, or to confirm LAFCO, and also to confirm the El Dorado Countywide Oversight Board. So the only reason the committee meets is to confirm what El Dorado County and the city, the people they
The
have
Electoral
selected.
College
Yeah.
of the county.
All right.
So,
Very nice.
so there will
Enjoy.
be one, the meeting on Thursday will be about 5 minutes long.
All right, sounds good. So I'll stay in that position. We will go ahead and move on to the El Dorado Local Agency Formation Commission.
And Mayor, I did want to make one comment on LAFCO. So during last year, Mayor Wallace at the time advocated to have the city as the alternate. Before, it was always Placerville having an alternate. So either Placerville can have an alternate or South Lake Tahoe can have an alternate, but both cities can't have an alternate. Before, it's always been Placerville, and she fought for us, and so we're now the alternate.
Okay.
You were the alternate for LAFCO.
Right.
What LAFCO is asking for now is not for you to change as the alternate, but to just have a new person as the representative selected, for whatever reason.
Okay. So Mr. Jenkins is interested. Anybody else interested in LAFCO? All right, and I definitely can stay the alternate. I served on the board
great.
for many years, and you'll enjoy this one. It's a good one. El Dorado Countywide Oversight Board, we have a vacancy. This is also a meeting that generally just meets once a year, January or February. And is there anybody that would like to serve?
What does it do?
It's an oversight board for countywide issues.
So we
I think it has to do with the.
Is it not?
I think it.
So
This has to do with RDA dissolution, right?
Yeah, our,
I mean,
our
it's
finance
what it
director
must be.
is the staff responsible for that. I sit as the clerk.
Yeah.
We do have a meeting this month
And
to discuss.
Mayor
Olga.
Bass, it has to do with RDA dissolution funds.
Yes.
And, sorry, anything to add, Olga?
Well, yeah, but there's resources, we
still have assets Tia Mirava.
This is to approve ROPS to submit to Department of Finance.
That's important.
Great.
That's important.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tikamarova. And so that, who would like to fill that vacancy? Mr. Robbins?
I'm trying, where is this on the sheet
It's
again?
below
It's number
left.
4 on the list, 4 from the top.
It says, it's really not descriptive of what.
It's
it
called
really
El
does.
Dorado Countywide Oversight Board, and we have a vacancy, and we can also select an alternate.
Oh, we do need an alternate?
We
I'll
can select
volunteer and then Robbins can be the alternate.
Sure.
All right.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Well, thank you so much, Ms.
If
Horvath.
I could just say, it's very important to get some grounding in what the original redevelopment agency did and what assets we have and what revenues coming in. And then when you're meeting to decide how the successor agencies, it's very important to make sure that we get what we deserve. I don't want what I deserve, but that the city get what they deserve.
Great, thank you. All right, moving on to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Governing Board. I currently serve as the commissioner there, and Mr. Jenkins is the alternate.
I'm happy with being the alternate.
Yes, I would also like to stay in my position. If there's no opposition, then that's a simple one. We're moving on and keeping that the same. The Tahoe Transportation District, Mr. Robbins serves as the commissioner there, and I serve as the alternate. We keep that. Everybody's in favor. Great, moving on to the South Tahoe.
Bass, do you want to stay as the alternate, or do you want someone else to do alternate?
I'll
I'm fine
stay
either
as-
way, I just wanted to get.
Because
your
I
input.
still serve on the one commission too. So
Okay.
on the, I forget, the Program Implementation Committee. So I might as well stay as alternate since I keep up with it. South Tahoe Transit Joint Powers Authority. This is me and Mr. Roberts on this.
I have a question on that.
Sure.
Can one serve on the Transit JPA and the TTD simultaneously? Is that allowed?
Yes.
I don't
I
see why. it
don't,
wouldn't
well,
be.
I don't see any reason why not, but
The reason I suggest that is I would like to suggest a swap up that I serve on the JPA and pick up the transit subcommittee seat that goes to the JPA for the TTD. That way, because the TTD's subcommittee or the TTD committee for transit operations is got a post from the JPA, but not representation from the city, because it goes through the JPA. That's why you're on that, and I'm not, even though I'm on the JPA.
I'm on the Program
That's
Implementation
what I'm-
Committee.
sorry, that's what I'm thinking.
and
Sorry,
that-
my
that-
brain is.
That had not, that actually is an appointment from the TTD board. It has nothing to do with.
I thought
them.
that was from the JPA.
Not at all. No, it's from the TTD board. I've been on that committee from when I was on the TTD board, put on that committee, and they've kept me on the
Are
committee.
you?
Guarantee you. It's
I
Program
could've sworn
Implementation.
that was from the JPA, not the TTD.
No, we've never created a committee out of the JPA for that, it's from TTD, and Mr. Spiel serves on it. It's the Program Implementation Committee.
Yeah, go ahead. It's relevant to,
Sure.
he's on the TTD, so. He's a TTD board member.
We previously had a program implementation committee. That committee was dissolved and a new one was created with a very similar mandate. It's a little bit confusing. I think it's called the Regional Transit and Capital Programs Committee. There is a seat, it's a committee, of course, of the TTD board, and there is a seat allocated to each of the different counties around the lake, and there is a seat allocated to the JPA. And so you serve, Mr. Bass, on behalf of the JPA on that TTD committee.
I see. Okay, I didn't realize all those changes that happened, so
With-
thank you.
With the
That's-
JPA being less active than it was when this committee was formed, I think it might make sense to modify the structure of that TTD committee so that the city were to have a seat on that committee.
I agree
Right.
with that, but in the interim, what I'm suggesting is that we bring that so that the TTD board and the implementation committee seat are the same seat. And so I suggest doing that quickly and easily by swapping
But-
me onto the JPA, since the JPA is not doing much else anyway for the time being.
Yeah, but I mean, I personally liked, I served on the TTD for 6.5 years, and I kind of like being on a committee with the TTD, because it keeps me up with what's going on, and my work at the JPA, I'm definitely not swapping the position. I led that way for a long time, but
I'm saying I swap up.
Ms. Roverud, please.
If I could just help you, thank you, Mr. Spiel, for giving that history. So that seat is, who is the representative of the JPA is selected by the JPA board,
So
not the
we
city
could-
council.
Oh, okay,
So
well, then that's fine.
if
So
you
then why don't we
change
select
the board
I would like to be
seats-
Before we
selected for
meet-
that then.
Before we meet at the JPA, let's talk about that. And that, okay, so that will leave us with Mr. Bass, Mr. Roberts. You're an alternate on the JPA, Mr. Robbins. All right, and now abandoned vehicle abatement. This is Mr. Jenkins.
I have a comment on this. I don't know why this function cannot be handled by staff alone. What I get is I get periodically something signed for this money. That's all I do. I'm really not doing anything except signing. It seems to me that staff could handle this if they're handling it anyway.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jenkins, as part of the agreement, it is mandatory that it's an elected council member per the agreement.
Okay, and I appreciate that clarification, but it's absurd. But that's,
Well, council signed the agreement.
well, just a minute. It says that it meets once a year. I've been on a year, and I don't know that it's ever met. I've never gotten a notice to meet, or maybe I didn't read it if I did. I don't know.
This, in practical reality, this appointment has been hazing for whoever's the newest council member. It doesn't do much, and so
I'd
my
like to
suggestion is that
volunteer
this
myself
goes
as
to Heather.
tribute.
It is the do-nothingest of all
That's just
do-nothing
what happened.
subcommittees.
We can keep
No-
Mr. Jenkins there. He seems to not mind that
I'm
meeting,
sorry,
so-
with the Abandoned Vehicle Joint Powers Authority to rip on them, but this is a hazing assignment. It's just silly.
Accepted. Ad Horrigan.
All right, there we are. Hey, she's a team player. All right, so we will go ahead and move on to the JPA Cal Tahoe. Mr. Roberts is now serving, and there's a vacancy.
I am
Yes.
very interested in Cal Tahoe.
Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
That's great.
I'll be there.
So
I would also like to, this is the Emergency Operations
this is
Services.
JPA for Cal Tahoe.
Yeah, so we have, amazingly, we actually have 2 members who have served on search and rescue, 2 members with medical training, one of them with a lot more than the other. So I think we actually have 2 people qualified to contribute to that, and I
Well-
suggest it would be me and Ms. Horgan.
So, again, my only thing about that is continuity. Mr. Roberts has been serving the last year, and it is nice for continuity and the ability for the board continuity. And so, not that I disqualify you
I
in
agree.
any way. I totally agree that you can serve. I think Ms. Horgan came first. Maybe we swap it next year, something like that. But I think it's good to have continuity from the level of the board. Yeah.
Maybe Mr. Robbins could be the alternate
Yeah.
instead of you.
That's totally great. Yep. I've served on the board for many years, and I'm glad to give up my alternate position. So, you okay with that?
I would like to serve on that, but I'm not going to push the issue. I think it's worth having people with medical experience, medical training, first responder experience.
Understood.
And we have 2 people on this council that have that, and that's a rare thing.
Yeah, no,
To actually
totally.
have
I think
people
it's great.
with first responder
Just to be
experience on
clear,
the
though,
committee for first responders.
This board doesn't really deal with anyways, I won't even get into that. But I
Emergency
think we have
services
it.
operations.
We have Ms. Horgan, Mr. Roberts, and the alternate will be Mr. Robbins. So we will now move on to.
I just will
Actually,
note,
a lot of what we
just for
deal
those,
with is operational stuff and inter cooperation between, jurisdictions. So it's not quite as much as medical training.
Right.
and I will just note that this committee is meeting this Wednesday. That's tomorrow at 9 a.m. I do have a copy of the agenda.
Oh, well, then never mind, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Sorry, I just wanted to
I'm
note
just-
that
Can I
some of
get
these
that?
are
9
meeting
a.m.,
right away.
screw that.
Yes.
No, I'm just kidding.
So we are moving on to the Clean Tahoe program. Right now, we have Mr. Robbins and Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts made a great recommendation that I very much agree with, which is that Ms. Sarah Letton would take the position of one of those 2 because she is on staff and can help implement from a staff side what Clean Tahoe needs, and what she's hearing to the board can come direct back to our staff. So I'm in favor of that. Where are other council members?
Clean Tahoe does a great job too, so.
And then we just need one other council member, because it's
Sure.
2 members.
So
No, they said they didn't need two council members.
it'll be one council member, and Sarah Letton will serve in a
Maybe,
second
as it
position.
says here on a graph,
Do we have
maybe city
verification if
staff.
that's allowed? Because the other one, they said they couldn't do it, staff. I know that's what they've said, but do we have verification of that from?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Says maybe city staff clean Tahoe bylaws, so it looks like it's been
Yeah,
verified.
but there's two voting members, so we need Miss Letton, that's fine, but we also need one other
Yeah, yeah,
member
so
of
will
council.
that be-
Okay, I was a little confused if you understood that or
Willing
not.
to stay on.
All right. So that's Ms. Letton and Mr. Roberts. All right, moving on. We've got El Dorado County Commission on Aging. This has been a council appointee, and we have Mr. Messina in that role. I assume Mr. Messina would like to continue serving in that role?
He has submitted an
Great.
application.
We
yes.
will keep him serving in that role.
I think so.
All
He's done a
right.
great
Thank you
job.
so much, Mr. Messina. We appreciate your service. Moving on to the League of California Cities Sac Valley Division. This is our voting delegate member for our annual and quarterly meetings. And right now, Mr. Jenkins is in that role. Would you like to stay?
I enjoy the league, Cal Cities.
Great. So Mr. Jenkins will continue to serve in that role. Next, we're going to move on to PADMA. This is the Park Avenue Development Project Plaza Maintenance Association, which is the Marriott and Gondola area. Right now, Mr. Jenkins and me, Mr. Bass, serve as the voting members. The alternate is city manager or city, California, excuse me.
City attorney.
Yeah, city attorney. So with that, again, I am very familiar with this because I have been serving on it the whole 7 years. I can stay on it. I also am not like completely, I have no issue staying on it. I also, if somebody else was really wanting it, I could go either way. But I'm glad to continue serving with you, Mr. Jenkins, if nobody else is of interest. All right, perfect. We will continue forward. South Lake Tahoe Recreation Facilities, JPA. Right now, this is Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I would like to stay on that. We're in the middle of putting the measure back on the ballot, so we actually have items that are currently meeting quite a bit more frequently, and I'd like consistency on that.
Great. No opposition?
As exciting and thrilling as it is to do that, I recognize.
All right, Community Play Consortium, JPA, this is what Mr. Irvin had brought up. We need to put somebody in this position. Previously, we have had council members serve in this position. I don't know that it's necessary. I think this was a lot more active during Snow Globe days, but.
I still would like to volunteer.
Perfect, Miss Horgan, you are on, yes, it is very important, and those fields are beautiful, so we want to keep them that way. All right, we are moving on to the JPA for South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority. Right now, this is Mr. Roberts, and I serve as the alternate.
I would like that one as well.
Great,
Yeah.
Mrs. Horgan. And Mr. Roberts, do you want to take over alternate, or do you want me to stay?
Sure, I'll take
You take over alternate? So great, we're gonna,
Yeah, meetings that talk trash.
aha, that's right. Where are we at? We are now moving on to Tahoe Prosperity Center. I thought, is this one that we still need to fill? I didn't know where we were with that.
In my professional judgment, this is not a board that the council needs to fill or keep on the list.
Perfect. Let's scratch that off the list. And we are moving on to the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority Board. This is me, I serve, and we do not have an alternate by the LTVA bylaws. I would like to definitely continue serving on this board. As we have transitioned in the few years that I have served, we're kind of in another transition. And I think that the continuity and what we're going through right now serves well for me to continue.
I think, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your continued service. I think there's issues about the whole marketing. There are a lot of issues about where money's spent, how it's spent, who does it affect, who does it benefit, and I think that discussion is needed, and you will be a perfect person to have that conversation with our friends on that board.
Great. All right, if there's no other discussion on that, that stays the same. We're moving on to the El Dorado Community Action Council. Right now, we have Mr. Alberto Manfredi on this. Did we have other applications? Sorry.
We had one late application turned
right.
in by Robert Gonzalez.
And I was actually an applicant on the last meeting agenda, but then I was appointed to this council seat, so I still have interest in the community action.
Okay, let's go ahead and
Can we appoint Heather then?
Yes, absolutely. Ms. Horgan is now our representative on the El Dorado Community Action Council.
I really appreciate that. I have interest in social determinants of health and health disparities, and I really feel strongly about being on that, so I appreciate that.
Great. We are so grateful to have you. And we are now moving on to the Tahoe Chamber of Commerce, which right now is Mr. Roberts. And we do not have an alternate. So, Mr. Roberts, you'd like to stay there, or where are we at?
I'm happy to stay there.
Or
Is that
who-
the chamber you wanted, or the other one?
I can take Tahoe Chamber if you want the other one.
No, well,
Or you have a conflict.
I'm actually currently in both of them, but on the Tahoe Chamber, I represent restaurants, so I would like to
I'm
stay
fine.
with this one.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. So we will keep Mr. Roberts in the Tahoe Chamber. Next, we're going to move on to the South Lake Tahoe Lodging Association, and this is also Mr. Roberts. Would you prefer to keep that?
I'm okay to stay there, yes.
Okay. There we are. And we are going to move on to the South Tahoe Chamber of Commerce. This is a vacant seat. This is the other chamber that is here in the South Lake side.
I recommend that we dissolve representation on that committee and cease engagement, given the issues they've had very recently. I don't think we should be a part of that organization anymore.
Okay. I will
They may
look
not
to
be in
council.
existence for much longer anyway, so.
I will look to council on opinions on this.
Yeah, I mean, the comment is understandable. The damage has been done. They are trying to rebuild. I mean, it's hard to say whether they'll still be around or not, or there is a lot of support for them, but they definitely are in a rebuilding and from rebuilding from the ground up.
I think, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I think that it still leaves, even if we don't have direct participation, that we can any time participate in matters that are important to us and to them. And it gives us, we can go to the meetings. We could even be directed to take things to the South Tahoe Chamber. They have a long distinguished history. Recently, it's been challenging. But they're, as Mr. Roberts said, they're going through a transition, and I agree that probably we don't need to be participant at this point. So.
I agree. And yeah, I agree. We can always go to their meetings as a citizen. You can go to their meetings as a representative of the people and attend. But there's a difference between that and having official city involvement with an organization so intimately, closely, and directly tied with the Wallaces
Okay.
at this time, given the criminality at hand.
Okay. Ms. Horgan, any comments on that? Are we in agreement that we will go ahead and X this one off the list as well?
Yep.
All right. There we are. So we are moving on to the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. I currently serve on this commission. It's actually a non-voting position. I usually attend it by Zoom, but it is actually really informative in a lot of ways because it kind of teaches you, you're the alternate on it.
Yeah.
If you if you wanted to go in that position, you could.
My suggestion might be that we see if that can that be done by staff, or does that have to, especially if it's non-voting?
It could be, but I actually have enjoyed it. Like, I like it, honestly.
We can always attend, right?
Yeah,
That's
well,
the-
but I mean, the thing is at the end of the meeting, they have a check-in, and I think they do like to see a council member, because it's like the Board of Supervisors and the commission is made up of Placerville, and so it's kind of a nice thing to, I think, have a dialogue between the boards.
I have no problem with continuing, but I don't understand the purpose of a countywide transportation commission of which we're not a member. I really don't understand that, but maybe I'm
I'll
not
let
too
you
smart.
know, in my experience with it, the crossovers happen kind of rarely. One of the biggest ones was the Amtrak service that came out of, because that's
county
authorized
buses
under the
that-
county. And
That's
for
pretty much-
instance, one of the things I've been trying to get done is a ski bus out of El Dorado Transit to Sierra at Tahoe daily. So the people, the youth from the West Slope could get to Sierra at Tahoe and get back home. So those are things that we can advocate for as a non-voting member. We also worked on things like the pulsing of traffic in Placerville for when we are having an exodus out of Tahoe, so that they can keep those 4 stoplights in Placerville flowing. And so we came up with a program, and being there, I was able to have input to some of that. It does. There's a purpose. We have such an interesting makeup with our MPOs, and that's kind of why it exists that way. So we'll keep that the same. And that brings us to our Finance Subcommittee, which is the last item. Right now, we have a vacancy there with Mr. Robbins.
So this was the last surviving subcommittee from our subcommittee purge a handful of months ago, or I guess last year, because it was the only subcommittee that had actually done a thing. And I suggest we keep it because it's demonstrated that it's done a thing. That being said, I don't know that there's stuff coming up too much in the future, so we should probably reevaluate in a year. But I would suggest, I'd like to stay on it, and then I think we should have one more appointed if we want to choose to meet again. But we did have a very productive meeting slightly less than a year ago, so.
Okay. Mr. Jenkins?
I think you have answered my questions. I have absolute and complete confidence in our finance director and our staff to tell us what we need to know and hear, whether we like it or not. But if this committee is meeting on a regular basis, if they're not meeting on a regular basis, so therefore it is not a standing committee, which would, because some cities I've worked in, that they've had committees, the finance committee meets on a fairly regular basis, therefore it's a standing committee, therefore it's open to the public, so the public can hear too. And so if it's not meeting regularly, maybe it meets once a year, that's fine. But if it's a standing committee, then it should be noticed for public.
Great. Anybody have interest to serve on the finance subcommittee?
I was going to suggest David. It's just me, but you usually have an interest in this kind of thing.
I have a great interest in it. But,
the next thing that I would anticipate, and this is tentative at best, is I know the next big finance move in the city's not too distant future is going to be a mega bond issue for the Fire Station 3. And I would strongly suspect that would be something the Finance Committee would look at when we get to that. It's just that that's not a next week kind of a thing. That's coming up months from now, and so that might be the next thing that's on the Finance Committee's docket, I would suspect.
I thought that was funded, but
no, it's not.
Ask the finance director.
Mr. Jenkins, would you like?
I would be happy to work with our fine team and because I have complete trust in them.
Great. So we now have Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Roberts on the Finance Subcommittee. So I believe that gets us through all of these committees. Thank you all for your willingness and your service. We are going to now.
Oh, we do need we do need a motion for this, and
okay.
it should be something like pass a motion accepting all of the appointments to the assignments list and appointing Mr. Messina and establishing the sign ordinance subcommittee.
I move that we appoint the signed ordinance committee as well as all the assignments and appointments as indicated during and captured during conversations.
Second.
All right.
Is that sufficiently formed?
I captured all of the wants and desires of council.
Great.
So.
All right. We have a motion. Is there a second? Oh, you did. Excuse me. And we can vote.
That motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
Great. All right, so moving to item 17. If I could, I would like to make a suggestion for this item. I will say that one of the first special meetings that I will call and plan to somewhat soon is to have a meeting that really talks about the way we operate as a council and how we can improve efficiencies in the way that we operate as a council. And I think that this item would be better after that discussion at that special meeting. So we could have a discussion about how we can be better, how we can operate better. Then the next item at the special meeting is an update to city protocols if in that meeting we find things that we would like to change. So are you guys okay with that? And then we'll move this to that special meeting. Great.
Mr.
Everybody
Mayor?
okay with that? Yes.
There are a couple of changes in here. One of them is in response to an update in state law that I would suggest adopting these minor changes now, and if you want to bring it back for a bigger discussion at a special meeting, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stroud. So with that being known, if we can hear her and know that this is coming back, so let's not get into our things, because we're going to have it at a special meeting. So, all right, if there's no questions on this, we'll go ahead and open this item for public comment. Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on item 17? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
None on Zoom, Mayor.
Great. If I could get a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the amendments as proposed by the city attorney to on this item, and that's not artfully. I think it's written. We want the amendments that she suggests that are required under state law to be approved, and we want to incorporate it into our protocols.
These are approving the red lines as indicated, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's accepting the changes to the regular meeting schedule and the updates needed for SB 707.
Yes. Okay. All right. Captured the motion. I got a second.
I second.
Great. We got a motion and a second, and we can vote.
I have to get my little There it is.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. All right, moving into regular new business. Council, would you like to take a small break until 3 o'clock, or would you like to keep going? Small break? Great. Let's come back at 3 o'clock. All right, it is 3:00, and we will go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are going to move on to item number 18. This is going to be roles and expectations of city commissions, boards, and committees. This is going to be Mrs. Blankenship again.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This item was brought up at our 2025 strategic planning session. And at that time, we said that we would definitely bring back this resolution for council to discuss any changes that they would like to see in the resolution for the commissions, boards, and committees. Currently, it's in Resolution 2025-016, and that does outline every single city council board and commission, their roles and responsibilities, their residency requirements, the appointment process. And we are happy to entertain any suggested changes, and we would be happy to bring that back at a future council meeting.
Great. All right. Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. So with that, if we have questions for staff before we go to public comment, any questions?
I have one question.
Sure.
On our application form for citizen appointments, there's a checkbox for where you live, and it says city, county, city outside the city and the county, and Nevada. Are there any appointments, commissions, and roles that we have for which residency outside of the county is allowed?
Yeah, so we have in our, let me see, so members of the Airport Land Use Commission, Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission, Building Housing Boards of Appeals, Independent Citizens Oversight Committee, Parks and Recreation, Police Advisory Commission shall reside within the El Dorado Basin portion of El Dorado County. So they must live within El Dorado County, but they could say live in Myers.
I'm sorry, I asked the question incorrectly. That's on me. What I meant to ask, and what I sorry, that was on me. I asked wrong. What I meant to ask is, are there any boards and commissions for which residency in Nevada is allowed?
Not at this time.
So we do have that checkbox on our form. I just wanted to verify if that checkbox is there for anything.
Yeah, I think at one time there may have been, and I can't quite remember which one it was, but I'd be happy to remove that off the application.
Okay, then, yes. Thank
Or
you.
maybe that's just to identify them to immediately disqualify them. But, so I'm happy to take that off if that's confusing.
And I know that like TRPA, we can appoint somebody, so that could be interesting whether TRPA allows you to appoint somebody from Nevada. But anyways, that's just something we can look at. We can appoint, like Placer County has appointed a citizen to serve on TRPA in the position rather than a commissioner. I didn't realize that, but that is allowed by TRPA. So anyways, we can rehash that
Yeah,
later.
I get it.
We could, yeah.
That's a position that wasn't up this time, that'll be up next year. Okay,
Right.
gotcha.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
I'm not going to press this too hard, but let me say this. These are city commissions about matters that the city deals with. And in my view, that city boards and commission should be filled by people who live in the city or its sphere of influence. And for those that don't know sphere of influence, we actually have one, even though we seldom take advantage of it. And the reason is because we're talking about spending city taxpayers' dollars on things, and people who are recommending, if people want to participate, and they're not in our sphere and they're not in the city, then annex. Well, we'd have to amend the sphere first. They're not in the sphere. But so that's just my general comment. We have great people who volunteer, and we want to encourage volunteerism. But that's just overall. City commissions should be city residents or people in the sphere. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, we can go ahead and open this item for public comment.
I'm just going to wait till discussion to follow up on this.
Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on item 18? Seeing none, we will go ahead and move to Zoom.
No hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
Great, bringing this back to council. Are we looking to, I don't know that we have any changes, or Mr. Robbins, is there?
Yeah, so I think I would just, because I wasn't 100% clear on your point, but I think I agree with Councilmember Jenkins, is that I do think people who serve on our commissions should either live or at the least work in the city limits. And I think that should be an amendment we should make overall. If you're going to live outside the city I'm not stoked on that, to be honest, because that's the county's sphere. But I agree with the sentiment of the city's sphere of influence, as Councilmember Jenkins said. And I think we should say that if you either live or your employment is in the city limits, then that's a requirement. You either live in the city or you work in the city. And you live in if you live in the county part of the basin, then you have to work in the city. So I would suggest amending it for that. And that's just to follow up on your comment. The reason I'm glad this is coming back, and my single more major concern here of these items is, and I think the issue that I've brought up several times in the past that I think we really need to consider is the dicta that was handed for the Police Advisory Commission and their charter of what they're supposed to do. We've had a Police Advisory Commission now for 4 years, I believe. And in 4 years, the Police Advisory Commission has yet to offer a single piece of advice on changes for policy, policing, strategy, procurement, prioritization, or anything of the sort. And I don't believe it's a reasonable conclusion that we have reached a hypothetical platonic ideal of policing for which no suggestions could possibly be brought forth for improvement. So I would like to suggest amending the Police Advisory Commission to put in a requirement for bringing back advice and having that commission be useful for the people to say, this is what having spent all the staff time and all the police department's time in preparing these reports and having discussions, that this is what we recommend for police department changes, updates, consideration to the council, and that those reports be brought back twice a year, or at least annually, if not twice a year, to the city council. Because right now we've received Police Advisory Commission's reports, and the only thing that has been on those reports is a list of the meetings they've had. And I'm sorry, but if we're going to have a Police Advisory Commission, it has to be useful.
Okay.
The other commissions have at least done stuff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts. Sorry.
I agree with that, but I think we should have that from all of our commissions, and I think that's why we have in the opening part of the meeting, we have the commission reports. Maybe there needs to be verbiage for all the commissions, for mandatory reports annually or twice a year.
So we've had, for example, I'm just responding to this, sorry, I didn't want to jump in too much, but we have, for example, the Parks Department reports. They've come quite a few times at the beginning of meetings with reports on Parks Department activities. The Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission has spent money and done things. Whether or not the public has fully agreed with that is a legitimate question and another issue altogether, but they've acted. And I press the Police Advisory Commission on this specifically, not because I don't think everyone should do that, I do, but because that is an issue of particular importance in this time and place, both locally and nationally, that we have a Police Advisory Commission that is doing not just engagement, but advising. And right now they're doing the former, but not the latter. And if we're going to allocate staff time and money and resources, which I think we should, I think it's right and important and appropriate to have that citizens review, but then they should do review, and that review should come with recommendations. And I'm concerned that we haven't had that specifically from them. But yes, I agree, Keith, also, the other departments have, but they've also done, the other groups have done better. Parks and Rec has come and said, we recommend the city council do XYZ things on numerous occasions. And we haven't had that from Police Advisory Commission, and I'm concerned about that.
Sure, Mrs. Horgan, or Mr. Jenkins, excuse.
I think if we look at the composition of the police commission, these are not people who are shy. I think it's a testimony to the police department, the police leadership, that I think they do listen to what issues are brought forward to the commission and are responding to that. I think it would be helpful on an annual basis to have a report of what had taken place, maybe. But and I'm not suggesting that Mr. Robbins has a different opinion, but I think we have an excellent police department, an excellent leadership team, and I think that the department is responsive to the commission within the parameters that have been set for it. But I too would like to see, maybe on an annual basis, a report of this is what or if there's something urgent that they could bring it forward. I don't think they're shy people. There's some very articulate people on the commission, as we know, and if there's something that they think that we need to look at, that they would bring it forward. That's all.
Mr. Irvin.
Mayor Bass, members of the council, I just want highlight page 7 of this staff report item. At the bottom, it says, each commission, city commission, and board shall have the opportunity at each city council meeting under the agenda item of city commission reports to provide a brief report on their commission's activities, period. All city commissions, boards, and committees shall make a formal written report to the council annually at the November meeting. So the things we're talking about are memorialized in here.
And Police Advisory Commission, to clarify, they did issue a report. They issued a report a few months ago. We've talked about it, and it was a list of their meetings, and that was it. There was no action, there was no recommendations for action whatsoever, and that's concerning right now.
So, Ms. Horgan.
I just want to echo Councilmember Jenkins. I think that one of the things that may be happening with the fact that there aren't a lot of reports is because the Police Advisory Council, as I've been watching and attending to it, have been working really well with the police department, and the current leadership in the police department have been really proactive on all of the issues that have been occurring in the community, so that there are fewer actions that they need to take, because it's actually just the nature of a very well-functioning department that there doesn't have to be a lot of direct advisement. But we do have Erica Gonzalez also in the chamber right now, and she's been doing an excellent job on that council, and on that committee. I think she would agree that they have had very engaged dialogue, but there hasn't been a lot to advise us on because the police department has been taking actions continuously.
Great. Thank you for your comments, Ms. Horgan, and I absolutely agree. I think that maybe the confusion here could be that it should be called the police oversight, because I don't think that it's necessarily right that the citizens advise the law enforcement practice when we're not trained and understand law enforcement to the level that we should be as citizens advising them how to operate, but we should have oversight. And I think that's really what the commission is more oversight. And the good thing is that there hasn't been a need to report back to us, which is a testament to the great department we have. I think we are incredibly fortunate when you look around that we do have such a good department. And I'm glad that we haven't had to hear from the commission, because it seems that the police department is operating. But I do think it definitely is purposeful to stay intact. I wonder if we want to change the name from advisory to oversight, because I think that's more the function of the committee than it is to advise us to then tell the police department how to operate in law enforcement areas that we're not trained in, kind of thing.
I think we are the backstop that provides that guidance to the police. We are the elected representatives of the people who are policed with police powers that are discharged by the city. It is absolutely in our purview to provide guidance, advice, and policy on how our police department should police our citizens. And I'm not comfortable with the thought or the idea that somehow we should turn over oversight of the police department to the police department.
I never
That's unhealthy.
said that. I said the committee would stay, and they would just, instead of an advisory committee, they're an oversight committee. I'm not saying get rid of the committee. I'm just saying the function of it is more the oversight rather than the advice. Because if it was advice, you would think that committee would be made up of law enforcement officers that are trained in the law enforcement profession to then provide advice to us. We're asking citizens to keep oversight. That's what I'm saying. I think we have the name of the committee, in my opinion, should be oversight, not advisory. If it was an advisory role, it would come from law enforcement professionals, in my opinion. So
I think what we have to be cautious about is, particularly in this time and day, is, quote, politicizing the professional work done by people who are trained, who are sworn to uphold the Constitution, state law, and who are doing the job that they do. And I have faith, knowing some of the folks on that commission or that advisory body, that if there were issues, we would either A, hear them from the community, or B, we would hear them from the commission. And I don't want to see our police department become what some police departments do, and maybe not in this state, but become highly politicized. And let them be the professionals who they are. They're post-trained, they're post-certified, They have their legal standards of what, use of force and so on. But I agree that it would be nice to have an informative report about things that they've done or things that they've reviewed on an annual basis. That would be useful.
Great. All right, so I think where we're at, I don't know that we're trying to change anything here in language. It doesn't seem like. I think Mr. Irvin pointed out that we see these commission reports at every meeting if they need to be heard, and I would look to council. Is there any desire to want to change
Is it
this?
appropriate to ask Erica if she has any thoughts on this?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Ms.
absolutely.
Gonzalez, would you like to?
Didn't come to speak on it, but I can answer questions. Yeah. Do you have a specific question, or you just want me to offer my opinion?
I mean, what do you think about this idea that it's an advisory versus an oversight, and how effective the communication has been in terms of guiding the police department, and whether or not you think that there are specific actions related to the conversations you have when they're continually ineffective?
Yeah, I've said this a couple of times now. To your point, we have had the commission for 4 years, but we also only meet 4 times a year.
That's
It
16
is not enough time to then go, as you know, with the Brown Act and with the way that meetings have to set up in order to agendize something. It's 3 months later. Some people are rotating so quick, they don't know the Brown Act and how to get everything on the agenda. And we are trying our best to agendize things as to the extent possible. Citizens have not come forward and made complaints to the commission for us to just offer our ideas of what we think the police should do. I know that there have been conversations about why don't we have a rape kit center here, right? But that's a advisement of personal perspective of what you think a police or how a police department should run, as opposed to hearing from the police and asking questions. I am generally, I would say, very anti-criminalization in a lot of ways. And I have asked questions about what is the level of training that is available? What are your use of force statistics? Why do we have an MRAP machine? Why are we buying military equipment? I am very critical of law enforcement as a whole. That's my role. I'm an attorney who has worked for victims my entire legal career. So I am very, and Lieutenant Ravelli knows, and Chief Robertson know how I've been very vocal and transparent with them. And I promise you, Councilman Robbins, if there were things that I were hypercritical, I would be very transparent about it. I personally am not afraid. I also have to, though, as a chair of my commission, have to make sure everybody is up to speed on what they're doing. And it's not that what you're saying is without consideration. It's consistently on the back of our mind. But if the use of force statistic are 30 out of 17,000 arrests, what more are we going to ask of the police department to do outside of asking California statute, federal statute to change? And I think we're trying and we're pushing, and the chief and the lieutenant more than anything know that I personally would be the first one. And we've had different conversations about bike abatement programs, snowboarding abatement programs, and just individual conversations about that. And I could tell you my personal thoughts of even whether I would want that, but whether that's a recommendation that we would offer to the department, that is up for the whole commission to discuss and has not been brought by the citizens. So
Thank you so much, Ms. Gonzalez, and thank you for your service on this commission, because you're really the right person to be in that role, and we are very thankful for it. I'm curious, though, what, and Ms. Horgan somewhat asked, what do you think about going from an advisory commission to an oversight, like police oversight instead of police advisory?
I think the option to advise, should something come up, should still exist. So as of right now, the oversight feels a little bit too generic. I do want the ability to advise if things are happening. And honestly, and I said this in the November meeting, that if the citizens do not feel comfortable coming forward publicly, because I know there are a lot of marginalized populations who are afraid of law enforcement, especially our undocumented population, that they are more than willing to come to any of us as individual commission members. We have our emails available on the website. If you find me on the streets, just stop me and you can ask me, and I'm happy to bring forward those issues and those concerns. I know there's a lot of intimidation in coming forward with law enforcement. They don't, and we've had these conversations about not necessarily having the best reputation just in society with where the law enforcement conversations are happening in the United States right now, or globally, quite frankly. But I would say that the commission is more than willing to hear what citizens have to say. And if they want a program like a rape kit program, or a abatement program, then that is something that should be requested by the citizens, and not just ideas that we have on our own agendas.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
I just want to say that your service to the commission and to the city is valuable, given your insight, your training, your legal training, and the kinds of very sensitive issues that you bring a rich experience to this advisory committee, and I truly appreciate that richness and your yourself. I just appreciate that. Thank you.
I think, thank you for being here and answering our questions. So I think with that, I'm fine. We keep it as police advisory. I don't think we have much more to do on this item. Great. Moving on to item number 19. This is going to be.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I might have missed it, but did we take public comment on that item?
Did we not? I am so sorry. Thank you for keeping up with. We will go ahead and open this item to public comment. My apologies. Anybody in the room? Yes, Mr. Messina.
John Messina, speaking for myself, can talk here. I put in an application for the Police Advisory Commission because I agree with Scott Robbins that nothing constructive has been done in years by
Only
them.
thing, if you're talking about commissions, that'll be our next item, if the ones that you've applied
She
for.
was just talking about the police commission.
Yeah, okay.
So that's
No
what I'm
worries.
saying.
You can
Should I
talk about it. I was
now
just
or
letting you
in the
know.
next item?
You'll be considered on the next item.
But
Yep.
I believe Mr. Messina was actually talking about making changes to the resolution regarding the Police Advisory Commission. Okay.
I don't believe the title is that significant, but I do believe we do have a need for an active police commission. 10 years ago, we had people protesting on Highway 50 about police misconduct, and I have seen nothing being done by this commission to help improve things. So, but I do think we need one, and the name's not that significant, so thanks.
Mr. Messina, sorry for cutting you off there. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, Mr. Asbury, you had your hand raised. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I think I raised my hand at the wrong opportunity. I wanted to speak on behalf of the appointment portion of
Okay.
this.
All right.
Agenda,
Thank you,
so I
Mr.
apologize.
Asbury. We'll get to that next. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
All right.
No comments.
Great, bringing it back. As I said before, I think we're moving on from this item, so we're going to go ahead to item number 19, citizens' appointments to city boards and commissions.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Michelle Davis. I am the Assistant City Clerk, and the item before you is the citizen appointments to city boards and commissions. In November, the City Clerk's Department began soliciting applications to 5 of our city boards and commissions. We received a total of 20 applications, all of which are included in your agenda packet. The suggested motion is to appoint 3 members to serve a 2-year term on the Parks and Recreation Commission, 2 members to serve a 2-year term, and 1 member to serve a limited 1-year term on the Planning Commission, 2 at-large members to serve a 2-year term, and 1 non-voting representative, either from the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority or the Lodging Association, to serve a 2-year term on the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission, 2 members to serve a 2-year term, and 1 member to serve a limited 1-year term on the Police Advisory Commission, 1 member to serve a limited 1-year term on the Independent Citizens Oversight Board, and directing the city clerk to continue to solicit applications to fill the remaining vacancies. I will also note for the record that Steve Weiss has requested to withdraw his application from the Independent Citizens Oversight Board, and all other applicants are still interested in appointment.
Thank you so much, Ms. Davis. All right. So with that, let's see, do we have questions on this item for staff? Anybody? Seeing none, we will go ahead and open this item to public comment. Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Everyone, I'm Mark Koskinen of South Lake Tahoe. I'm here to comment on item 19. I've applied for one of the 3 open positions on the Parks and Rec Commission and wish to address the council and staff on my qualifications and interest in the role. This is my second time applying. As an amateur open water swimmer, I'm at the rec center 3 times a week. I interact with lifeguard and front desk staff as well as regular patrons on a weekly basis. I'm also an avid cyclist and runner, utilizing our bike paths facilitated by Parks and Rec throughout all seasons of the year. Myself and regular patrons of the rec center are very thankful for the amazing work of the staff and commission in facilitating the construction of the new facility with an anticipated April opening. And as an avid patron of our current rec center and greater parks facilities, I believe I understand the needs of the community and can make a demonstrable impact on the commission as the facility comes online, in addition to other projects and subcommittees already in flight. In addition to my current recreation at our facilities, I'd like to provide further background on my community involvement. I moved to South Lake Tahoe before the Caldor Fire in July 2021. Since then, I've become an active member of SOS Outreach the last 2 years, helping our local youth get involved in the outdoors, conduct community service, and learn positive leadership skills as they approach their formative years. I'm also a member of the search and rescue team in nearby Alpine County, where many South Lake Tahoe residents ski and recreate every single day. This is my second year on the team, and I've received 2 of my outdoor certifications out of 4 from local instructors at LTCC. My professional experience involved 12 years in the corporate world, including multiple leadership positions at the director, VP, and C-suite level. I managed 7-figure budgets as well as 8-figure books of business. While local politics represent a different scale of decisions and challenges, I believe the skills I learned around team building, leadership, and communication are universal in their application. Like so many others in the room, I believe in the present and future potential of this community and want to help shape it to the best it can be. So I hope you'll consider my application for the Parks and Rec Commission and look forward to the opportunity to serve South Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom. Oh, Mr. Gonzalez, didn't see you there.
Really brief.
All right.
I wasn't planning on saying anything, didn't prepare anything. I could say something else off the top of my head if I was also not planning on saying anything, but I just want to say 2 things real quick. So A, I sent a resolution to the council. Obviously, you're all really busy. I don't know how much you've had the opportunity to look at the substantive part, but basically, housing industry, it's a big issue in our town. It's not so black and white. There's a lot of criminal law issues with it. And basically in the proposed resolution, I don't remember the exact language off the top of my head, but it's basically, we shouldn't do any of this housing and industry stuff unless we can achieve cost figures in the proposal that blow all other cost figures everywhere else in our country out of the water. And guess what? That is exactly what I've been bringing here. 2, so the special interest, general major premise special interest in our town, taking over housing, right? So we could talk about the general premise, but right now, currently, I am in the middle of helping one of my parents' lifelong friends negotiate against one of these special interests who are trying to steal her house. And yes, I can prove that. She's a vulnerable person. They're trying to steal her house. We could break it to that, but she's a vulnerable person. So thank you for your time. This is a case study in the making.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Parks and Rec Commission.
Yeah, well, we're at all appointments. And he applied for 2. Sorry, Mr. Messina. I didn't see you stand up, and I thought we were moving on.
I'm getting confused as to what what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I am too.
Are these the appointments? or
This,
is this
we are on
I am too.
item number 19. It's all the citizens' appointments. So if you have applied for one, and that's what I thought you were talking
applicants to speak, or is it just?
absolutely, this is the time for any applicants to
Okay,
speak.
I'm sorry.
No
but
worries.
That really got me confused. Yes, I do want to run for be appointed to the Police Advisory Commission. I really don't think they've done enough. Like I said before, we've had bad police department in the past. Right now, it's the best it's been since then, but it needs to do more. A few years ago, we had a major problem with bicyclists not obeying the laws requiring them to have lights and reflectors. It got so bad, I took out a quarter-page page in the newspaper saying, why aren't the police department doing something? They did it. It took a month. We need to do things. We don't need to go that route. If we can get on the commission and have them suggest that the police department takes these proactive approaches to things that we need. We have a major drug problem in this city, and it's not being adequately addressed. I know 2 young people who have died from drugs in this city because of their easy availability. And there are many other issues that need to be addressed that are not. And that's why I applied for this. It's simply a matter of scheduling a plan to address major issues, and it has not been done. So I think we need a change on the Police Advisory Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else? Yes, just please state your name for the record.
Afternoon, Julia Luxinger. I've served the last 2 years on the Planning Commission, and I've applied for reappointment. Last year, served as the vice chair. I've learned a lot the last 2 years. It does have a huge learning curve, as I was told in the beginning, but I feel like I've contributed and continue to have interest in moving the Planning Commission along. And right now, we're very involved with VHR issues. I feel like that's very important as long as the Planning Commission is going to be overseeing the appeals. So I hope you'll consider me to be reappointed for one of the seats. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Luxinger. Mr. Feiger.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Congratulations. And Pro Tem, congratulations. Congratulations, new council member. Oh, Joe, I could keep going. Okay. My name's Gavin Feiger. I've been a planning commissioner 3 terms, 1 one-year term, and then 2 two-year terms. It's been really rewarding. I feel like I've done a good job. I've really tried to be balanced and support staff and my fellow commissioners. We have I don't know if you've been watching the meetings. I'm sure you've watched some of them, but we have a pretty good team going right now, a pretty good commission. It's a range of viewpoints and backgrounds, and we're all able to really have good discussions. The VHR appeals have, not a burden, they've kept us busy in a pretty cool way. If I'm reappointed, which I would like to be, I would look forward to, one thing we've been talking about over the last few months is putting together, we're getting the appeals, that's where they stop for the VHRs. So we've seen some some oversights maybe in the ordinance, or some things that could be tightened up, or some special cases that weren't necessarily projected when you guys were all putting together the ordinance. So we're going to start, if reappointed, like to start giving regular updates to council on what we're hearing from people that are appealing and some suggested changes to the ordinance. And then a couple things I'm excited about over the next couple of years is the housing element update and the Midtown Area Plan. Those are both things that I've been in. I went through one housing update already on Planning Commission. I've been through a few area plans, and I also live in Midtown, so really excited about and work in that area too. So I hope to be reappointed, and either way, I will continue to see you guys.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Feiger. And Mrs. Gonzalez.
Hi, so I did, Erica Gonzalez. I am also applying for the Planning Commission. This would be my first time applying for the Planning Commission. I have enjoyed the Police Advisory Commission, and I hope to continue on that because really victim rights are a passion project for me. But also, I have been part of the Tahoe Living Working Group for the last year now, and the housing issues have become something that I've become really interested and passionate about, and researching heavily, and I would say also nerding out legally. I've been reviewing quite a few cases and going back for the through the meeting minutes from October through December, at least that's where I'm caught up for now. There's a lot of material in the Planning Commission, but I do hope to be considered. I sent a letter of interest and an email to public comment because I thought I would have jury duty, but luckily I'm here for you all today. So I hope to be considered for the Planning Commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Anybody else here in the room? I don't see anybody. Okay, moving to Zoom, Ms. Blankenship.
Yep. And, oops, I will note for the record that Mr. Gregorich is at jury duty currently. He was here this morning. He had to call in and he had to leave at noon to go to jury duty. So that's the reason why he is not here, but still does want to be considered. And I do see 3 hands raised. First, we have Mr. Asbury.
Hello, City Council and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I have submitted my application for the Police Advisory Commission, and I was just looking for different ways in where I could potentially serve the community through my skill set. And having been a little bit more involved lately in the last couple of years with public and community
Mr. Asbury, are you still with us? We can no longer hear you, Mr. Asbury. Okay. Nope, we still can't hear you. Yeah. Mr. Asbury, we're going to come back to you. Can you hang up and rejoin and raise your hand again? We'll come back to you. There's 3 other people with their hand raised. So leave the meeting, then come back and raise your hand, and we'll call you again. Hopefully that'll fix the issue. Okay, next up we have Ms. Ballard.
Hi, everyone. Stacy Ballard here. I think we have a good commission with the ACT Commission. I especially want to appreciate Ayana Morale. She has been on our team for about a year. And right now, her and I are working on an AI policy, which is really important for the ACT Commission to do. And we have a lot of long-term goals the team has been working on. So yeah, I just wanted to let you know that. So thank you very much. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. All right, sorry. Okay, next up we have Rebecca Schief.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rebecca Sheff, and I'm interested in the Police Advisory Committee. Sorry, I'm not there today. I'm actually in the California legislature, so sorry for any background noise. I had to step out. But I have a 10 years now worth of experience writing public safety policy. I was a legislative director under Senator Nancy Skinner when she was public safety chair and California budget chair. And I'm a restorative justice practitioner and kind of work in writing public safety legislation across the nation every single day. And this community in Tahoe is especially near and dear to my heart. And I want to get more involved and use the skill sets that I've developed in my career to help this community. And so I'm really interested in joining the committee and hope you consider my application. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Okay, next up we have Samantha Rebrovich. Samantha, there you go.
Hi, sorry. I'm Samantha Rebrovich, a local business owner in the heart of Midtown. I'm applying for the Arts, Culture, Tourism Commission. And I own Wildwood Makers Market, which is an art supply shop / gift shop full of local artisans, and have a vested interest in making Midtown an arts district, as you guys are planning. I have plans and ideas surrounding how we can improve artist opportunities in town. And as I own a shop with a gallery in it, I plan on doing these anyways, but I know it could have a larger impact working alongside the commission and the city. I have years of experience as an exhibiting artist, up to a decade, and understand the challenges artists face today. I also know that when a town invests in art, it's a huge return for the town. It draws people in, beautifies our spaces, gives people jobs, and boosts the economy. And I have some experience working alongside a nonprofit down in Long Beach on working with art and getting kids resources that wouldn't otherwise have them through different exhibitions and getting donations. Thank you.
Thank you. And we just have one more. All right, Mr. Asbury.
Hello, thank you for this second opportunity to speak. I don't know what happened there. I am talking on the cell phone. I really wish I could be there in person. But with that said, I applied, Eric Asbury here, I applied for the Police Commission, Advisory Commission, and I think through my several years of being active in the community that I could be an asset, not only with my skill set, but just an active year in the community with my other community involvement. So I would appreciate you guys' consideration for this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asbury. There's no additional hands raised, Mayor.
All right, we will go ahead and bring this back to council. I'm going to just go down the list and start with Parks and Recreation because that's how it's listed. But Mr. Jenkins, do you have a question real quick?
No, when you're on the item, I'll have a comment.
So let's go ahead and we will start with the Parks and Recreation Commission. This we will be appointing 3 members to serve a 2-year term on the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Mr. Mayor, we have 3 applicants for 3 positions. And it looks like we have 2 incumbents. And Mr. Costigan, who's in jury duty. And I would hope.
No, he was here.
Oh, he's not. Oh, he's here. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Costigan.
It was Mr. Gregorich who was at jury duty.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, but I like all 3, and I'd like to. I would certainly support all 3's appointment.
All right.
Second.
Great. Well, I don't think we need to do a vote. We can do like we did last time, right? And just do a motion at the very end. Yeah, so that works. So we're all in favor of the 3 for 3 on the Parks and Rec? Yeah. All right, great. That is simple. Moving on to Planning Commission. This will be appointing 2 members to serve a 2-year term and 1 member to fill a limited term of vacancy ending in February of 2027.
So we have 2 incumbents, Ms. Luxinger and Mr. Fieger. And so there's the quote vacancy is is it the 1-year term?
All 3 are up.
All 3 are up, but yes, I kind of agree with you on the track of thinking of the 2 incumbents would fill the 2-year terms, and then maybe we look for the 3rd one as the 1-year limited term.
Well, that's a political decision. We can choose that, but all 3 are available.
All 3 are available. That's just my recommendation.
Yeah, well, I certainly will wait to hear the rest comments of others, but I support a reappointment of the incumbents to the commission, and I'd like to hear comments on the 3rd.
I'd like to see Ms. Gonzalez fill the 3rd seat.
I agree with that. I think the incumbents have been doing an excellent job, and I would love to see what Erica Gonzalez could add.
I will vote for the incumbents, but I will add a comment only that I have some concerns about I will simply add my concern about the incumbents for you guys to consider that, in the last appeal that they heard went pretty off the rails, and that was continued, and that was not a good example of attempting to apply political judgment to an ordinance that that this council had voted for. So I have those concerns with incumbents, but I'm willing to go with it and appoint Ms. Gonzalez to their term. But I wanted, before I voted for that, I wanted to register my concern about the incumbencies on the commission now.
Just if I could, I have no problem with what Councilmember Robbins suggests, except that we appoint people to commissions to listen, but also use their discretion. Otherwise, they don't need commissions because it's just whatever they're told is legal. So I appreciate when commissioners use their discretion and do what they think is right. And but I have no problem with the suggestion of all three as you've recommended.
Ms. Horgan.
I just want to add that I have also been following the Planning Commission fairly closely, and Mr. Fager, am I pronouncing it correctly? Feiger has always redirected the commission to stay in their lane in terms of what they've been asked to accomplish and what the city council has put forward as the ordinance. And very consistently, I've seen him bring that back to his commission in order to make sure everybody is aware of what they've been asked, what they've been tasked with, and so I would just disagree a little bit with Councilmember Robbins on that.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Horgan. So I think we may have consensus on the two, or Mr. Roberts, excuse me.
No, I just wanted to mention, I'm kind of leaning to Mr. Manfredi because he was on one of the city council commissions and he was replaced by Ms. Horgan. So I just thought maybe we should consider him and getting him back involved.
Okay. Okay, so let's see. Well, we've got the two incumbents and we've got the third one-year term. And I think that we may have consensus that the two incumbents would fill the 2-year terms. Is that everybody on board with that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's on board. I also think that Mrs. Gonzalez's legal experience could really serve a great purpose on the Planning Commission. I think she's showing great commitment on the police advisory. So for me, I'm in support. I hear you with Mr. Manfredi. He's got a very interesting background and probably could do great on the commission, but I think with Ms. Gonzalez being here and her previous commitments and legal background, I'm there. So I think that gives us the 3 votes for that third term. So we will go ahead now and move on to the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission. This is going to be appointing 1 at-large member to serve a 2-year term and 1 non-voting representative from the LTVA or Lodging Association to serve a 2-year term. That is a non-voting member.
I have a question about
Why
this
is it-
appointment for staff. One of the seats that's up is listed on, in the staff report on page 7, is listed as a seat that's either youth or at-large member. I would like to suggest that we put in some effort to appoint a youth member, since that is indicated. And at present, we don't have any youth members on the ACT Commission. And I would like to suggest that we put in a little more effort. Actually, before I said that, what is the requirement for the youth member to qualify as a youth? Like, what is the in this context? What does it mean to be a youth member within this context here?
I don't think it's been defined.
Okay.
I think it was always assumed it would be, a student from the college or high school.
Okay. So I would like to suggest that we reissue the solicitation specifically to ask staff to reach out to the high school art department and the college art departments to see if they can get some more interest, rather than it just going up on the city's, website where no one notices it. Because, we had was this meeting we had the high school kids, or was that a meeting ago? I've lost track.
It was this meeting.
It was this meeting.
This morning. It seems that long ago, yeah.
As far as getting more youth engagement, I think that's a really important thing to do. And I think it's not so urgent to fill now that we should give a shot at trying to actually get, to go to where the youth artists are and see if we can get someone interested in that, rather than it just being put out on our email server that no one pays attention to. Have a second for doing that? So what I'm suggesting is we appoint 2 people.
Yep.
And then have the seat that's the youth or at-large member be resolicited with direction to staff to specifically reach out to the art departments at the college and the high schools. I think elementary school is probably not sensible, but
Okay.
the
Well,
college
so-
and the high schools to see if
Right
we can
now,
get some
we're on the
additional interest.
item of appointing the, kind of what's in front of us. I hear you, and I agree. I also think that we might want to look at the Act Commission kind of authority, and we might want to bring that back as like an item to look at both of those things. Adding a youth member, I think there's been some question around how we're allowing a commission to authorize so much funding, and maybe that's a discussion both that could come back. So let's go ahead and appoint who we're going to appoint to this term. I'll just say,
Well,
Miss, and I.
if we appoint 3 people, then we close off
No,
the
because we
ability
can add
rights.
it. We can just expand it. Like when we bring it, you know what I'm saying? I think that's a good, anyways, and that's a lot more of a discussion and things to have. So, and I'm sorry if I don't say your name correctly, Samantha, but I believe it's Ms. Rebrovich. I really like the idea of somebody within the culture of art, and not to say that the other members are not, but I think she has a very direct connection and experience and background, as she spoke about, that is, to me, I think something that well fit for our Arts Commission. So I'm in favor of her. I also have no issue with the current members. I just thought that that was a great background for somebody that could serve
I
as a
also like
commissioner.
Ms. I'm sorry, I have the same problem. I guess she's probably not here in the audience to correct my incorrect enunciation.
Yeah. Okay, so any other commissioners have an
Rebrovich?
opinion?
I'm not sure what you're saying, but Samantha and Ayana, I would say for the first two positions.
But you're saying that you wanted to reserve one of the at-large membership for a student?
That's what I would like
No,
to do.
no, I was saying that we would bring that back when we discuss the Arts and Culture Tourism Commission at a later agenda item, because I think there's other issues within that commission we'd like to discuss. And at that point, we could add a youth member is what my thought was.
I mean, it's always available, the youth member, but
Okay.
we have had one appointment, and then school got in the way, so they couldn't come.
They couldn't come, okay. So it's still there.
Yeah.
We don't
it's
need
still
to
there.
amend it.
Okay, so you are discussing
The-
appointing all the positions now and then just maybe cleaning that up in some manner in
That's
the
right.
future? Okay.
Yep. So yeah, with Ms. Rebrovich, there's 2 votes for Ms. and I hope, sorry if I'm not saying that right, but yes, is there 3 votes?
Rebrovich, yes.
Yes, so we have 3 votes on that. Great. And then let's look for the second seat. It's Ms. Ione, was what Mr. Roberts had thrown out?
Morale,
Okay.
incumbent.
Okay. Where's everybody else at with Ms. Morale?
I'd like to see that go to a youth member personally, and to do that sooner rather than waiting for an agenda item to come back. So that's my
Well, this is a
recommendation. But we can do
voting
both,
member,
but
and the
I-
youth position is still available. As Ms. Blankenship said, it's still there. We just haven't had anybody get to. Is that not correct, Ms. Blankenship? The youth member is currently allowed.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't need to,
And then I want clarification from staff. Did we have anyone apply as a non-voting representative from the LTVA or the Lodging Association?
Yes, so Rin Muat was a non-voting representative
So they're the only
applicant.
person that could fill that position that applied?
Correct. And then
Okay.
for that youth position, in the MADI Act, it states it's either an at-large member or a youth member that fills that voting role.
Okay.
okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so we could leave the at-large member and wait for a youth member to apply, or we could appoint the person that was already there, is how I'm catching that. Is that?
Yes,
Yeah, okay,
that-
so
that is true. You
what
can
is the
appoint
will of
from
council
people
here?
or-
Would you rather keep the person that's already serving in that at-large space that's from, I believe, lodging, or move to a youth member? What's the will of council? Youth member?
Youth member.
Okay. Youth member. Okay, so we will then now solicit for another youth member and leave this.
For the at-large?
For the at-large.
For one of the
at-large.
at-large?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want us to re-solicit to see if we can get any school applicants, but only people from schools could apply?
With specific direction to staff to reach out to the art departments at our local educational institutions.
I know in the past we have reached out specifically to the high school.
The college too, I think would be
Sure.
reasonable.
Okay.
So, okay, of course, and so we will only, and then we will let the other people know that if nobody comes forward or council doesn't select them, that the additional applications will be reconsidered.
Great.
Okay?
Okay. So Ms. Rebrovich, we have appointed, and the second is going to be the incumbent, and that is, sorry.
Rin, we have to elect the
non-voting.
non-voting representative.
That would be the incumbent.
Ryan Muat.
That's the only person who applied for that
Yeah.
Okay, so that's easy.
position.
All right.
So those are the 2, and then city clerk and myself will coordinate. I can talk to the student advisors as well to let students know that this is an
The
opportunity.
two young people who were just here that I thought was last meeting because that's how time works here in this chamber.
We'll do it. City clerk and I will coordinate on that.
Okay, and we'll probably do like a month-long
time
advertisement.
vortex.
Maybe we can have them come the second meeting in February for that appointment, because it'll be a night meeting and they won't be in school.
Oh, that's very
Hey,
nice. All right.
Follow up, just real quick. The ACT Commission, do they meet at night or during the day?
Day.
maybe we should change that if we're trying to solicit for youth members that are school.
They've already set their calendar and they get to set their own calendar.
Well,
And I'm
we
sure
get to set their
kids-
calendar if we choose that.
I'm sure kids wouldn't mind getting out of class to come to City Hall.
And
But anyways.
I'm sure
um,
the high school would permit it, but then also the community college would be a good source anyway.
Right, they're set for, their meetings are 1 to 3 p.m.
Great. All right, we can go ahead and move on. We are now, oops, where did my, how did I lose that? Okay. We are now on to Police Advisory Commission, excuse me. Lost my document. So,
There's 2 years, 2 for 2 and 1 for 1.
that's right.
So it's 3 total.
3 total, 2 for a 2-year term and 1 for a 1-year term.
I'm fine with reaching across the aisle and suggesting John Messina. He shares my passion about bringing some action, even though I will recognize and acknowledge that there's a lot we disagree on. I believe in transactional interactions with people, and if we agree on just that I think the commission should do things, and he does too, I would like to see a little fire added to that commission, and I'm okay with that.
I'll support you in that.
And I'm,
I support it also.
Great.
that's my
There's one
across
seat.
the aisle reach out, so.
So now we will move to seat 2.
I would like to see Rebecca Sheff
Okay.
for the, one of the second seats.
So we do have 3 seats. For me, and I just would say Ms. Gonzalez has been amazing on the commission, and I don't want to see her.
She's not, her term isn't up.
Why? Oh, excuse me. I get confused. I saw a Gonzalez application, and it's Robert. My apologies. Threw me off.
Well,
Just quick.
yes,
Okay.
I would put forward Messina, Manfredi, and Asbury.
I agree.
Asbury, I think, I will comment on that. Eric Asbury has made racist and bigoted statements online. He has referred to me, the only Jewish member of city council, as a George Soros plant here to poison the well of the community. He did that on a Facebook group managed by Tammy Wallace. And in a council meeting just a few meetings ago, he compared having homeless shelter beds as equivalent to leaving trash out for bears. That was a meeting the 4 of us were on. The idea of appointing Eric Asbury to the Police Advisory Commission would be beyond the pale, even for this council. I think that would be abhorrent. So I am a hard no on Eric Asbury for the Police Advisory Commission. I think it's atrocious that we appointed him to anything, given his public comments. But the fact that we would appoint him to the Police Advisory Commission, especially, is not acceptable.
Okay.
I just really think we need the characterizations of people's comments. We need to be careful. I've heard, when I was first elected, I heard comments made also about things that people maybe weren't fully informed on, or they didn't know the context. And I think we just have to be real careful. And I respect your opinion on that, but I think we just have to be real careful. I don't know Mr. Asbury to be a racist. I don't know to be phobic. I don't know any of those things. So but we all have opinions because we live in where we live. So that's all I have to say.
So, okay, so we, excuse me, Ms. Horgan.
Yeah, for the two-year terms, I would like to put forward John Messina and the incumbent Manfredi, but then I would like to see Rebecca Sheff in the 1-year appointment.
And I agree with that as well.
I'm okay with that.
So then we have 3 for that. So, okay, that covers the Police Advisory Commission. And moving on, I think that pretty much, Measure P oversight.
Do we still need that?
Yeah, because it is a part of the collecting money for the rec center.
Let me ask a quick question. What have they done?
They oversee the collection of tax funds that get collected and make sure that it's going to the proper use of the voter initiative.
But in terms of other than having the meetings on that, have they issued recommendations, advice, or guidance of any concrete kind?
I'll look to Ms. Tikamarova.
They review the collection and spending, ensure that all the bond proceeds are spent only on the recreation center construction project. They meet twice a year. We recently submitted the report to City Council on their activity. They do not directly advise on the spending.
I guess this is moot because we're required to have it as a part of the
I
ballot
think it was
measure, right?
part of the
Is that
ballot
correct?
measure.
And Mr. Mayor, may I just say that I assume, irrespective of that, that if there was some concern by our finance director about how money is spent, that we would know about it, city manager would know about it, and we'd know about it and we'd fix it. So irrespective of what else goes on, that we have the kind of finance system that's got a good check and balance.
All right. Anybody else comments here? Any suggestions?
Well, Steve Weiss has removed himself, so we're
There's
only
only one
considering
standing
Mr.
applicant.
Manfredi.
So that's it?
So-
Okay, then there we are.
And
Everybody,
so we still need to solicit for the
one more
the
seat?
second member, yeah.
Okay.
Limited term.
Yeah, and you know, it's very important because of what's going on,
What
right?
do we need to solicit for?
For the
Well,
Measure P.
we only have one.
One student member to the ACT.
Oh, for the act, not for Measure P though, because there's only
No.
there's only one position.
So we're just
open.
putting back Manfredi,
Yeah.
and we're good?
So it's
Yes.
just
Okay.
the act that was
That's-
not.
So
that's
we
what
don't have to, all right. So Mr. Manfredi is in that position, and I think that brings us to the item, or end of item 19. Would somebody please
Oh,
make the motion?
can we just have a motion to accept the members as they've been selected by council and to direct the city clerk to solicit for one student representative for the ACT?
Great.
I'll do it. I move to appoint the citizen members to the boards and commissions as indicated during discussion and as recorded by the city clerk, and in addition to resolicit the youth membership appointment for the ACT Commission with specific direction to staff to reach out to both the community college and the high school art departments to seek a youth membership and to return to council with applicants for that position as indicated.
Second.
Would you consider a student that's not in an art department?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, I just want to make
All
sure
right,
we're
we got
not
a
getting
motion.
that
No.
specific. Okay.
That's direction as to who to reach out to. But reach
Motion
out to
and a
the
second.
schools as judged appropriate.
Was that Mr. Jenkins second?
I second it.
Okay.
And somebody else second it?
But in
Yeah,
the past,
Mr.
we just
I-
haven't
I
reached
thought I
out to the
heard it. I was
community
like-
college, so that's why I
Yep.
added that to the motion.
We can go to the vote? That motion unanimously carries. Thank you. We'll bring
Right.
that back to the second meeting in February.
Thank you so much, Ms. Blankenship. We are now on to item number 20. This is consideration of the 2026 paving program options, and this will be Mr. Stephen Anderson.
Where's Scott Loberg for this stuff? He's usually, I'm a little concerned. I share your concern.
Hold on.
He's
I will
usually here
get-
to complain about
Hold on a second, I'll get
specifically
your presentation up. It's just too little for me to see.
To be considered in the future. By who? Today. It should go quick.
And you may have to turn that clicker on. Yeah. It just says toggle on this side. On, off. There you go. Okay, perfect.
Doesn't seem like it's working.
Oh. Curious.
Congratulations.
See if you can forward it now, and now you should be able to go back.
Okay. Thank you.
Things don't last for 5 hours of public comment.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. My name is Stephen Anderjack, and I'm a project manager in the city's Public Works Department. Today's presentation is a follow-up to the pavement priority presentation given to City Council on September 23rd, 2025. Today, we will be discussing moving the neighborhood portion of our annual road rehab project from the James and Eloise neighborhood to the Al Tahoe neighborhood. I will now move quickly through the next two slides as this information was covered at the September 23rd presentation. I am available for questions afterward if any additional information is requested. Our annual road rehabilitation is our city's main roadway repaving project. The three main funding sources for our road rehab project are Measure S funding, contributing about $2.5 million per year, state SB 1 funding, also known as the gas tax, which contributes about $500,000 per year, and utility reimbursements. In 2026, we will have approximately $1 million in utility reimbursements to fund our road rehab. With these three funding sources, the total paving budget in 2026 is expected to be around $4 million. We utilize 5 main factors in selecting which roads will be included in our roadway rehabilitation projects. The first factor we look at is the vehicular and bicycle usage of each roadway. We prioritize high-use roadways as more desirable for paving. We infer the vehicular traffic volume for each roadway segment by looking at each segment's functional classification, such as arterial, collector, residential, and so forth. We also look at any bicycle lanes or routes that are associated with each roadway segment to infer the amount of bicycle traffic of the roadway. The second factor we use to prioritize these roadway segments is upcoming and recently completed utility projects. We avoid paving any streets with any upcoming projects, whether it be a utility project, a city project, or a private project. This will avoid excavation and premature degradation of our new roadways. We also prioritize paving over recently completed utility projects, as newly installed utilities are less likely to leak, break, or need excavated. We also prioritize which roads are selected for this project based on the Pavement Condition Index, or PCI, of the road. We will prioritize repaving the roadway segments in the worst condition before prioritizing the segments in better condition. We also prioritize grouping our paving projects within neighborhoods with multiple roadway segments in need of repaving, as moving contractors from street to street is costly and not an efficient use of funds. Another factor we evaluate in selecting which neighborhood is equity. We spread the paving project throughout different neighborhoods of the city each year. At the last paving priority presentation on September 23rd, 2025, City Council selected to prioritize paving a temporary 2-inch asphalt overlay on Johnson Boulevard as part of our annual road rehabilitation project. This option was selected because the roadway is in poor and failed condition. However, it is scheduled to have an SDPD sewer force main project and a city complete streets project in the next 10 years, so a full-depth reconstruction is not recommended. This temporary overlay is projected to cost approximately $1 million. The remaining funding, which is expected to be about $3 million, is to be allocated into the neighborhood selected by council at the end of this presentation. Option 1 being presented is to spend the remainder of the paving funding after Johnson Boulevard in the James and Eloise neighborhood. This is the same option that was selected by City Council on September 23rd. Due to the size of the neighborhood and budget limitations, not all streets can be paved. Priority would be given to roadways with the lowest PCI scores and higher vehicular and bicycle traffic volumes. Eloise Avenue and Dunlap Drive would be the highest priority streets, and Patricia Lane, James Avenue, and all cross streets within this neighborhood would be the next priority roadways. The Public Works Department will pave as many roadway segments as funding will allow. All of the roads paved in this neighborhood will receive a full-depth reconstruction. This full-depth reconstruction will be in accordance with our city standards and will consist of 4 inches of asphalt on 8 inches of aggregate base. These rebuilt roadways should have a lifespan of 20 years. In coordination with utility companies in our area, the Public Works Department has identified future utility projects on Eloise Avenue and surrounding streets that may be constructed in the next 4 to 6 years and are in conflict with our paving project. While this option advances improvements in a neighborhood with significant pavement distress, there is an increased risk that future utility work would require trenching through newly paved streets, resulting in reduced pavement life and additional repair costs. Because of this, staff is recommending to switch the neighborhood streets portion of this year's road rehab to the Al Tahoe neighborhood. The Public Works Department is recommending returning to pave the priority streets in this neighborhood after the planned utility projects have been completed in the next 4 to 6 years. Option 2 being presented is to proceed with the Johnson Boulevard overlay as described above and reallocate the neighborhood paving portion of the project from the James and Eloise neighborhood to the Al Tahoe neighborhood. The Al Tahoe neighborhood is primarily residential and contains numerous roadway segments in the failed condition. It currently has no known conflicting utility projects scheduled. Reallocating paving to this area would allow the city to maximize pavement life, reducing the likelihood of future trench cuts, and make efficient use of the available paving budget. Staff is recommending to prioritize paving Talac Avenue, San Francisco Avenue, and Modesto Avenue, as they all have sediments in the failed condition and have higher vehicular traffic volumes than many of the surrounding roadways. These roadways are shown in blue on the map. If funding allows, we will pave the cross streets between Talac Avenue and Los Angeles Avenue. These cross streets are shown in red on the map. All of the roads paved in this neighborhood will receive the full depth reconstruction. These rebuilt roadways should have a 20-year lifespan. The Public Works Department is recommending that City Council selects option 2 and prioritizes paving in the Al Tahoe neighborhood as the neighborhood portion of the 2026 road rehabilitation project. This option will minimize trenching in our new roadways, ensuring a greater return on investment with our annual paving budget. Please let me know if you have any additional questions at this time.
So much, Mr. Andrzejak. Mr. Jenkins, questions?
I'm going to go back to, you're recommending the one that will do the most benefit to neighborhoods is the option that you're recommending. Is that correct?
Yeah, the option that we're recommending, option 2, is in a neighborhood, and it also, these roads will not be trenched by utility projects in the upcoming years.
And let me mention that with utility companies, and God bless them, they in their service. This is why a lot of cities have a public works. They have the water and sewer operation because it's easier to coordinate improvements so that we don't have duplications. We don't have streets being repaved and then torn up. And I think the utility companies need to look more carefully at ways that they could, when we're ready to go, or they're ready to go, we're ready to go, and vice versa, because chopping up streets after they've been repaved is or delaying not being able to pave just is a detriment to the community. And so I would hope that in the future with our fine public works people that we can have a closer relationship. But I support your recommendation if we do more paving in the neighborhoods because they need a lot of work. And then when we come to budgets, I think we need to give you more money to do the kind of maintenance that needs to be done in this city that's been long neglected, although we're making improvements.
Mr. Robbins, you have questions?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the way we are triaging finite resources here. The recommendation is to pave San Francisco, Modesto, and Talac Avenue in the next phase. Do we know how many cars per year use those roads?
So we infer the traffic volumes based on the functional classifications. We do not know how many cars are on those roads. We do not have up-to-date traffic counts.
Do we know how many cyclists use those roads?
We do not have a count of that.
Do we know how many pedestrians use those roads?
We do not have a count of that.
And just for completeness, do we know how many alternative mobility devices, scooters, et cetera, use those roads? Okay. So we're guessing based on the housing density and the road type and the road classification, as to how much they're likely to use, but we don't actually have any real data telling us how much these roads are being used. Is that a fair assessment?
The functional classifications do give a guide of how much average daily traffic those roads have, but there is no official counts for those roadway segments.
Okay. Is there available technology accessible to the city that we could use to provide both what I would refer to as a complete traffic count, that is a count of all users of a road, such as not just cars, but also bikes and pedestrians and mobility devices and wheelchair users?
Technology exists, and I'm going to defer to our traffic engineer, Dr. Q.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Tossing you in the deep end.
Yeah, that's quite all right. I would answer the question slightly different than Stephen. There are technologies out there, but we do not, as a general rule, measure non-motorized vehicle traffic on a regular basis anywhere that I know of.
Anywhere in the city or anywhere ever?
I would tell you that in my experience, I have not found communities that do that very often. We do it when there is for example, an ATP project. You may go out and do a specialized count for that project. But in terms of having it educate your decision on where to pave, I have not seen that happen. Usually, if volumes are used, it would just be the vehicular volumes, not vehicular and possibly the bicyclist volumes, if the devices they have are capable of counting that. The technology most agencies use are pneumatic tubes, and a bicycle going over a pneumatic tube may not always trigger that. Typically, you would have to go to some type of video or possibly a microwave, and most agencies don't have those technologies in their bag to do it. I have used contracted firms to do counts who use video, and there are ways to get that information if you use a company that has that capability. But it is not a routine piece of information that's typically collected.
When we come back for discussion, I'm going to be suggesting we make that part of our routine, but I'll follow up with questions for now. If one of the challenges we have is that Eloise is the South Tahoe Bikeway, that isn't the bikeway is on that street, and it has serious problems with transverse cracking, these huge cracks that run the entire breadth of the road, which for a vehicle is a nuisance, but for a cyclist, you're really sinking your wheels into it. It's very bad. And it is an extremely heavily trafficked bike lane, especially in the good weather, by locals and tourists alike. And it's a bit of a blight on our bike path. So my question will be, I agree that it's extremely frustrating that it would make no sense to plow a ton of money into rebuilding that into, beautifully smooth pavement for 4 years from now for it to just be dug up again. I get that. Is there anything we can do now to fill in the transverse cracks, at least as a temporary measure, just to make it less horrible for cyclists? Which goes to the question of preservation as well. But recognizing that a car and a cyclist have slightly different needs, because when you fill in, for example, on the bike trail to Myers, right, they have that transverse cracking, and they filled it in with the rubbery, what's it called, the rubbery asphalt material.
You're talking about crack seal?
Crack seal.
There's different
Crack seal,
mastics,
it
case
sinks
seals.
down the minute you filled it out, and then it's just a pit again that you sink into. And again, it's fine for cars, and it does preserve the road, but again, it's lousy for cyclists. Is there an option for Eloise that we could do some patching so that at least for the next 4 to 6 years, it's not so bad for cyclists?
So Eloise is severely deteriorated. Any maintenance we do to it would have spot failures almost immediately because of the severe deterioration of the road. So maintenance is possible, but there will be failures quickly.
How quickly? Like 4 to 6 years from now?
No,
In 4 to 6 years?
quicker
or
than that, probably within a year.
Okay.
Great. All right, thank you. Let me go to Mr. Roberts first because he was in line. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I forget the name of the water district that's over there around Eloise Avenue, and which of the streets will be affected when they do their trenching? Will it be just Eloise, or will it be all Patricia and James as well, or do you have any information on that?
So I have their CIP plan for the next 20 years. They have 11 different phases, and the Eloise phase, there's 2 phases on Eloise, so it's phase 8 and 5. Those continue on to James and some of the cross streets. So what was your question again? I'm sorry.
Well, while looking at this map here that includes the blue and the red, I just wondering if the entire map, those entire blues and reds would be affected, or just part of it?
Yeah, some of the, so this is the blues and some of the reds will be affected.
So it will
Great.
include
Mr.
James
Jenkins.
Avenue in
Excuse
their
me.
dig-up
Portions
plan.
of it, small portions. There has been a significant water line project that was completed this year on James for probably 3 or 4 blocks on James.
Mr. Jenkins.
I trust that staff is doing the best that it can do, given the resources it has, which goes to the resource issue. But I'm concerned if we know, or should know, that many bicyclists traverse a certain road, and we do not at least make attempts at repair or mitigating cracks that might harm them, I'm concerned that it creates liability that we don't need. And so, and if we don't have the proper signage, we don't have the proper striping, and so on, that should be a minimal, whether it's a year or 2 years. We need to do that because I don't want to see us in a situation that creates injury and liability. So that's my point.
Very frustrating.
All right, if there's no more questions, thank you, Mr. Anderjack. We're going to go ahead and move on to public comment on this item. This is for the consideration of 2026 paving program options. Anybody in the room? Mr. Spiel.
Hi, my name is Nick Spiel. I'm part of the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition, also the Bicycle Advisory Committee, both of which submitted letters previously to the city advising priorities for road rehabilitation. And I wanted to thank you all for making an effort at the Eloise corridor. Really, this is an important bike route for our city. It's disappointing, but I totally understand the realities of competing interests in these roads and the utilities and the planned work. So I just wanted you all to know that we understand this does continue to be a priority, and if it's 4 to 6 years, it sounds like maybe of utility work, that's kind of concerning if we'd have to wait for that much more deterioration. Every summer, lots of people are using this bike route to get to the beach, and so one idea would be to try to encourage those utilities to consolidate that work. They do it all in one summer at the same time as road replacement, probably easier than trenching anyway. Pull up the whole road, do all the utilities, put the whole new road down. Any sort of coordination there to accelerate that work, I think, would be really valuable.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, maybe
mind
along
if I
your,
just finish my
to Mr. Spiel, oh, I'm sorry, I wanted to elicit your, I apologize, Mr. Spiel.
Thank you. We're also supportive of the Johnson Boulevard work. You know, this short-term fix, I think, will also be an important solution here for connectivity. One thing that we've been hoping for is a protected bike lane on Johnson Boulevard. The TRPA has included this in their active transportation plan. They'd like to see more protected bikeways. They're a lot cheaper to build, and this is a great way to pilot that in advance of eventually there'll be a Class 1 separated path along Johnson Boulevard. But for a few years, could we try a seasonally removable barrier, especially once we've got new asphalt? That connector road is really valuable. And maybe one last note on Eloise is, even if repaving will take a few years, could we get some paint on there, maybe some sharrows, just a little bit of wayfinding to kind of make it feel a little bit more welcoming, especially for the visitors who are trying to find their way to the beach. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Spiel. Any other members? Yes, Mr. Messina.
Thank you. John Messina speaking for myself. Very interesting subject. I have two issues I'd like to bring up. Is where they can't repair the roads. The bad roads are much more hazardous to a bicycle than an automobile. And would it be possible for them to put a thin overlay of about 4 feet wide along the shoulder for the bicycles? That would be a major safety issue for the bicycles, I believe. And you could stripe it, which would make it even better. And number two, I agree with Scott on, we should know how many people are using these. We've got homeless people and unemployed people that need jobs. Why couldn't we hire them to stand on the corner and count bicycles and cars and buses? So we have facts to work with. I'm a person, I love statistics and facts, so I know what we're doing. And, it would be a win-win situation if we could get some unemployed people some work, some income. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Messina. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? I don't see anybody. We will move to Zoom.
There are no public commenters on Zoom, Mayor.
All right, so we can bring this back to council. I have actually a quick question. Are we able to, I know it's not in this item, but if we wanted to talk about allocating more money into maintenance on road rehabilitation, or would that just need to come back as a whole?
That could be a conversation at the mid-year budget, which is coming in March.
And we'd still have time to allocate it for this summer?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. All right, with that, we really just need to make a decision here on what they're recommending, which for me, I agree with, the Johnson Boulevard, El Tahoe neighborhoods. I absolutely hear the public comments on Eloise. I think that we should be talking about if there are other solutions. Just one that came to mind, have we thought about a different temporary route that may have a better PCI that we could detour off of, because Eloise is a main artery, therefore it's gonna have more use, more potholes, more cracks, where the street, I'm trying to remember exactly the street to the right of that, James, or Patricia, that's what it is. If we wanted to move on a temporary basis, and again, I don't know the PCI there, but I'm just wondering, is, not James, but Patricia, is PCI on Patricia much better? I'm just curious, and maybe you don't know, but.
The PCI on Patricia is very similar to James, or to Eloise and James. They're all very similar.
They're all the same. Okay, thank you.
And all the cross streets are about the same too.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So I guess then, I mean, I think that there's a real truth, and you don't want to move contractors across town. You want to have your project in one area. It saves us a lot of money, efficiencies. So I'm in favor of the Johnson and Old Tahoe. I do hear the public comments about maybe let's add some paint, let's do what we can on Eloise. I'm in very much support of that. I don't know where the rest of council is. I'd wait to hear from you guys.
I have a name in.
Sorry, well, it's Mr. Robbins first. Sorry.
What about the idea of putting just a strip of pavement on the side of the road for the bikes and putting bike markings on that and having that may last longer, because if it's only a bike trail, then that could just be something we do as a temporary fix. We just put down a 3 or 4 foot wide. We have the small paver, for example, that we bought, the Lee Boy. Is that not something we could do on Eloise as a temporary measure for the next few years?
I'm inclined to say it's unlikely to help because the road width in general for these neighborhoods is not very wide. And bicyclists are probably not exclusively in that 4-foot lane.
They will be if it's the only smooth bit of pavement.
Perhaps. But keep in mind, part of the reason that Johnson is only a 2-inch overlay rather than the full depth reconstruction is the future work, and it's costing us $1 million for that. Putting a 4-foot strip, while it's possible, will be somewhat more expensive and reduce the other pavement that we can do in that neighborhood. So it is I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's a trade-off. Yes, you can direct us, you could direct us to do that extra strip on Eloise, and that's just going to reduce the number of roads in the Al Tahoe neighborhood that we can, reduce the mileage of roads that we can do in the Al Tahoe neighborhood.
That might be a reasonable trade-off, given that that Eloise is the bikeway to the beaches in the city, and maybe having a few feet less on Al Tahoe, which is more cars, might be a worthwhile trade-off.
I think Stephen wants to add some comments.
So if we added, basically this would be a sidewalk.
Something like that,
What you're asking. So we would be increasing the coverage by an extensive amount of our roadway. So we'd need TRPA permitting for that. So it wouldn't be
Here we go.
a quick project. Also, it all need to be ADA compliant. So we'd have to build concrete curb ramps at all the intersections.
I'm talking
So-
about just an overlay that's a few feet wide on the edge.
He's
of the
not
road,
talking
so
about a
not
sidewalk. He's saying take 4 feet of the existing and put the pavement on only 4 feet rather than the whole.
Just as a way to give cyclists something so that they don't go over the handlebars on our roads.
The roadway not be 2 inches higher, just in that 44 feet area, so you'd have kind of a bump.
This is, from what I've heard of our roads, this would be my concern, is that, yes, we can do these things, but keep in mind, Stephen has pointed out a few times that when you have dirt underneath, rather than a aggregate base that we would like, we can't predict that that road will stay the way it is that you see it today by the time you get there next year. And yes, it is very possible that the ground underneath may not last long enough to give us a smooth road for more than a year or two. So that is entirely possible, given what I've heard about our, that's the reason why most of the roads we're talking about are in such bad shape, is that there is really nothing underneath. And once the ground starts shifting, the road starts shifting, and that causes issues with the uniformity of the payment.
Is there anything we can do to encourage / incentivize / pressure the utility to move up their repaving or their works in that plan so that work, the sooner that work gets done, the better?
The Public Works Department has issued, in the summer, the Public Works Department has issued a letter of recommendation to the utility company in the area in order to hopefully expedite funding for that project. I do not believe it was successful, but we have been attempting to expedite the project with that utility company.
So I'm going to move on to the next, and it was actually Mr. Roberts was next, and then you're next. So staying in line. Mr. Roberts.
I've been in real cities
Thank
where
you.
they do real maintenance, and that's. what I'm
I just recently, in the last few days, drove both of these areas. I think they're both equally bad. I think Eloise may be slightly worse, but not enough to really compare. I think the challenge with not doing Eloise were because of the 4 to 6 years. That's a small, water district that we're dealing with. It could be 10 years or 12 years. And by not doing it now because of that 4 to 6 years, we're essentially giving them a death certificate of we don't know when we'll do it. And how many times are we going to push it forward just for that exact reason? It has a lot more bike usage than El Tahoe. I think that the idea of changing it to Patricia, putting up new signs and all that, that's going to be the same amount of money and the same amount of work to beautify and add more signage to Eloise that we've been asking for. So I think that would be a waste of money. I think the little pathway, first of all, it's 2 ways. Bikes going 2 ways. It's going to be a small path for 2 ways. You're going to have to, a bicycle is going to have to dodge that pathway as much as they have to dodge the cracks. So I don't think there's going to be any real benefit to that. Also, the cars are going to be riding on top of that pathway as well. So that's going to damage it more quickly because it's going to be an uneven surface. I would like to see that we do the Eloise, and with any extra funds left over, that we do as much filling as we can in the El Tahoe area.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Jenkins.
I think historically here in this city, I think I speak with a little experience in this, that streets have been under-maintained. And what I'll be giving to, I've talked to the city manager about it, when you look at practices in snow environments, there's certain recommended procedures to deal, when cracks appear, you repair them. If there's a bicycle lane, if there's bicycle lanes on streets with major cracks, we need to take care of that at least some kind of repair now. Because we know, or we should know. That's what the law talks about in tort. You know or you should know. And if we're encouraging people to take bikes down roads that we know are not safe, we're creating a problem for the city and for the bicyclists. And so, and this question about we don't have any money, we're talking about giving $1 million for other purposes earlier in this agenda. I think we have to look at seriously at not just road reconstruction, but at maintenance. Maybe the utility issue, and I agree with Mr. Robbins, Councilmember Robbins, the utility companies have a finance issue. I think Ms. Lukens, the Lukens brothers and the others, STPUD, wants to do work. Maybe we have to have a conversation as, I'm not saying we should be paying for it, but how do you finance this over time? Maybe you do it, maybe you work a bond, or maybe you get some financing that would accelerate what they do. And maybe that, and if of course we had our own public works that had sewer and water, we'd be doing that anyway. So these are things that will maybe helpfully move them forward more quickly so we can do real things to make repairs in the city streets. I ran on a platform, I don't talk about it a lot. The first thing was roads. And all you have to do is drive around town and you'll see that they're a mess. We can't rebuild every road right away, but what we can do is try to sustain their life for a longer period of time. And that's where it gets into these maintenance issues. Crack seal, maybe sometimes overseal, and with materials that you think are appropriate. So I'm fine with the staff recommendation, but I'd like this council, when we get to bid the budgets, to look at, and is to look at additional funding from the unallocated whatever, that we always seem to have money when we want to do some things, but other things we don't seem to have money, which I find interesting. But where there are safety issues, we take care of them now, not tomorrow, not the next day. If we know, we take care of that safety issue, or we're going to deal with it in a different form, and it won't be necessarily one that we like.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Ms. Horgan.
Yeah, I just was going to ask the question that if Lukens does stay on schedule and we're looking at 4 to 6 years, and we've done this Complete Streets project, what the quality of the repair that happens after, and the length of that would it be the same Complete Streets project that would go over their work, or would it be a lower quality repair?
If I may, I would not characterize that as complete streets. We are talking about road pavement. We are not talking about trying to modify sidewalks, do anything, reduce parking, narrow the lanes. Those would be more complete street elements. This is simply fixing a bad road. But to answer your question, and Stephen will correct me if I say something wrong, but I will tell you what we would anticipate is if council directs us to move forward with Eloise James neighborhood and we do what we originally planned, at some point the utility will come back and trench that up and replace it. Right now, under our standards, they would not replace more than about 2 inches, right?
So the trench repair is a full depth. So
Okay.
it's 4 on 8 on a T-cut, which is 1 foot overcut on each side of the trench. However, there would be they would be required to have an overlay as well, a 2-inch overlay, which potentially they may pay the utility reimbursement fee of $5 a square foot, which was mentioned earlier, or they would be able to pave if they prefer that option.
But what it would do for sure is increase their cost for their project, because now they would have to fix the pavement
Well, that's
that they
part of
just
doing business. Yeah.
pulled up. Now, the other associated things that happen when you have trenched and replaced, yes, for a few years it looks really good, like it's new pavement, but eventually the deterioration along those match lines does start to show. So I think there's a chance, especially given our weather conditions, that that section where it was replaced could deteriorate faster than other sections where it was not trenched.
In some cities, if you do a major trenching project, they have to repave to the half street and to the standards set by the city. And so our standard, the PEI, we need to look at that and say, if you're going to cut up our street that we've just put in, then you're going to be responsible for making sure that the integrity of that section is. And so, as I say, some cities you have to go to the center line of the street.
So our standards do require, if it's a 250-foot trench, then they do have to repave to the center line with a 2-inch overlay. However, what I mentioned at the earlier item was that most of our roadways only have 1 to 3 inches of asphalt on dirt, so we actually need to rebuild the pavement section on these roadways. So the 2 inches is not sufficient in these scenarios.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Anderjack. Ms. Horgan, did you have more comments? Excuse me.
If I may, I will toss out one other thing just for your information. What I have seen in a situation like this, when we do update our pies and require those extra efforts on the part of the utilities or whoever tears up our road, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that what that will mean is that you will certainly get a few more calls than you usually do, complaining about how the city standards are unduly costing that utility extra cost and so on. So just,
You make an excellent point, sir. And that's where I think we should do everything we can to help, whether it's Lukens, as we did 15 years ago, help them get grants, get loans, get whatever it needs, and the SDPUD, that we do engage in a very comprehensive way to help them do what they need to do and what we want them to do. And I suspect that's what you want to do too.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Great. So I guess I'm really the last one here to comment. As I said before, I do believe that the Johnson Altajo, for me, is what's appropriate, even though, yes, there's a chance Lukens doesn't perform. If they do, then we now have a ditch coming straight down the middle of our brand-new paved road. So to me, I think, and then what I would like to see is that when we come back in March at the budget, we really give more to our actual in-house road maintenance department and give some direction to deal with LOEs, then so we can make it at least rideable and maybe do some safety improvements, as Mr. Spiel had pointed out. But I do think it's best to not, I'll call it gamble with whether Lukens is going to do the project or not, because, yeah, it would be such a bummer to do that and then see a big ditch down the road. So I will put it at that is, I guess I can go ahead and make that a motion, that we go ahead and move forward with the recommendation of staff to move to Johnson Boulevard and Altajo.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we can vote.
Mayor, no,
Yes.
the vote. Sorry, go for it. Say it clear. Sorry. I know that Dr. Q has on his list a lot of initial meetings with folks, and I think with the utility companies, this is an area to talk about how do we continue to improve our coordination and support for each other. So,
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to compliment you also for allowing the kind of dialogue and debate that we need as policymakers to talk about the complicated issues, and that's really welcome, and so that we can be of assistance actually to the staff and to our community. So I appreciate your tolerance of us in that regard.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. And thank everybody who was a part of that process. We're moving to 21, agreement with Stantec Consulting Services for design and permitting services. And
I just have to say that I actually have a work engagement at 5 p.m., a staff meeting, so I will have to step out. I'll have to leave. It's from 5 to 6:30. I know.
We will hold it up for you.
I know, I have questions, but hopefully I'll
Do
get
you
to
wanna
those.
ask them real quick, and then would that, okay.
I'm hoping that I'll get my questions before I leave.
Perfect, all right.
This is Ms. Greenwell.
Yes, that's what I lost my chart.
Her father's one of the best public works guys I've ever seen outside of Anusha, this gentleman.
Good afternoon. I am Brianna Greenlaw, a senior civil engineer with the Public Works Department, and I'm here today to provide a background and discussion on next steps of the erosion issue occurring at El Dorado Beach. During this presentation, I will discuss objectives for both today's council meeting and the project as a whole, provide a brief history of Lakeview Commons and El Dorado Beach, including an update on the 2025 emergency actions and current status of the beach, provide background on the planning and historical vision of the area, and wrap up with next steps for both interim and permanent measures. There are three main objectives for City Council on this topic today. 1, receive an update on the history and status of El Dorado Beach. 2, award the Phase 1 design contract for the El Dorado Beach Revetment and Improvements Project to Stantec Consulting Services. And 3, discuss council's priorities in relation to the El Dorado Beach revetment and direct staff to continue to pursue planning, design, and permitting for preferred interim and permanent options. Beyond the discussion objectives we look to accomplish today, there are several broader goals of the El Dorado Beach Revetment and Improvements Project, such as 1, constructing a viable interim solution while developing a long-term solution that meets city's priorities. 2, ultimately removing the previous emergency repair to protect the lake from microplastics. 3, ensuring that interim and permanent measures will structurally protect the assets of Lakeview Commons. And 4, if interest and funding allow, enhancing the overall project area. The most important aspect is focusing on the erosion issue at hand and the respective revetment measures to resolve it with environmental stewardship in mind, but depending on council priorities and long-range funding potential, there could be opportunity to increase accessibility and improve recreation through Lakeview Commons and El Dorado Beach area in the long term. Now we'll start with diving into some history on Lakeview Commons and El Dorado Beach. The graph shown was developed from data from the U.S. Geological Survey gauge in Tahoe City. Excuse me. The axis on the left shows the elevation of the lake, and the bottom axis shows the year it occurred. The blue line reflects the fluctuations in lake level, while the orange line reflects the natural rim of the lake. You'll notice there are several key events that are pointed out on this graph with red circles. The first is the planning initiation of Lakeview Commons. Prior to Lakeview Commons as we know it today, it was one large sandy hill with steps for access to the beach. The development of Lakeview Commons started as an idea in 2004 by council members inspired by Tahoe City's Commons Beach. Design began in 2008 when the lake was at a low near the natural rim. 4 years later, in 2012, the construction of Lakeview Commons was complete. While no longer at the natural rim, the lake was still 3 feet lower than the natural legal limit, which we'll call high lake levels. Following the construction of Lakeview Commons, there was a consistent trend downward in lake levels, some dipping below the natural rim due to drought conditions. Next, we experienced consecutive years of high lake levels between 2016 and 2019. Due to the combination of high lake levels and storms, severe erosion of the beach resulting in 4-foot drop-offs, major public safety concerns, and potential loss of structural Lakeview Commons assets resulted in the emergency action that installed the super sack plastic sandbags as a revetment. Additional replenishment work was completed in 2019 and 2021 to keep the sandbags covered and maintain the beach. Following the emergency effort, the lake again experienced a downward trend in lake levels. Not until mid-2023 to 24 did high lake levels occur again. Coupled with high lake levels and storms with northeasterly prevailing winds, the emergency revetment installed to preserve the beach and protect the common seating benches were exposed. Please keep this important timeline of events and corresponding lake levels in mind as we next look at photos during these various dates. The first photo on the left is a ceremonial opening of Lakeview Commons in June 2012 following construction. The lake level was approximately 3 feet above the natural rim, but still 3 feet below the max limit or high lake levels. The photos on the right show the result of erosion that occurred in 2018 and what the beach was restored to after the emergency effort. Notice the 4-foot drop-offs encroaching close to the structural components of the Lakeview Commons seating walls. Review of a 2018 geotechnical engineering design report reflects that the super sack sandbags installed by the city as an emergency measure were designed to be installed to act as a barrier between the Lakeview Commons infrastructure and the lake as a permanent revetment. They are one of the few mechanisms that could preserve beach access at a relatively low cost, particularly during an emergency effort. On the bottom, you'll see Lakeview Commons and El Dorado Beach in a 2023 drone photo. Notice the beach has no signs of erosion or sandbag exposure. Recall that lake levels didn't reach their high until mid-2023 to 24. Without previous concern regarding the installation of the sandbags or designation as a temporary repair, it was not a priority to remove the super sack sandbags when they were seemingly functioning as intended. Recalling the graph of the lake's water levels once more, remember that high lake levels were again reached in 2024. Staff from Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board in 2024 reached out to Public Works with concerns of exposure of the plastic super sack sandbags providing potential for microplastics to enter the lake and expressed the need for sandbag removal. While winter was impending, staff informed Lahontan that inspection would occur after snowmelt and action would be taken accordingly. After snowmelt, the beach was inspected in March 2025 by Parks and Public Works staff. Refer to the photo on the top left of the slide. As you can see, the structure of the sandbags has revealed itself, but they were predominantly still wrapped in geotextile fabric. Parks and Public Works staff began engagement with regulatory agencies to allow for beach replenishment. Staff recommended beach replenishment because it would prevent the sandbags from further deterioration by sun exposure, wave action, and human interaction, but would also allow the beach to stay open while the city obtained consultants and funding to design and construct interim and permanent revetment measures. While working with regulatory agencies for interim action replenishment and obtaining funding from City Council for these measures, a storm in June 2025 coupled with already high lake levels, caused significant accelerated exposure of the sandbags. See the bottom left photo taken in June 2025. To ensure public safety, protect the lake from microplastics, and keep the beach open during the 4th of July holiday, emergency permitting actions were engaged in with Lahontan, the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and TRPA. These agencies allowed for an accelerated 3-day emergency replenishment, but informed city staff that emergency actions would not continue to be permitted. Separate permits for future interim and permit actions were required. Parks and Public Works staff have been monitoring the status of the beach while working on getting the next permits for interim measures. The photo in the middle shows the beach post-2025 beach replenishment. The photo on the top right reflects the condition in October of 2025. The sandbags were becoming exposed, however, grading season had ended, staff was waiting for regulatory agency input on permitting, and it was anticipated snow would come soon, protecting the bags similar to that of sand until spring snowmelt when the city would have design, budget, and permit for interim actions. Photos in December on the bottom right reflecting current conditions before and after snowfall. While no photos are included for January after our most recent storms, staff have verified that the sandbags are entirely covered by snow now. Before we jump into next steps for interim and permanent solutions, I'll provide some additional background on the planning and historical vision of Lakeview Commons and El Dorado Beach. Public survey responses received during the Midtown Area Plan outreach focused on recreational elements of the existing and future Lakeview Commons. Most participants were pleased with the existing facilities, however, there was desire to expand parking and create more beach access points. There was strong support for a Lakeview Commons Phase 2, shown in the 56-acre master plan and Lakeview Commons concept graphics on the top and right of the slide in blue. This phase encompasses a continuation of the pedestrian lakefront promenade at Lakeview Commons and has been explored at a conceptual level by the Conservancy at their Altamira site. On the bottom left of the slide is a photo of El Dorado Beach in 1971, showing the sandy hill prior to Lakeview Commons development. The planning background and historical photos shown on the slide are only included in this presentation to reflect that there has historically been a city and public vision to maintain a beach available for public access in this area. Now that we've discussed in some detail the history and background of how we got to where we are today, we are ready to dive into our conversation on next steps. I'll provide an overview of some potential ideas, but it is very important that through these conversations, you keep in mind that these are just that, ideas. Without further conversation with regulatory agencies and further studies and design completed by our consultants, we are not certain that the ideas presented and discussed today are truly viable. This is intended to be a conversation to ensure staff understand the City Council's priorities when accelerating future conversations with the external agencies. Before we get into the alternative ideas for interim measures, let's take a look at the existing revetment. At the top left of the slide is the before condition in 2018. There were Lakeview Commons seating walls, a 4-foot drop-off that was going to continue to erode, and the lake. The graphic on the bottom of the slide is the engineering drawing that was submitted to permitting and regulatory agencies as part of the emergency permitting action. This shows that there are 2 rows of approximately 3-foot by 3-foot by 3-foot sacks filled with concrete sand acting as the barrier between the Lakeview Commons structural components and the lake. When reviewing other ideas next, it is important to remember that these sacks allow for structural protection and preservation of the beach, since sand can be backfilled over them. The sandbags cannot simply be removed without exposing a large void, which must be replaced with something else that will protect the city's assets constructed at Lakeview Commons. Many structural revetments will not allow for the preservation of a true sandy beach, which is why current staff understand the super sacks were installed to begin with. The first 2 of 5 potential ideas for interim measures are shown on this slide. These 2 options both propose no removal of sandbags. Option 1 is to simply replenish sand as was completed in July 2025. The second option is to replenish the sand and add larger rocks at the base of the slope to prevent sand from washing away as frequently. You'll hear me say it multiple times. These are ideas and are not vetted by the permitting and regulatory agencies yet. It is staff's recommendation to proceed with one of these options, whichever is permittable and most cost-effective, because it keeps the beach as a functional sandy shoreline in the near term. Due to less intensive expected design and permitting implications, it could likely occur as soon as snow melts. As long as the plastic bags are unexposed to the sun, wave, and human interaction, concerns for microplastic contamination to the lake are reduced. Staff are engaging in interim action permitting that will allow for many rounds of replenishment to continue until the installation of a permanent revetment, which will largely save staff time and ensure staff can work nimbly without waiting for approval by regulatory agencies each time a replenishment effort is needed. It is anticipated that replenishment efforts may need to be conducted once per month in the spring and summer, with potential for more dependent on lake levels and storm events. Parks staff will be conducting weekly inspections of the beach and will be coordinating with Public Works. The other ideas for interim solutions all include removal of the existing super sacks. While this removes the concern of microplastics in the near term, it also potentially eliminates or limits the beach access until a permanent revetment is installed and could potentially not be implementable until 2027, depending on regulatory and permitting requirements. Should the super sack sandbags be removed, keep in mind our discussion about the need to install a replacement structural component due to the proximity of Lakeview Commons infrastructure to the lake. One idea is to replace the sandbags with boulders. This would be similar to Reagan Beach with limited beach access. Another idea is to install a vertical revetment using vinyl sheet pile. This would eliminate beach access. Another idea is to install concrete block or rock gabion baskets. This option would require sand replenishment to cover the concrete blocks and baskets to create a beach. All of these options would be much more expensive than the previous two presented, require consultant engineering design, and are expected to have more intensive permitting implications. Until staff and the consultant discuss further with the regulatory agencies, there is no guarantee that any of these are implementable. Each regulatory agency has different concerns regarding the shoreline and the lake. While one might be amenable to some of these ideas, the others may not. This makes this a complicated project that will take time to achieve an end result, meeting structural protection, recreation, and environmental priorities. Now that we've discussed potential ideas for the interim measures, we'll take a look at the council priorities in terms of the permanent long-term revetment. There are 5 main factors for the city to focus on when deciding what the long-term vision is for El Dorado Beach, which is designated by the yellow-orange sections. The 2 additional factors on the bottom of the slide in blue, visual and environmental, are aspects that the city most definitely cares about and are major determining factors in our projects, but ultimately those will be dictated by the regulatory agencies. The city and consultant team will bring ideas to the agencies, and they will ultimately determine if they are permittable per Tahoe and environmental regulations and goals. The 2 main priorities to decide today are, number 1, structural protection of Lakeview Commons only, or number 2, structural protection of Lakeview Commons and preservation of El Dorado Beach. Do we want a solution that only prioritizes structural protection of the assets, or do we also want to preserve beach access? This is the primary decision because many of the potential solution ideas for permanent revetments will solve the erosion issue and protect the constructed Lakeview Commons infrastructure, but may eliminate or limit beach access. Before meeting with the regulatory agencies, it is important that staff and the consultant team are aware of the City Council's priorities so conversations and design can be directed accordingly. The items shown as secondary city concerns will come in future discussions after the staff and consultant team have initial discussions with the regulatory agencies, complete necessary studies and assessments, and have information that can provide realistic estimates on cost, maintenance, and other details.
So, Ms. Greenlaw, because I know Ms. Horgan needs to go, can I stop you and let her ask her questions real quick?
Sure.
Thanks.
I actually, just going to the previous slide with the general idea of boulders at base of slope, right above that.
This one.
I'm wondering if that in combination, so that this would be considered a soft revetment, I think, with the boulders and the beach, and then a hard revetment, something like a breakwater to complement in order to alleviate some of the effects of wind and surf in that area. I guess my question is that there's soft revetment, hard revetment, and sediment management are the 3 ways that we manage waterline. And I'm wondering if it's possible, if we went with one of these first 2 options, if we could also consider working with the Army Corps of Engineers for some sort of hard revetment, like a breakwater, that would additionally preserve.
So are you implying this would be for the interim and we keep replenishing, and then for the permanent, we would look to do something like a breakwater that would reduce replenishment in the future, be able to keep a beach? Yes, I think that's on this next slide that I was about to get to. It was going to talk about permanent measures, and I can just forward to that real quick. breakwaters is one of the options that would allow for the structural protection and the preservation of the beach. It's a conversation we need to have with the regulatory agencies, but ultimately, if what's determined is the priority of city council is to try to maintain the beach, then that's the direction that staff needs, is which of those, and then we can get the input and share our case and try to develop the best design for the city that the regulatory agencies will approve.
Thank you. That would be my guidance. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Ms. Forgan, and we got your guidance, and sorry to stop you, but you can start where you were stopped.
No worries. Thank you. All right. Here's a brief breakdown of potential long-term permanent solutions for El Dorado Beach. So the first box indicates potential projects with a priority of only structural protection of Lakeview Commons. These include a vertical revetment similar to a seawall, rock revetment, and living revetment. These will all result in limited access without the sandy beach we know today. The second box indicates potential projects that prioritize both the structural protection of Lakeview Commons and beach preservation. These include projects such as breakwaters and groins, which are often used in coastal areas. You'll notice that these are highlighted in red. While there may be some existing breakwaters and groins in Lake Tahoe, it is going to be a challenge with the regulatory agencies for new construction of these type of structures. Zephyr Cove Resort and the North Tahoe Marina recently were denied permitting by TRPA for these type of structures, but there are exceptions, and if that is council's direction, we will have those discussions with them. And because nonetheless, it is one of the few options that will protect the existing infrastructure and maintain a beach. So if that's what council prioritizes, we are happy to discuss that with them. Additionally, sand replenishment over rock gabion baskets is shown as an idea that will maintain beach access and protect Lakeview Commons. This is similar to the revetment that is currently installed, but does not have the same environmental concerns as the plastic sandbags. The baskets hold the rocks in place and allowed for a tiered structure. This idea would require consistent replenishment into the future, as the natural high lake levels and storms as currently experienced will wash the sand away. Some of the regulatory agencies may have concern with this approach in terms of lake clarity, since consistent replenishment of sand could result in an accumulation of fine sediment particles to the lake over time. What I've presented today are solely shown as ideas to help City Council provide staff direction on the ultimate priority for what the city wants for the future of El Dorado Beach. Similarly, there may be ideas of solutions that arise during studies and conversations that aren't included in this presentation. Staff will be able to act accordingly based on the decision made for the priority of El Dorado Beach. This slide reflects budget requests that are anticipated to occur in conjunction with phases of the consultant design contract. The first phase, which consists of assessments, surveying, and discussions with regulatory agencies, is included in the contract award being recommended today. This will allow for essential information to be completed that will enable conversations regarding costs and project intricacies. Staff will return at the end of phase one with updates for City Council at approximately mid-year budget fiscal year 25-26. At that time, depending on interim solution decisions, additional funding may be requested for that in addition to phase two of the consultant contract. Phases 3 through 5, which include design, environmental documents, and permitting of the permanent solution, will be requested at the annual fiscal year 26-27 budget. Permanent construction costs are expected to be requested at mid-year budget fiscal year 26-27. Costs for both future design phases and construction are highly variable depending on City Council's priorities, conversations with regulatory agencies, and respective requirements and timelines. It is anticipated that more detail will be provided on this topic during the next update in March or April. We're finally here, the moment you have been waiting for. I provided a plethora of information on the history, background, and potential options for both interim and permanent solutions. After having heard all of this information, there are 3 decisions to make at this time. 1, award phase 1 design contract to Stantec Consulting Services so we can start making more progress on this. 2A, where does City Council stand regarding the interim solution? Remove the sandbags in the interim, or do not, and continue with sand replenishment until a permanent solution is ready for implementation. And 2B, does City Council prioritize structural protection only, or does City Council want to see if preservation of a beach is also a viable option? This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Greenlaw, for the very in-depth and great presentation. The first name I've got here on questions is Mr. Robbins on my, just keep it to questions. We got public comment.
One thing I see missing from the interim solution options, and I'm wondering if this has been considered, is replacing the plastic sandbags with sandbags made from natural material. The immediate crisis of this problem is because the sandbags that were installed in 2018 for reasons beyond my understanding, and that Lahontan had no explanation for either as to why they permitted it, was made of plastic. Has there been any consideration, and is there a reason why we can't replace the plastic sandbags with ones made of burlap or other natural materials, so that if they become exposed again, they don't pose a microplastics problem?
Yeah, I would classify that in this idea as far as like the rock gabions. So it's a similar type of thing. It's, these sandbags are 3 by 3 by 3 filled with concrete sand. It's acting as a barrier. So something like a basket with rocks fills that void. We could look at something at like a natural sandbag made of certain fibers or burlap. From my research, it's difficult to find the large super sacks that are like those 3 by 3 by 3 that don't consist of some type of plastic. Even the eco ones contain like a 30% plastic. That being said, doesn't necessarily mean we can't look at smaller sandbags that are used. So just to clarify, these are ideas, right? So that as long as it kind of falls in line with the goal of, do you want to remove the sandbags now, or do you want us to replenish and remove them later? That's something that we will work with the regulatory agencies and find the best solution for what your main goal is.
Great. Mr. Jenkins.
First, I want to thank Councilmember Robbins for inviting me and to the site. Frankly, I was shocked. I don't do as much swimming in the water as others do anymore. What troubles me is plastic bags, and whether it's from cell tower deterioration of FOA on cell towers, or it's plastic bags that were, for some reason, unexplained to me, why plastic was used near our precious lake. I don't understand that, but maybe I don't really know the reason. I think those bags need to be removed. If this was a sewage leak, a pollution into Lake Tahoe, it would be they'd say ahorita, it'd be right now. And maybe this isn't quite as serious as a sewage leak, but microplastics need to be removed, and I think that needs to happen. Thanks to Councilmember Robbins' invitation to visit, the Lahontan exec has indicated that all they're waiting for is us to tell us what we want to do on the temporary races, and they would be willing, have you heard this? They are be willing to expedite any approvals that they need, because they recognize, as a water quality agency, how creative, that we need to protect the lake. And are you, I'm sure you are, because by the way, you gave an excellent report. But I think we need to, wouldn't you say that's rather important, because snow melts, and as snow melts, it takes particles and it goes into the lake. So we want to keep those particles out of the lake, and it would seem that we need to do something. It would just seem the first thing is to get that plastic out. Would you agree that's sort of important?
I would agree that it's important. That being said, there are multiple agencies that we have to get approvals from. As part of the temporary permitting from when we had our emergency permits end in July and August, we've been engaging with the agencies. There is one of 3 agencies that we are still waiting to hear from.
Who are they?
That's the Army Corps.
Army Corps.
Yes, and so they essentially, their permit will then provide guidance to Lahontan so that they can determine which permit they will respond with as well. And so we are planning to go to the Shore Zone Committee meeting in February, which is one of the reasons why we're bringing this before you today, so that we're prepared to have the city's priorities. And we are hoping that all of those agencies will attend. That is the purpose of the Shore Zone Committee meeting. And at that point, it will help to get things moving quicker. Just want to clarify that if we remove the bags
Replace it.
there and replace them in the interim, permitting could result in that not being able to happen until the 2027 season, which would mean we still would need to do something as soon as the snow melts, right?
So what you're saying is that the regulatory agents who are charged with protecting water quality in Lake Tahoe would delay us from taking interim measures that would remove a major pollutant, microplastics, into the lake. I'm not doubting that what you said, but I find that completely, absolutely bizarre, and I think we should push as hard as we can to get whatever temporary solution approved. Lahontan sounds like they're in line; they're willing to do it. Thank you, Mr. Robbins, again, and you know, the others need to come on board and really protect the lake, not let this tragedy continue. That's where I'm kind of coming from.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts, any questions? Okay. Continue, excuse me. Okay. For me, this may come, and you may not know this, but when I look at this project, I look back at when it was done in 2012. I obviously wasn't on council, but it seems like there was a mistake with civil engineering when this project was originally done, because it seems like they took our natural rim from the point they built at instead of the dam level that exists in Tahoe City, which brings us way over the natural rim. And I'm just wondering if in your brief review, do you believe that may be a mistake that was made in this project back in 2012 or, yeah?
From my brief review, from what I've seen, I do think that the proximity that the Lakeview Commons seating walls were built has caused some of what we're experiencing today. Before, the beach would essentially naturally replenish itself, as you saw from the Sandy Hill, and beach replenishment was not needed by the city. Now we've essentially taken away that function, and we've made a wall.
Yep.
And so
That's right, yeah.
instead of just needing beach replenishment, we need something that's going to protect those structural assets.
Right, yeah, that's how because I'm commonly down there and have been down there ever since Lakeview Commons, or the Live at Lakeview event, and we run into this pretty much every few years where we're having to figure out how to get our stage back on the beach. My second question, I guess, will go to Ms. Stroud, and you may not know this because you probably haven't looked at those contracts, but would the civil engineer that presented this not be liable for presenting something to us that was not to their correct standard? If they didn't take into consideration the dam level compared to the rim level, would that be something we could go back to them to say they need to fix?
Perhaps that would be probably a design defect type action. I don't know what the statute of limitations would be. It probably would depend on when we discovered there was an issue, but yeah, we could look at that.
And if I may interject, Mr. Mayor, I realize that sounds like a strategy, but I will tell you, you can get 3 to 5 engineers in a room, and they will never agree that one of them was wrong and the others were right. So proving the point that there was an error made is a very difficult proposition in most engineering work, because there's a certain element of judgment and discretion in most of the design work. Sure. And so finding concurrence from a group, even a jury of 12, to say that, no, yeah, you've messed up, is a very difficult and time-consuming proposition, which comes back to a matter of risk. Is it worth pursuing that when the end goal is not likely to be successful? So yeah. I just caution. I understand the desire to want to point a finger, but my experience has been that very rarely are those cases won in a satisfactory manner.
Understood, 100%. And I'm not necessarily recommending we go that way. I guess when I start thinking about us having to spend more money with consultants and this and that, I'm saying, well, why don't we get the person that did it wrong the first time come back and fix their problem? But the point, I guess, and I don't know this, and I've never looked at what was approved in 2012, But if it was as simple as that they didn't take into consideration the 6-foot rise we have from the dam when we have big snow years, and that was the one thing they just didn't, then it might be that simple to say, look, you missed considering that we have a dam that brings us this high over our natural rim. And if it's that simple, maybe Ms. Stroud could look at considering that option. I'm just throwing it out there.
And now we have that damn problem.
Yeah. So,
May I add one thing?
of course.
That is complex, you know, we're dealing with nature here, right? So I just want to clarify that the Lakeview Commons project may not have been looking at all of the effects of high lake levels with certain storms and which direction the winds are coming from. And so a lot of that is the factor of what we're seeing of when you saw from the graph of when we had the high lake levels coupled with those storms with the larger waves. And so is that something that was really in the scope of work of Lakeview Commons? So I just want to clarify that a bit before we get too
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, let's get back to the questions we need to answer. So we first wanted to decide exactly, let's go back to it. If we want to, phase 1 design contract to Stantec. So we've got these 3 that we need to answer. I definitely agree that moving forward with the 149,000. Oh, excuse me, I have the second. It's been a long day. Excuse me, Ms. Greenlaw, we will go ahead. Thank you for the great presentation. And we will go ahead and open this up to public comment for anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on this item. Ms. Soderson.
I just want to confirm that we're not planning on extending the beach area to where all the rocks are already, where people are. That is where locals like to go. That is a quiet place. If we remove the boulders that are there and extend to that beach area, it's going to just result in the same problems that we have right now. So I really want to make sure that, like, if you want to expand the bike area up top, whatever, the beach needs to be preserved, but I don't want to see the beach extended beyond where it already is. It would be a disaster.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? Mr. Messina. May as well, right?
Another very interesting subject. May not be helpful, but sailors always used hemp for their ropes and products. It's more durable, stronger, longer lasting, and is not a pollutant. Has anybody bothered to consider making these sandbags out of hemp and even maybe double bagging them? I'm sure they'd way outlast the plastic garbage that's polluting our lake. Maybe we could just replace them with hemp bags. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room to give public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Okay, first up, we have a caller with the last 4 digits of your telephone number, 7367. Caller, last 4 digits of your telephone number, 7367. You need to unmute your phone.
Hi, my name's Lou Perini, and I was there earlier. So welcome back, everybody. I have a little bit of experience in this. I was on the South Tahoe PUD board for a number of years. Also participated in what's called the operating agreement and the negotiated settlement with the Paiute Indians and the Truckee River operating agreement. So I know a little bit about the dam heights. The natural rim is 62.23 feet above sea level. The dam legal limit is 62.29.1. What a lot of people don't know, and you'd have to talk to the water master about this, is the dam height can go to 62.34. That's an extra 5 feet. And they would only do that if Reno, downtown Reno, was in imminent danger of completely flooding. And with some of the, climate change forecast, that's a distinct possibility. And the possibility of water master raising that legal limit between 62.29.1 and 62.34 would be disastrous for any lakeshore development or the development that you're proposing or anything like that. Something to think about. That might not happen for, who knows, one of those storms that happened They do happen once every 10,000 years. Whether we're in that time frame or not, I don't know. But anyway, I think that just gives you more questions than answers, I think, but does give you some factual information on actually how high that dam can go to 5 feet above where it is now. The only other thing I would caution you on is adjacent property owners, and on whatever solution you come up with, whether any of those solutions would impact those adjacent property owners in terms of the sand distribution. I know Ski Run Marina has brought that issue up in terms of their dredging, that their waterway, their channel gets filled artificially because of some of the things that have been done to the lake shore. But anyway, more questions and answers I've probably presented, but thank you for the time and thank you for earlier today. And again, I will congratulate the presenter on an excellent staff report. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Mr. Miller.
Hello, Alan Miller, civil engineer, environmental engineer, a lot of experience with this sort of thing. And I was not involved with this when I worked for Lahontan Water Board, this particular project. We had other departments there that apparently handled it. And I was not involved with the emergency repairs in 2018, the year I retired. And I appreciate the discussion today. I think that the plastic containment system needs to be removed before it fails, and it needs to be very carefully removed so that it doesn't fail in the process of removing it and discard plastics into the lake. And that should be some priority. I've been to this location many, many, many times, both for the music and just to observe what was happening with the erosion and the city boat ramp over the years and various things. But the main thing is the bluff had to be stabilized to save the highway. You got a little park above there with it. And so I think what you're really fighting here is nature. It looks to me like under the current circumstances, it's going to be an endless job to supply sand that is just going to be washed away and become part of the sediment load. And it looks to me like it wants to be some kind of a rocky bed here. And I very much doubt that the dam height was overlooked in the design of the project. So, I'm sympathetic. I know everybody would love to have a beach there and so forth, but under the circumstances, I think it's a loser prospect for the city in terms of funding. I think it's going to be a long haul with the agencies as well, and rightly so. And, I think, yes, work towards an interim solution, but work towards a long-term solution that probably doesn't involve trying to have a beach there. Maybe the adjacent or nearby beach over it, I guess Reagan Beach can be expanded or improved on in some way or something. I really don't know, but it's worth considering what the other commenters said too about spreading impacts. Mr. Perini, we talked about that with the abutment. The city's already, been caused damage by Caltrans with its bridge project. Let's not harm the neighbors by doing more nefarious stuff here in
Thank
this
you, Mr.
locale.
Miller. Your time is up. Thank you. No additional public comments at this time, Mayor.
Great. All right. So with that, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council. As I was pointing out before we go to public comment, we have 3 main questions to answer, and then we have a few kind of design type questions, I guess you could say. So the first one was whether or not we would want to hire Stantec Consulting for $149,000 to go ahead and begin down the road of this. And for me, I'm a big yes on that.
Yes.
Everybody? All right, perfect. So that one's out of the way. And for whatever reason, Ms. Greenlaw, I don't know why I don't have those questions in my presentation, but
We're actually looking for guidance on what city council would like in the future there. I believe one of the questions was, is preserving the beach a high priority?
But may I just come in and say, the question that I have with all of these things, you heard last time when we talked about a budget or a strategic plan, we want to preserve the beach at what cost? What is the cost to do that? And can we afford the cost? I agree we want to preserve the beach if we can, but maybe environmentally we can't. So until there's some work done about what we can do and how much that costs, we can't make a fiscally sound decision about what it is we want, I don't think. Now, we can have preferences, but I don't know that we know.
If I can ask a clarifying question of Dr. Cute and Ms. Greenlaw, I think as the mayor was trying to walk us through these three questions, yes, award a contract. If there is consensus to award to Stantec, I anticipate there's going to be a check-in point that says, if the council says we want to preserve the beach, there'll be a ROM or a 60% design, or I don't know, that's a question. At what point will we know it's going to be $5 million up front and $2 million every year in perpetuity?
So I want to clarify, I agree, we're not asking you to make fiscal decisions on what strategy. What we're trying to get to is a point where Brianna presented, there's 5 categories of solutions out there. And we're just trying to understand if we can eliminate any of them, because the smaller the number of categories, the more we can focus on the solutions within the categories that are options. It also provides us guidance on how much to push when inevitably that I expect one of the partner agencies will balk at one of the solutions. We kind of need to know, is it a hill to die on, or is it just, okay, let's move on to something else? That's the kind of guidance we're looking for right here. We realize there's no financial information available. We haven't given you any information on the cost of these solutions. We don't even know which of these solutions we're going to come back to you with. That's part of what the work Stantec will help us with. But to guide that work, it would be helpful to know big picture what it is you'd like there in the future.
I got that, and I think that, so it's a broad thing that we're giving them as guidance. So let's go to 2A, which was either to do not remove sandbags or fully remove sandbags. I'd add another one, replace sandbags with sustainable materials.
Yes.
So I think, because the remove sandbags leaves us with not something favorable to the beach possibly still existing, so.
If I may, Mayor, sorry, Ms. Greenlaw, correct me where I'm wrong, right there. Where it says remove sandbags, there's a picture of the gibbons there, the netted rocks. So it's remove but use this organic application?
Yes, if you choose to remove and replace with an organic, we can evaluate that. It's just whether we want to remove and we have to fill the void with something rather than replenish.
So I have a specific suggestion for a recommendation for 2A, and it's this. In the immediate term, the priority is to stabilize the microplastic erosion by any means in the immediate term. And then as quickly as possible, to get approval for replacing the plastic bags with bags made of some kind of non-plastic, natural type, environmentally compatible material. And to do that as quickly as possible. And until we get approval for that, cover up the plastic with sand, recognizing that as soon as we are able and legally able to replace the plastic bags with not plastic bags, we will cover the plastic bags to stabilize the situation in the very short term, and then in the midterm, replace the plastic bags with burlap or something like that, sandbags that may be smaller, they may be slightly different, and we may have to get various approvals in the short term. Push that through as fast as possible. That's the short-term suggestion. My suggestion moving forward from that is that the long-term solution is that we prioritize the preservation of both the structure and the beach itself with something like a groin or a breakwater or something similar, a protection, a shoreline protection mechanism that breaks the wave impact. That will have to go through the design and expertise of people who know a far great more about coastal engineering than any of us. But that's one of the reasons we're hiring these guys. And then that will also, of course, have to go through an extensive permitting, an extensive and frankly, almost certainly interminable permitting process. But in the meantime, we will have at least replaced the plastic with not plastic as we continue, covering. And then throughout this process to maintain a watch on the shoreline for erosion so that we continue to cover up and that we get regular budgetary requests for funding to do that so we don't get behind on funding replenishment activities. Those are my specific action suggestions that we do, and I think there's almost a motion in that, but I'm not, obviously we have a lot more discussion, but that's my suggestion.
Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, I like those suggestions a lot. Can you just repeat what the challenges were with replacing the sandbags with the different type of sandbag? Was it just a delay, or was there the challenges with extra permitting? Or you mentioned pretty at length on that. Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, there will be extra permitting that we will need to go through for this temporary action. And just as in part to respond to Councilmember Jenkins' question too, our next step is to go to the February Shore Zone Committee meeting. And so we'll be able to take these ideas and with understanding where the priority lies, we'll be able to know from that meeting likely which things we can explore further and which we can't. Stantec will be able to start studies and assessments. And when we come back to ask for additional budget, we'll be able to have much more involving costs and things like that that can help make further decisions. Specific to removing them, there will be permitting, there will be cost associated with that because it's going to be, we're going to need to remove all of the sandbags and then purchase new ones. I have not seen personally from some research sandbags that are like these super sacks that are the large 3x3x3 that can fill a void that large without some kind of plastic material. But that being said, there are smaller sandbags that are made of natural burlap or other natural materials that we can look into.
And those
Didn't you
may or may
also-
not be suitable, but let's look into them.
Mr. Roberts is on the floor.
Didn't you also say that it would probably be extended to 2027 or further for those specific permits?
That's highly dependent on the permitting agencies. So of course, city staff and our consultant team are going to push to do this as soon as possible. We would like to have permits in hand and be ready to go as soon as the snow melts. That being said, seeing permitting timelines from the past and the emergency effort, we know that we would be able to get permits sooner for replenishment when you start incorporating engineering design and more things that are changing. Permit timelines usually take longer. That doesn't mean it necessarily is 100% 2027, but I'm just trying to provide some realistic expectations so you don't expect it's necessarily happening in March of 2026 and then we're coming back and telling you, no, it's 2027. So we
Thank
can
you for the
provide an update
clarification.
after.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Jenkins?
Did I hear you say that, that doing the emergency repairs, the removal of sandbag, the removal of the plastic polluting sandbags, is something that likely could be approved more quickly? And would you agree that would be because it's an emergency? By definition, it needs to be done rather than talked about forever by people who speculate so that's the first part. Because I remember Mr. Bill Letton, was it? Ben, it's a B word. Ben Letton said, we're ready to give you expedited approval if you want to do something to take care of this problem. So I was so delighted that if I could have stood on my head, I would have. And if that seems to be the urgency, not to wait another 2 years to pollute the lake with plastic, but to get rid of that stuff and then work from there, that would be my hope. If that's, because I think the agencies who are designed to protect the lake, they would want us to do that, I would think, if they really want to protect the lake.
Sure. Yes, I completely agree with you. I think that the permitting agencies will support wanting to remove the plastic. We were told when we went for the emergency permits in 2025 to replenish the beach that was the last time that emergency permits were going to be given for this action. Now we're here. We're going to go to the February Shore Zone Committee meeting, and being that you have spoken with Ben Letton, I think that may help with the other agencies to also expedite. And so I can't say for sure until we attend those meetings, and I'm happy to come back and provide an update from those, but I would expect as well that the agencies would want to.
And with Ben Letton's support, it would seem that likelihood is greater, I think you would say, that with his support. And I appreciate anything we can do to move this process. I agree that longer-term solutions are going to take more information that we don't have. But I'd sure like to see us get the plastic out of the water, get it out of the lake, and as soon as we can do that, let's do it. It's important, and I appreciate all the work that you do, because I know you're diligent in what you do, and so that's just my comment.
Great, thank you. So
Mr. Mayor,
I also,
could I
yes,
please
yes,
tack on a little bit? I will be honest, I've sat here, listened to Brianna. I think she's being overly optimistic. My experience is when you have more than one regulatory agency involved, it never goes smoothly. It never, ever goes as smoothly as you think. And while we understand what you would like, and we will do our best, I do want to throw that wrench into the discussion that we are dealing with external agencies that we have sometimes very little control over.
But if they don't approve emergency actions to remove pollutants from the lake, then we go above, then we go to whoever we go, the next level, and say, we're trying to do our job, and we need their help. And I think
agree. We will do our best. I'm just saying we need to be somewhat cautious, and we can be optimistic, but we need to know when we're being optimistic. And when we dealing with multiple agencies, especially, and I don't mean this in a critical sense, but the Army Corps, in my experience, does not move quickly. Okay, and if that is an agency that has to weigh in on this, that may dictate more than anything else.
But on the Suntex project, I'm hearing that the Army Corps is working with them on the out in the marina. So maybe they have some.
I've seen them take decades to make certain decisions on certain projects. So it's not unheard of that it could take a while. I just want us to be cautiously optimistic that hopefully things go smoothly, but be prepared that we come back with it didn't go smoothly.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Q. So I'm going to try to finish this up. We've gotten late. Thank you, Ms. Greenlaw. So I also agree with Mr. Robbins on those points. Let's preserve the structure and the beach, and let's explore the breakwater. I will say, being familiar with Shore Zone, I believe that is considered a marina because we have the boat launch, and there's 10 commercial marinas permitted. The Shore Zone does allow for some expansion, and maybe I'm wrong, it's not a marina?
No, I don't think it's a marina.
Okay, I don't know how TRP, I know that they consider 10 marinas around the lake, and I will have to look at that. My only point is that breakwaters have been permitted at the Tahoe City Marina. The whole marina is built with breakwater. I think we could look at something similar to that would also protect the boat launch there, that would actually possibly allow us some future expansion with walkways on the water, and similar to what they did up at Tahoe City. So I just put that out there for consideration when you talk to them at Shore Zone. I think the other things that I just want to put out, and this will come much later, but seeing that we've done live events over there, and there's always want for more live events, I think a permanent structure that's a stage could be something. I know that's down the road. I just want to put it on the record. So with that, I guess I think we've made the decisions that we need to make. Do you feel comfortable in the direction you have?
Yes.
Okay. Do we need a motion? Yep, so if somebody would please
And I
make the
have a-
motion.
Also, I have a question on the external agencies you mentioned. Do we have an accounting, a proper accounting of all the external agencies that we will need to work with on these items for the temporary repairs and long-term repairs? I'm not saying what we are going to do. I'm saying, do we know who those external agencies are that we have to work with? Do we have that as a list?
Yes. Yeah.
And so
Do
who
you-
is
do
it
you
for the
want
temporary repairs?
Lahontan, TRPA, and the Army Corps are the three that we've done past emergency permits and who will need to work with
And
temporary.
that's for the sandbag overtopping and potentially replacement, correct?
Correct.
So those three agencies we need to work for on that?
Yes, and then there are other agencies that will involve, whether that's state lands and the Department of Fish and Wildlife that come through as part of the environmental documents. Those will also be
So we're not sure who would be involved with the long-term fix items yet.
those agencies would be contacted and involved to an
Okay.
extent in the long term, yeah.
And that's in addition to the other agencies mentioned? That's in addition to the TRPA,
Now, let's see
Lahontan,
how
and the
mu-
Army
how
Corps, is that
confusing
correct?
we can make
Correct.
this.
Those are, through environmental documents, there's a process that all these agencies
So at
get.
least three agencies on the short-term fix issues, and up to five probably for the long-term fix issues. Sorry, six on the long-term fix issues, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor? Would it be possible after you have this meeting with these agencies to talk about the temporary, that we could get an update on what your impressions, what you see as where we're going, and that might help us, maybe help you in this. Because I know in some places, agencies like the Coastal Commission are very helpful when beaches in Avalon go completely, they lose completely all of their beach, and they have to do a lot of replenishment. So some agencies actually work with the communities when they understand what's at stake. So
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Can somebody please put a motion?
On proposed motion.
Thank you.
Hang on 1 moment. I move that we authorize and direct the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Santec Consulting Services, Inc. for Phase 1 services for the El Dorado Beach revetment and improvement projects for a not-to-exceed amount of $149,971, and two, pass a motion directing staff to pursue planning, design, and permitting for the preferred interim and permanent priorities as indicated during council discussion for El Dorado Beach, structural protection of Lakeview Commons, as well as protection of the Lakeview, of the beach.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a
Sorry, who
second.
seconded?
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Jenkins.
Mr. Jenkins, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that adequately constructed for staff?
You're doing a good job.
All right, we can vote.
Oh, yeah, I can't, because my machine doesn't like me again, but I just say aye.
Aye, okay. That motion carries.
All right, we are on to the final item of the day. This is our agenda planning calendar. Mr. Irvin.
Nothing.
Yeah, Sue, can you pull up the 50-slide PowerPoint? Just kidding.
The 50-page slide. That's funny.
Okay, so honestly, our next meeting is January 27th. It starts at 5:30 p.m. A couple items to highlight there. HR will be bringing, with my support, and the selection of the executive search firm for the city manager for council to consider, and the an interim city manager contract for council to consider. Other items include Tahoe Valley stormwater projects, and I'll just leave it at that for now.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Irvin. Any questions on the APC from anybody on council? Seeing none. Oh,
Next item.
Usually we do that as individual.
yeah, you can kind of do it. Yeah, we'll wait till we get to council member reports. Great. So with that, we'll move on to updates and announcements. And Mrs. Straub.
Not at this time, thank you.
Great. Mrs. Blankenship.
Just that I will be placing a solicitation in Friday's paper for that student for the ACT Commission and sending it out to the LTCC and South Tahoe High School. And we'll bring that back on the second meeting in February for appointment, and as well as anyone who was not selected but could be reconsidered if a student does not apply.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Mr. Irvin.
Yeah, really quick. There was no formal introduction. We did a press release of Dr. Q a while back, but I appreciate how he just rolled up his sleeves, jumped into this meeting. Welcome to the team. And we're very lucky to have him providing leadership for our Public Works Department. And I will be working with him and his schedule to get council members a meeting with him to talk about what your thoughts are on Public Works and how he can learn from you.
Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Irvin. And yes, welcome, Dr. Q. We're glad to have you here. All right, we're moving on to council member reports and comments. I'm going to start with Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, so we had a good item today about the road paving issues that we've come up. And one of the issues that has come up repeatedly every time road paving comes up is we have good metrics for PQI, for the Pavement Quality Index, but we don't have meaningful metrics for utilization. We don't have good metrics for utilization for cars either, but we especially don't have good metrics for cyclists, pedestrians, wheelchair users, mobility device users, and so on. And I think we should be triaging our far too limited road rehab resources, not just on places that we think are highly trafficked and bad pavement, but places that we've actually measured to be highly trafficked and bad pavement. And that measurement should absolutely include all users of the roads, not just motor vehicles. So I would like, and I've talked about this with staff, to bring this back as a agenda item for a city policy, for what would it be, a resolution that we would direct staff to prioritize road pavement using all the not just the pavement index, but to actually use technology to measure the roadway usage and to use that as part of the triaging of our roadways, in addition to the external factors like the utilities that'll tear up roads and stuff. So you've got to adjust that as appropriate. But right now, we're not adequately accounting for both the pavement quality and the users at the same time. We're kind of doing this ad hoc, and we should be doing this with data. And the mechanisms do exist, as we've heard, for collecting that data. And if it's not a common thing, then we can do a first ascent, and I'm okay with that.
I agree.
So
All right.
I will
second.
thank you. I got a second. So I will suggest that staff bring that back to council at a time that is appropriate. I don't have a need to give you a hard deadline by when. Let's not put it off forever. We've got next season of paving coming up, but I'll let staff schedule that at a time that they feel is appropriate.
Understand.
And-
We're going to place
and
it
our-
under APC as paving policy.
Correct.
Prioritization.
And I would like for, when that agenda items comes back, it can include a review of technological measures available to measure that.
Yes.
And you can have enough time to go out and assess how to do that appropriately as the people with expertise. And I know I'm dumping you in the deep end, so I'm not giving you a deadline of next week for this.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Is that it for you?
One more item
All right.
that I'd like to suggest we consider. We have significant parking challenges at the state line area, the Heavenly Village area. These are challenges that exist not just for tourists, but also for the workforce that is there. Now, our parking garage does offer, I believe, 6-month and 1-year permits. They're quite expensive. But part of the problem is very few of the people who work in service have jobs that are reasonably expected that can last for more than 6 months. Most service jobs are highly seasonal, they're highly transient. So this leaves the workforce that has to commute to the state line area, particularly those who work the evening shift with no bus service, don't have a good option to safely get there and park. And so what I'd like to suggest is that we study a midterm, like a 3-month a highly discounted parking permit, parking pass, specifically for people who work in the businesses there. There is a program now that allows some businesses to get a parking pass and distribute them to their employees, but that's not really something that's practically done for people in the service jobs, for back-of-house service level workers. That's really more for management. And I don't think we can expect a restaurant to really have to expect them to deal with the problems of how their servers commute, especially when there's changeover in those jobs in the 3-month time frame. So I'd like us to consider a discounted parking permit program suitable for workers, and I would like that on the agenda.
Okay. So I would second it, but I would want to add that we consider the garage or Bellamy. Because I think that if we're going to give them free parking,
that could
then
be part of the
peeing on the street. But yeah, I just want to add that to the discussion.
Oh, the street metered parking, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
That's fine. I could rephrase that as city-owned and operated parking in the state line area to include the garage and street parking.
Perfect. You got a second.
Yes.
You good?
That's it.
All right, Mr. Jenkins.
I just want to say that
You guys got that, right? You're good with, okay, very
they're,
good, thank you.
they're very good at that, getting us, which is a skill. I want to compliment the city council, the mayor. I want to congratulate the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. I want to compliment the council on the debate and the engagement. And from that debate and engagement, we've come to agreements on some many things. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jenkins. Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Don't want to take your thunder there, Mayor Bass, but as you brought up for the protocols, we want to have, bring that forward at a future date, but can we get a workshop put together before that so we can sit down? I mean, does that workshop need to be scheduled now, or how does that scheduling work?
That'll be a special meeting that the city clerk will coordinate with the city manager's office to schedule, and we'll put out feelers out to council what your availability is, and we'll get it on the calendar.
Okay.
Yeah, and what I
think
thought
that'd be
is
great.
we would, even at that special meeting, we could bring the city council protocols with our workshop, right? So we go through the workshop and then we kind of know what we need to change in the protocols. So we'll take that second and we'll do it all at the same special meeting. That way.
Excellent.
Great. All right, Mr. Roberts, that it?
Yes.
All right. I don't have too much to report, so meeting is adjourned.
Is that all? You mean we're over?
That's it.
Did you have something?
He already went.
Okay.
Jeez, you just want this to keep going.